Chapter 151. Li Ziming's face alternated between green and red when he saw the young man and woman walking down from the cloud. Li Ziming had been guarding Huangli Island all these years. Even though his cultivation had reached the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm, he didn't have much combat experience with demonic beasts. Hence, when he saw the blue Luan, he didn't even use his divine sense to scan it before attacking. The words Lu Ping used to ridicule him were the same words Li Ziming used to ridicule Lu Ping. Now Lu Ping had returned the same words to him. Lu Ping and Hu Lili ignored Li Ziming's blushing face. After greeting Lu Ziyuan, Du Zixing and Fang Ziyan, they stood behind them. At this time, Shi Lingling descended from the sky with a string of laughter. As soon as she landed, she asked Lu Ping nonchalantly, "Junior brother Lu Ping, where did you catch this big bird? It's so beautiful. I want to catch one to play with next time." It turned out that Lu Ping and the others had caught up to Shi Lingling, who had used up all of her talisman's power. When she saw Lu Ping's huge demonic beast, Shi Lingling naturally couldn't bear to use her talisman again. So she hitched a ride with Lu Ping. The late blood condensation realm elders looked at Lu Ping in shock. Initially, they thought that the blue Luan was a mount given to Shi Lingling by her elders. They didn't expect it to be this mid-blood condensation realm disciple's spirit beast. How was this possible? One had to know that the blue Luan was very spiritual and had a strong demonic spiritual energy. Even the late blood condensation realm cultivators didn't have the confidence to capture it alive. Could it be that Lu Ping's strength was even stronger than a late blood condensation realm cultivator? Some of the cultivators had already heard of Lu Ping's dual identity as an alchemist and Lu Xuanling's direct disciple. Only then did they come to a realization. No wonder he has such a famous master. Lu Ping ignored the gazes of the immortals and casually responded to Shi Lingling. Hu Lili, who was beside him, knew that Lu Ping was low-key and didn't want to attract attention, so she pulled Shi Lingling over to Zheng Jie, who had just come down from the back of the Cyan Phoenix. Soon the three women began to sing. Hu Lili was very understanding. Lu Ping looked at Hu Lili gratefully as if their hearts were connected. Hu Lili also happened to look back at Lu Ping. The two of them smiled knowingly, understanding each other's thoughts from their gazes. A loud roar of magic power came from the horizon, and a huge flying ship came riding the wind and waves. On its side, a puppet carriage was traveling side by side with the flying ship. At this moment, a fire Qilin horse suddenly flashed out from behind the flying ship, and the rider on the horse shouted loudly. Who else could it be but Yao Yong? When they arrived in front of the Master Immortals, the cultivators all disembarked from their flying boats and carriages. They were arguing about which magic artifact had arrived first and how much of a lead they had along the way. "Junior brother Lu, when did you guys get ahead of us?" Yao Yong's surprised voice instantly drowned out the quarreling voices of the two patrol teams. Everyone's first reaction was that it was impossible. However, to their disappointment, the people standing behind the three leaders of the first patrol team were none other than Lu Ping and his group. "Hehe, I have a spirit beast that's good at flying." Lu Ping ignored everyone's shocked gazes and casually explained. Lu Qin was already in Lu Ping's spirit beast pouch. Since someone had already gotten ahead of them, there was no point in arguing anymore. They could only return to their respective teams in boredom. Li Yu and the others secretly hated Lu Ping for stealing their limelight. Lu Ping naturally wouldn't care about them. However, a person who got off the puppet carriage caught Lu Ping's attention. This person came out of the carriage and only glanced at Lu Ping once. However, this one glance attracted Lu Ping's attention. This person's gaze didn't reveal any obvious jealousy, envy, or admiration like the others. Instead, it was as deep as a pool of still water, deeply hiding his intentions. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. Lu Ping knew this person. His name was Yuan Zhan. In the past, he was defeated by Lu Ping in the grand competition of the True Spirit Side Courtyard. I didn't expect him to also come to Huangli Island. Lu Ping looked at Yuan Zhan, who was in the 6th layer of the blood condensation realm, walking expressionlessly into the middle of the 3rd patrol team. He had a feeling that Yuan Zhan was hiding something when he looked at him, but he couldn't tell what it was. He could only suppress this thought in his heart. The cultivators who were chasing after them also arrived. Qin Lian, Du Feng, and the others were slightly behind Yao Yong and the others. This also allowed the cultivators to see the strength of the 1st patrol team once again. After everyone arrived, they were about to ask for instructions on their next move. However, they noticed that the immortals leading the teams were all looking in the direction of the demon territory. Just when everyone was puzzled, Lu Ziyuan chuckled and said, "This group of demons has a keen sense of smell. They discovered us so quickly. It's not in vain that we waited here for so long." The other cultivators nodded in agreement. Lu Ping spread out his divine sense and discovered that the demon territory was filled with demonic aura. Clearly, a large number of demon beasts were heading in their direction. Lu Ping didn't have time to think about what method the immortals used to attract so many demon beasts. Lu Ziyuan shouted, "First patrol team, form the Tri-Elements 5 Elements formation, and prepare for battle." Lu Ping quickly met up with Zhang Zicheng and Hu Lili. The three of them formed a small Tri-Elements formation, occupying the east side of the first patrol team. The other team members also formed a small Tri-Elements formation, occupying the west, south and north sides. Then they formed a Tri-Elements formation with Lu Ziyuan, Fang Ziyan, and Du Zixing in the center, forming a larger 5 Elements formation. They were ready for battle with the demon beast. This was Jinling's Dao Soldier formation. Lu Ping had already seen the primordial giant crocodile's Dao Soldier formation. The overturned Sea's Gang Xianling sect, and West Hill Island's AI family all had their own Dao Soldier formation. Jinling's Dao Soldier formation was the Tri-Elements 5 Elements formation. Jinling's disciples had to practice it after entering the blood condensation realm and becoming an inner disciple of the sect. Lu Ping was no exception. However, this was the first time Lu Ping used it. The other 5C patrol troops also set up the same Dao Soldier formation. The 6 formations coordinated with each other and slowly pushed forward. They were not to defend and annihilate the enemy, but to give the demonic beasts a head-on blow. Fang Ziyan was a little worried when he saw Lu Ping, Zhang Zicheng, and Hu Lili forming the Tri-Elements formation. 2 of the other 3 teams had 2 7th-layer blood condensation disciples. The remaining team only had 1 7th-layer blood condensation disciple. The other 2 were 6th-layer blood condensation disciples, Zhong Jian and Ma Yu. Only Lu Ping's team had 2 5th-layer blood condensation disciples, and their leader, Lu Ping, was only a 6th-layer blood condensation disciple. Fang Ziyan wanted to remind Lu Ziyuan to regroup, but Lu Ziyuan smiled soundlessly and said, "Don't bother." Fang Ziyan had no choice but to look at Du Zixing. Unexpectedly, Du Zixing had the same idea as Lu Ziyuan. Du Zixing had no choice but to pay attention to Lu Ping's Tri-Elements formation to prevent it from being destroyed by the demon beasts. However, Lu Ping's Tri-Elements formation surprised Fang Ziyan. Lu Ping took the lead and summoned a pair of high-grade flying swords. He blocked more than half of the demon beast's attacks. Hu Lili and Zhang Zicheng only guarded behind Lu Ping. They even let go of the sides, allowing Lu Ping to defend and counterattack. The demonic beasts charging at them were mainly in the blood-refining realm and early blood condensation realm. Although their strength was not high, their numbers were huge. The small ternary formation was overwhelmed. The 3 immortals in the center formed a ternary formation, ready to provide reinforcements at any time. However, among the 4 Tri-Elements formations of the first patrol team, Lu Ping's Tri-Elements formation was impregnable. Although Fang Ziyan paid close attention to it several times, he did not have the chance to make a move. Lu Ping pointed with both hands, and the soaring wing sword slashed 64 times in front of him. 6 early blood condensation realm demon beasts and 1 mid-blood condensation realm demon beast that were attacking Lu Ping were instantly stained with blood. Out of the 7 demon beasts, 3 died and 4 were injured. Suddenly, 2 seaweeds rushed out of the water and entangled the 2 injured demon beasts that were trying to retreat behind Lu Ping. The 2 demon beasts struggled fiercely, but they could not break free. At this time, a mid-grade flying sword silently flew over and pierced into one of the demon beasts. The 3rd-layer blood condensation realm demon beast flipped over and landed on its belly. By the time the flying sword slashed at the other demon beast, the prawn had already broken free from Hu Lili's entanglement technique. However, it was too late. Zhang Zicheng's flying sword suddenly sped up and cut the escaping prawn demon in half. The wave of the sword is like water flowing into the sea, unstoppable. Lu Ping has comprehended the force realm to the point of perfection. One sword can split into 64 swords, which means he is very close to achieving 81 swords. Legend has it that the first stage of achieving the intent realm is sword refinement, and the minimum requirement for this stage is to split the sword into 81 swords. With this level of swordsmanship, he is only one step away from mastering the sword intent. Fang Ziyan looked at Lu Ping's swordsmanship in awe. No wonder everyone formed such a seemingly illogical ternary array. No wonder Senior Marshal Brother Lu Ziyuan and Senior Marshal Brother Lu Ziyuan advised him to ignore Lu Ping's swordsmanship. Lu Ping was simply too strong. Fang Ziyan believed that even if he were to fight against Lu Ping, he wouldn't be able to tell the outcome until they fought. The attack of the demon beasts only lasted for half an hour before it was defeated by the 6 patrol squads and 90 mid and late blood condensation realm cultivators. The cultivators clearly wanted to exterminate this wave of demon beasts, so the 6 patrol squads changed their formations. The first patrol squad changed from a small ternary formation to 3 smaller 5 elements formations that formed a triangular formation. Each 5-element formation was led by a cultivator. The other squads did the same. At the same time, the other 5 squads flanked the demon beasts from both sides. The first patrol squad was in the center of the encirclement, and the other 5 squads worked together to form a larger formation. At the same time, more than a dozen 8th and 9th layer blood condensation realm cultivators also joined the fray. Not a single demon beast survived the encirclement, and all of them were killed. When the battle ended, the victorious Junling cultivator let out a shout and cheered. Everyone started dissecting the demon beasts' corpses to retrieve the useful spiritual materials. After this wave of demon beasts dissected the spiritual materials, the cultivators earned several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Although each cultivator only received a few hundred spirit stones, this was their first time making a move, and they did not encounter much difficulty. Furthermore, there were many demon beasts in the demon race's territorial waters. Naturally, there was a bigger harvest waiting for them there. Chapter 152. A level 8 blood condensation demonic beast, a great white shark about 30 meters long, suddenly leaped out of the water. It opened its huge mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. It charged towards Lu Ping as if it wanted to swallow Lu Ping whole. Huangli Island's group arrived at the demon territory. After killing a wave of demonic beasts, the 6 patrol squads went their separate ways. Lu Ping's first patrol squad headed east. It was already the 7th day. During these 7 days, under Lu Ziyuan's leadership, the first patrol squad didn't hunt demonic beasts on a large scale. On the contrary, they avoided many demonic beast hordes until they discovered this group of shark demons. Sai, isn't it just killing a level 6 blood condensation realm shark demon? Is there a need to fight so desperately? Lu Ping thought angrily. Those 3 over there are much more ruthless than me. 3 level 7 blood condensation realm white sharks have already died in their hands. Why don't I fight them to the death? Demonic beasts are the typical type of people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Lu Ping couldn't care less about his own thoughts. Seeing that the great white shark was about to swallow him whole, Lu Ping had no choice but to release a dark cloud above his head. The great white shark didn't understand what was going on, but it still rammed into the cloud. However, it discovered that it was as if it had rammed into a ball of cotton. It lost track of the human cultivator who killed its son. There was no force around it, but it also felt as if there was a force around it. After the shark demon's huge impact was mitigated, the great white shark suddenly felt that its surroundings had become slippery again. The shark demon's huge body began to slide into the sea. In the dark clouds, a sword light flashed like a bolt of lightning, leaving a massive wound on the shark monster's body. With a loud putong sound, the great white shark that fell from the clouds created a massive splash. At the same time, a trail of bright red blood spread out along with the splash. A thick dark cloud was still floating above Lu Ping's head. Lu Ping looked at it with satisfaction. This was the top-grade defensive mystic instrument Lu Ping had obtained from the Blood Condensation Realm's cloudy sky. The shark demon, which had suffered a sneak attack from Lu Ping while falling, attacked Lu Ping again. Lu Ping's wound was bleeding, and the great white shark became even more violent. Lu Ping wanted to use landslide to smash this persistent shark into pieces. At the same time, he wanted to test the power of the top-grade landslide. However, in the past few days since entering the demon territory, Lu Ping's performance had been very eye-catching. Lu Ping couldn't bear to use another top-grade mystic instrument to destroy the fragile confidence of Yao Yong and the others. The shark demon's perseverance made it impossible for Lu Ping to kill it in a short period of time. At this moment, a jade plate was suddenly thrown into the sea below Lu Ping's feet. At the same time, 6 mid-grade spirit stones appeared around Lu Ping. The spirit stones exploded one by one, and the spirit energy they emitted suddenly formed an inexplicable connection with the jade plate below Lu Ping's feet. Lu Ping's divine sense suddenly became dazzled. At this moment, the great white shark pounced towards Lu Ping again. However, for some unknown reason, the direction of the great white shark's attack deviated slightly. As the great white shark pounced, its accompanying spells also struck the side of Lu Ping's body. It was as if the great white shark was hallucinating at this moment. Spell formation. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He easily dodged Lu Ping's attack and stabbed the great white shark's body with the soaring wing sword, creating 12 bloody holes in the shark's body. Lu Ping turned his head and saw Hu Lili concentrating on controlling an array plate in her hand. This jade plate was connected to the array plate below Lu Ping's feet. At this moment, Hu Lili was already sweating profusely. It was obvious that using this kind of hastily set up simple spell formation to control a late blood condensation great white shark was beyond Hu Lili's capabilities. Fortunately, the spell formation was only a support. The real combat power was still Lu Ping. The great white shark didn't notice that its attack missed. After being stabbed 12 bloody holes by Lu Ping, the excruciating pain caused the shark to swing its huge tail the moment it fell into the water, causing water to splash everywhere. Each water droplet contained a trace of demonic spiritual energy. Some of the water droplets whistled towards Lu Ping and Hu Lili's direction. Lu Ping waved his hands. The cloudy sky was like a flowing cloud stacking up in front of Hu Lili. The water droplets shot into the cloudy sky like a river flowing into the sea, silent. Lu Ping brandished the soaring wing sword. With a series of ping ping pang pang sounds, all the water droplets were blocked by him. Lu Ping didn't even have time to retract the soaring wing sword. From the side, a low sound of something coming out of the water could be heard. The shark demon had already charged over with killing intent. Fortunately, Hu Lili was using all her strength to activate the spell formation. The great white shark's direction was wrong. Lu Ping activated the wave-treading technique to avoid it. At the same time, he retracted the soaring wing sword. Unexpectedly, after the great white shark missed its attack, it suddenly turned its body in mid-air. The fin on its back extended by more than a foot. Demonic spiritual energy circulated around the fin. Under the sunlight, it flashed with a biting cold light as it slashed towards Lu Ping. At this moment, Lu Ping didn't have time to retract the cloudy sky. The soaring wing sword and the two swords combined. Lu Ping used all his strength to execute the Great River Flows East sword technique. He pushed his Fa to the extreme. 64 sword auras followed the soaring wing sword's trajectory and instantly hit the same spot at the root of the fin. Clang. Although the 64 sword auras came one after the other, they all hit the same spot in an instant. The sound of metal clashing mixed together and only this sound was left. A 3-foot-long triangular fin was chopped off by Lu Ping, and Lu Ping was also sent flying more than 100 feet away by the great white shark's impact. The soaring wing swords wailed in pain as the two of them left a deep gash on the sword. Lu Ping stabilized his body with great difficulty. His chest was still stuffy. Fortunately, he had the protection of the high-grade inner armor, so Lu Ping wasn't seriously injured. The great white shark suffered heavy injuries. Its huge body that was leaping in the air could no longer maintain its balance. It miserably fell into the water, creating a huge splash. The North Sea wave listening technique was quickly activated. A steady stream of Fa accompanied his blood vessels to replenish Lu Ping's entire body. The great white shark, which had already been repeatedly toyed with by Lu Ping, had already gone mad. The great white shark that had 2 layers of teeth opened its mouth and spat. The outer layer of 108 saw teeth shot towards Lu Ping's direction. It was this move again. It seemed that demonic beasts often refined the sharp teeth in their mouths into magic tools. These magic tools refined from teeth were like flying needles. They were a huge threat to all kinds of protective magic techniques. The range of their attack was large and extremely difficult to dodge. Hu Lili's formation also lost its effectiveness. Moreover, these sharp teeth could also combine together to form an even higher grade magic tool. It was very troublesome. Lu Ping withdrew the cloudy sky to protect his body. At the same time, the soaring wing sword formed a sword wave around the cloudy sky. It knocked away the sharp-toothed magic tools as much as possible, delaying the time it took for them to form a higher-grade magic tool. Just as Lu Ping dodged the sharp teeth, the great white shark turned its body sideways and swept its huge tail towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping jumped to avoid the great white shark's attack. At the same time, the soaring wing sword left 2 3-feet-long wounds on the shark demon's body. The shark's tail swept through the air. However, its tail fin flashed with a luster. A glittering water blade flew out from it and slashed towards the other side. Not good, I was fooled. Lu Ping turned pale with fright. The direction in which the water blade flew towards was Hu Lili's position. What a cunning great white shark. In this kind of situation, it still did not lose its rationality. After the human cultivator dodged its attack several times in a row, the shark demon finally felt that something was wrong. The biggest suspect was the human female cultivator hiding behind this human cultivator. At this time, because Lu Ping dodged the great white shark's attack, he had already fallen to the other side. It was already too late to rescue Hu Lili. In a moment of desperation, Lu Ping shot out a cyan ray of light from his hand. At this time, the great white shark also had no time to dodge. It could only take the attack head-on. Originally, the great white shark believed that although this human cultivator was powerful, under the protection of its own astral energy, the high-grade magic artifact in the human cultivator's hand would only be able to inflict a few more wounds on it. As long as it could kill the human female cultivator on the other side, it would have a chance to fight against this human cultivator. However, after the cyan sword light in Lu Ping's hand slashed out, the shark demon suddenly issued a terrified roar. Its magic power surged and it tried its best to fall towards the surface of the sea. However, Lu Ping did not give it the opportunity. The cyan sword light flashed and disappeared. The astral energy on the surface of the great white shark's body did not have the slightest effect. Its tyrannical Yao body became extremely fragile and the great white shark was cut into two by Lu Ping. At this time, Hu Lili, who had been hiding behind Lu Ping, was facing the biggest crisis since entering the demon race's sea area. The great white shark tried every possible way to divert Lu Ping away from the front in order to kill this human female cultivator who had been causing trouble for it. The spiritual power fluctuations contained in the water blade made Hu Lili's complexion turn pale. Fortunately, she did not lose her reason. A mid-grade wooden shield was put in front of her. At the same time, her hand shot out two mid-grade crystal talismans that Lu Ping had given her. This water blade was the white shark's all-out attack. Naturally, its power was huge. The two crystal shields formed by the crystal talismans were instantly shattered by the water blade. The mid-grade wooden shield was also cut into pieces. Hu Lili only had time to shoot out a wooden vine technique before she was cut by the water blade. Lu Ping's eyes were bloodshot. He flew towards Hu Lili, who had been sent flying by the water blade, and held her in his arms. Then he landed on the magic cloud. Lu Ping saw that Hu Lili's pretty face was pale and there was blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. He hurriedly checked her injuries. However, he found that only her internal organs had been shaken. Her injuries were not serious. Lu Ping did not have time to think clearly. Seeing that Hu Lili was not seriously injured, he let out a long sigh of relief. He repeatedly said, "Fortunately, fortunately." However, he heard Hu Lili giggle and say, "You forgot about the high-grade inner armor." Lu Ping suddenly realized what was going on. It was only then that he saw a big cut on Hu Lili's clothes around her abdomen. The golden glow of her inner armor had dimmed a little, but it was still flowing with spiritual energy. On the surface of the sea, the cultivators of the first patrol squad had the upper hand in the battle against the sharks. However, it would still take some time for them to completely annihilate this group of monsters. Lu Ping did not allow Hu Lili to interfere no matter what. He left behind the best healing pills and instructed her to recuperate on the magic cloud. Lu Ping dismounted from the magic cloud, but he was still worried. He decided to summon Yin Tian to surround the magic cloud, making it look like a dome made of clouds. The sharks had lost an 8th-layer blood condensation realm leader, and Lu Ping was a new force. With the addition of 1 9th-layer blood condensation realm and 2 8th-layer blood condensation realm cultivators, the first patrol squad finally managed to kill all 12 sharks. Chapter 153. Harvests were always exciting moments. Among the 12 white sharks, 6 of them were at the late blood condensation realm. The shark demons had a lot of good stuff on them. For example, the shark demon's fangs were excellent spiritual materials for forging magic tools. Niu Dezhuang, who got 72 fangs, was already pestering Chen Lian to forge a high-grade magic tool, a mace. This guy was very interested in violent weapons. Shark demon's fins were not only good ingredients for cultivators, but Lu Ping also had a few pill recipes that used shark fins as ingredients. The shark monster's fins and tail were also extraordinary. At the very least, Lu Ping's soaring wing swords weren't able to gain the upper hand. Especially the dorsal fin that Lu Ping had chopped off with all his might. Lu Ping had already kept it away. Haha, look at this. With Chen Lian's help, Zhong Jian and Ma Yu killed a 7th-level blood condensation realm shark demon. There were actually 7 condensed blood pearls in it. Zhong Jian and Ma Yu were both at the peak of the 6th-level blood condensation realm, only 1 step away from the late blood condensation realm. Although the condensed blood pearls didn't match their cultivation techniques, they could still exchange them for condensed blood pearls that they needed. After this hunting mission, the two of them would definitely break through to the late blood condensation realm. The group hid in the monster territory for several days until they discovered and eliminated the group of shark monsters. Naturally, Lu Ping and the others realized that Lu Ziyuan and the other two senior martial brothers were carrying a secret mission from the sect. Just like Lu Ziyuan, Zhong Jian was also a disciple of perfected master Guo Xianshan. Although he was only an in-name disciple, he had a good relationship with Lu Ziyuan, and Lu Ziyuan also took good care of this little junior brother. Zhong Jian saw that everyone had finished collecting the spoils of war and Lu Ziyuan had instructed everyone to rest on a coral reef, so he came over and asked, "Fourth senior brother, we've been concealing our tracks these few days, is it because of this group of shark demons?" Everyone had their own questions. Hearing Zhong Jian's question, everyone who was recovering their arcane energy turned to look at him. Lu Ziyuan laughed. "Everyone can see it, but you just can't hold it in." Zhong Jian smiled embarrassedly. Fang Xian, who was next to him, said with a smile, "Since the mission has been completed, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Do you still remember the battle that made Han Weiyun famous by Xianling sect as one of the 18 Northern Sea generals?" When everyone heard Fang Xian mention Han Weiyun, they all laughed. Speaking of this Han Weiyun, after being besieged by the demonic beasts, Xianling sect praised him as a hero who turned the tide of the battle. Even though he was defeated, he still had a glorious image. Because of this, Xianling sect managed to become one of the North Sea's 18 generals. As a result, Xianling sect also occupied 2 seats in the 18 generals of the North Sea's 18 generals, keeping up with Zhenling. Han Weiyun did not disappoint them. He performed outstandingly in the following few expeditions to hunt demon beasts. However, not long after, the Fury Ocean clan of the Overflowing Seas gang spread the news that Han Weiyun was able to escape from the demon soldiers' encirclement because, in order to escape, he had thrown down the dozens of rogue cultivators who had followed him as bait, attracting the attention of the demon soldiers. On the contrary, Ai Buotao of West Hill Island did not abandon the rogue cultivators who had followed him. The title of North Sea's 18 generals was well deserved. When the news spread, the North Sea's cultivation world was in an uproar. Many cultivators did not believe the Overflowing Seas gang's words due to its bad reputation. Moreover, Xianling sect was the leader of the North Sea's cultivation world. Why would they support such a disciple? However, the Overflowing Seas gang swore that it was true. Moreover, there was another person involved, Ai Buotao of West Hill Island, who was also one of the 18 generals of the North Sea. Of course, Ai Buotao knew the truth. When Xianling sect promoted Han Weiyun to the sect leader position, they had also kindly reminded the Ai family. In return, when Xianling sect promoted Han Weiyun, they also praised Ai Buotao, causing Ai Buotao's reputation to rise to another level in the North Sea. Correspondingly, the Ai family in West Hill Island also benefited a lot. After Han Weiyun's plot was exposed, Ai Buotao could only choose to remain silent in the face of many cultivators' questions. This was because many of the rogue cultivators who had followed him out of the encirclement had followed him. Firstly, they were grateful to him for saving their lives. Secondly, Xianling sect had already started to promote Han Weiyun. Because the rogue cultivators knew the truth, they were afraid that they would be killed by Xianling sect, so they could only seek protection from the Ai family. If Ai Buotao denied the news about the Overflowing Seas gang, the cultivators who followed him would definitely be bitterly disappointed. They might even choose to leave because they were afraid that the Ai family would compromise with Xianling sect. More importantly, the Overflowing Seas gang chose to reveal the truth a year after the incident. In this year, as Ai Buotao's reputation rose, more and more cultivators followed him. As one of the achievements that made him famous, almost all of the cultivators who followed him knew the truth. Ai Buotao wanted to win people's hearts, so this matter could not be denied. Ai Buotao's silence was equivalent to tacitly agreeing that Han Weiyun abandoned the North Sea rogue cultivators to escape. Naturally, Han Weiyun faced the criticism of the North Sea cultivators. Of course, there was also the possibility that Zhenling and the other sects were adding fuel to the fire. Xianling sect's reputation in the North Sea suffered another blow. The West Tomb Islands Ai family's relationship with Xianling sect plummeted. Xianling sect kept making things difficult for Ai Buotao. Ai Buotao's days were not good, but he won the sincere support of the cultivators who followed him. After that, there was news that after Han Weiyun became one of the North Sea's 18 generals, he went out to sea several times to hunt demonic beasts. Among the cultivators who accompanied him, there were a few Xianling 9th layer blood condensation realm experts. More than half of Han Weiyun's battle achievements were thanks to these experts. The overflowing seas gang stirred up the North Sea into an uproar, but they themselves disappeared without a trace. Fang Xian brought up Han Weiyun's matter because ever since the demon soldiers set up an ambush for human cultivators in the monster territory outside Autumn Cloud Island, the demonic beasts in that area became rampant. They killed human cultivators in a frenzy and collected their blood as food. No cultivators near Autumn Cloud Island dared to go out to sea from there. Recently, the demonic cultivators in that area began to spread to the various powers' territories in the North Sea. They formed a large group of demonic beasts and planned a large-scale attack on the cultivators who ventured deep into the monster territory. Many half-transformed demonic cultivators kept clamoring to collect human blood as food. Junling had his own sources of information and discovered that there was a mastermind behind the demonic beasts' rampage. These demonic beasts hunted cultivators on a large scale in the North Sea and collected blood as food. At the same time, they also made contact with many enlightened demonic cultivators. This time, the group of shark demons that Junling ambushed was a group that had received orders to contact the enlightened demonic cultivators. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Lu Ping and the rest began to focus on recovering their arcane energy. Hu Lily's injuries were not serious. Moreover, she had the essence-augmenting pill that Lu Ping gave her. Moreover, she was only assisting Lu Ping during the ambush, so she did not expend much arcane energy. Hence, Hu Lily was in charge of keeping watch. Half a day later, not only did Lu Ping recover his arcane energy, he also cultivated for a while. Satisfied, he stopped the circulation of the North Sea wave listening technique. Recently, in the process of hunting demonic beasts, Lu Ping discovered that every battle stimulated his potential, and his arcane energy would improve. After opening his eyes, Lu Ping was instantly startled. In front of him, a dozen pairs of eyes were staring at him with intense envy, jealousy, and hatred. Even the usually steady elder immortal Lu Ziyuan was no exception. Lu Ping turned to look at Hu Lily, only to see her playfully sticking out her tongue and making a funny face. Hu Lily had always displayed her mature and graceful side in front of Lu Ping. This time, Lu Ping was mesmerized by her rare girlish demeanor. Zhong Jian pretended to cough twice and waved his hand in front of Lu Ping's eyes. Ahem, junior martial brother Lu? Come back to your senses, come back to your senses. Lu Ping calmly turned his head and looked at Zhong Jian. Surprisingly, there wasn't the slightest trace of embarrassment on his face. Instead, it scared Zhong Jian. He quickly said, Junior martial brother Lu, senior martial sister Hu Lily is right there. You don't have to look at me like that. Lu Ping helplessly looked at Ma Yu who was beside him. Ma Yu smiled and said, All right, don't make fun of junior martial brother Lu. Then he turned to Lu Ping and asked, Junior martial brother Lu, your cultivation is too extravagant. I know that junior martial brother Lu is rich, but can you bear to cultivate like this? It turned out that after everyone began their recovery cultivation, Lu Ping first placed a white praying mat under his body. The praying mat was engraved with complicated spirit arrays. Obviously it was a high-grade spirit gathering praying mat. Then Lu Ping put a water-attributed blood spirit pill in his mouth. Then he held a mid-grade spirit stone in each hand and began to cultivate. After Lu Ping started to circulate his spiritual power, an ancient jade pendant hanging on Lu Ping's waist suddenly emitted a purple light. A purple cloud spread out and surrounded Lu Ping. While absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi, there was also a calming aura surging around, allowing cultivators to enter the state of cultivation faster and increase the effect of cultivation. Compared to Lu Ping's extravagant cultivation method, the members of the first patrol team only swallowed a pill, some used a mid-grade spirit stone, and some only used a handful of low-grade spirit stones. Even Lu Ziyuan, Du Zixing, and the others only swallowed a pill and used 2 mid-grade spirit stones. At the same time, everyone also discovered that Lu Ping's extravagant cultivation method took longer than everyone else's. This meant that Lu Ping's spiritual power was more profound than everyone else's. This was the only reason why Lu Ping needed so much time to recover. After coming to this conclusion, everyone was once again speechless at Lu Ping's strength. No wonder he was able to stay in the Monster Sea region for 5 years. No wonder he was respected by Master Jiang and Master Lu, and was even accepted as a personal disciple by Master Lu Xianling when he was still in the mid-blood condensation realm. No wonder he was able to fight against an 8th-layer blood condensation realm demonic beast. Lu Ping felt awkward being stared at by everyone. At the same time, he was secretly wary of being too ostentatious. Fortunately, the first patrol team was on their own now. Everyone, including Master Immortal Lu, was on good terms with him. Yao Yong, Zhong Jian and the others were his good friends. If he cultivated like this in front of others, he might attract unwanted attention. Seeing Lu Ping's uneasiness, Lu Ziyuan took out a jade slip and said, "This is the reward we obtained from the 9th layer blood condensation realm shark demon. Demonic beasts rarely use jade slips to transmit information. Most of them use jade slips after they transform into enlightened beings. It seems like we have gained a lot from this operation." Everyone hurried Lu Ziyuan to check the contents of the jade slip. Lu Ziyuan released his divine sense and tore the seal on the jade slip. Suddenly he shouted, "Not good." A ball of light suddenly shot out from the jade slip and flew towards the east. Lu Ziyuan, Du Ziyuan and Fang Qiu couldn't stop it in time. Lu Ziyuan looked at the jade slip in his hand and said hurriedly, "This is a jade slip that was engraved with divine sense. On the outside, it was engraved with a sealing array formation to disguise it. Once the array formation is broken with divine sense, the warning array formation will be activated. The ball of light just now is a warning array formation to the nearby enlightened beings. We need to leave quickly. If we are too late, the enlightened beings will catch up to us." Chapter 154. A blood condensation cultivator's divine sense couldn't detect a jade slip inscribed by a core forging enlightened master. Lu Ziyuan failed to detect the jade slip and instead triggered the warning talisman sealed in the jade slip. Lu Du and Fang quickly called for everyone to leave. If they were too late, they might encounter a core forging enlightened master. The cultivators ran south in panic, but they were too late. In just half an hour, a deep roar came from the sea. The roar got closer and more frequent. The roar was like a command. While the group was escaping, monster beasts jumped out of the sea to block their way. Even though these demonic beasts were only in the blood refining realm or early blood condensation realm and were easily killed by the group, they still managed to slow down the group's speed. Finally, after Lu Ziyuan killed a mid-stage blood condensation realm crab, a green-clothed cultivator appeared on the sea behind them. 8 azure tentacles danced behind Brother Tsing-yi as if he was taking a stroll in the park. He only took one step, but the distance between him and the group was shortened by a large margin. Lu Ziyuan's pupils shrank. He looked at the blue tentacles behind Brother Tsing-yi and said coldly, "Divine sense manifestation. He really is a core forging enlightened master." Seeing that Brother Tsing-yi was about to catch up to them, Lu Ziyuan shouted, "Formation!" At the same time he took out a sound-transmitting magic sword from his storage bag, whispered a few words and threw it out. The magic sword flashed in the air. It was obviously a core forging enlightened master's weapon. Brother Tsing-yi didn't stop it. Instead, he walked to the front of the formation and asked, "Did you kill the Golden Jiao Island's messenger?" A huge aura pressed down on the group. Everyone's breathing stagnated. Lu Ping had faced the aura of a mid-stage core forging enlightened master, Xian Jing. He was much stronger than Brother Tsing-yi, so he didn't mind. Lu Ziyuan said solemnly, "Junior and the others have indeed killed several shark monsters." Brother Tsing-yi said, "Then the jade slip that Golden Flood Dragon Island master gave me is also with you?" Lu Ziyuan knew these things and couldn't deny it, so he said, "Yes." When Brother Tsing-yi saw Lu Ziyuan's straightforward answer, he chuckled and said, "You do have some guts. Now I'll give you 2 options. One is to return the jade slip to me. If I'm happy, I might take you as my servants and let you live. The second option is to use this formation to exchange blows with me. You just sent out a sound-transmitting magic sword, so you should be asking for help. Let's see if you can persevere under my attack until help arrives." Lu Ziyuan didn't even think about it and said, "This junior chooses the second option." Brother Tsing-yi was still smiling. "I knew you wouldn't shed a tear until you see the coffin." He had only just said that when the cyan-robed cultivator casually waved his hand and the 8 blue tentacles waving about behind him abruptly merged into one. The merged tentacle suddenly elongated and it smashed towards the cultivators within the magic array. Lu Ziyuan controlled the formation, and the arcane energy of the 15 people converged under the effect of the 3 elements 5 elements formation. Lu Ziyuan's 9th layer blood condensation realm cultivation rose steadily, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. When he saw the blue tentacle coming towards him, he used his top-grade mountain-splitting axe and chopped at 5 different parts of the blue tentacle. His aura was no less powerful than Brother Tsing-yi's. The cyan-clothed cultivator let out a cry of surprise. Clearly, the power of this magic array had exceeded his expectations. However, the cyan-clothed cultivator did not mind. His blue tentacle nimbly shook off the mountain-splitting axe's attack and swept towards Hu Lily, who was inside the magic array. Clearly, the cyan-clothed cultivator had discovered that the injured Hu Lili was the weakest link of the magic array. The formation quickly changed. Lu Ziyuan pointed at the seawater, and a stream of seawater turned into a water snake that coiled around the blue tentacle. The blue tentacle fiercely shook, shattering the water snake into a rain of water. However, the blue tentacle was blocked, and Lu Ziyuan had already directed the array formation to move away from the blue tentacle's attack range. The blue tentacle's attack missed. "Oh," the green-robed cultivator said, "so it's the Zhenling Sect's Dao Soldier formation, the 3 elements 5 elements formation. This is interesting. If you hand over that jade slip to me, I'll let you go. How about it?" Brother Tsingyi was clearly afraid of Zhenling's power, so he took a step back. Lu Ziyuan said resolutely, "Please forgive me, senior. This is impossible." Brother Tsingyi's expression changed. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you really think I can't do anything to you, Zhenling's formation?" Brother Tsingyi was angry, and the 8 blue tentacles behind him were immediately wrapped in a layer of grayish-white. The 8 tentacles suddenly lost their previous power as they waved. Lu Ziyuan said with a dignified expression, "It's actually the one with the tool and will. It seems that this Yao cultivator has not condensed a magic weapon. However, the power of the one with the tool and will is not inferior to the power of a magic weapon." As soon as Lu Ziyuan's voice fell, the 8 tentacles danced chaotically, and smashed toward the 3 elements 5 elements formation from different directions. Lu Ziyuan chopped horizontally with his mountain-splitting axe, and blocked 2 tentacles in a row. The grayish-white tentacles were weak, and although the power of the mountain-splitting axe was huge, the tentacles were not damaged at all. Lu Ziyuan was shocked. Each tentacle was a top-grade magic weapon, and the 8 tentacles were 8 top-grade magic weapons. Under the unity of the green-robed immortal's divine thoughts, the power was equivalent to 8 magic weapons. Lu Ziyuan hurriedly turned his head to look at the others. Du and Feng worked together to block 2 tentacles, but they were shocked by the strange power of the tentacles, and the mana in their bodies was tumbling, and they almost lost control. Yao Yong, Du Feng, and the others worked together to block 3 of the remaining 5 tentacles, but each of them was bleeding from the corner of their mouth. Obviously they had suffered internal injuries. However, they did not leave their positions, so their injuries were obviously not serious. Lu Ping's soaring wing swords danced in the air and a strong arcane energy surged into his body. Lu Ping knew this was the power of the array formation. It allowed everyone in the array formation to temporarily borrow the arcane energy of others to block attacks from outside the array formation. The soaring wing swords were like 2 fluttering butterflies, flying around one of the tentacles that was coming for Hu Lili. The sword lights shuttled back and forth like fluttering snowflakes, flickering with a sparkling luster as they stuck to the tentacle. The tentacle was abnormally agile. Every time the soaring wing sword came into contact with it, it would be bounced back. However, after over 100 sword beams slashed at the tentacle finally deviated from its target and swept away nothing. Just as Lu Ping repelled a tentacle, he heard a few screams behind him. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat, and when he turned his head to look, he saw Niu Dezhuang, Zhengjie, Zhang Zicheng, and Hu Lili working together to resist the last tentacle, but they were whipped away by the cyan-robed man. Niu Dezhuang and Zhang Zicheng were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Their mouths were full of blood in the air, and the 2 magic artifacts they used to resist were also shattered. Zhengjie and Hu Lili were slightly better off, only their magic artifacts were broken, and Hu Lili was protected by her inner armor, so her injuries were the lightest. Just as the 4 of them were about to be caught by the waving tentacle, suddenly, 8 tentacles made of seawater rose from the surface of the sea. These 8 tentacles wrapped around the incoming tentacle, and in an instant the 8 pillars of water were broken. However, it was at this moment that Niu Dezhuang and the others were rescued by Lu Ziyuan and the others. With the crystal bowl in hand, Lu Ping quickly met up with Lu Ziyuan and the others. The Tri-Elements 5 Elements formation had been broken, and Niu Dezhuang and the others were seriously injured. Lu Ping could only form a broken formation with Lu Ziyuan and the others. Lu Ping used the top-grade crystal bowl that he had obtained from Yuan Shikong of the Overflowing Ocean sect to launch a surprise attack from the side, but he could only entangle one tentacle for a moment. The green-clothed Taoist master saw that Lu Ping and the others were still stubbornly standing in formation. He sneered disdainfully, "Ignorant fools." The 8 tentacles behind him attacked from different directions. This time he used his full strength. Just as everyone was preparing to fight to the death, a sudden clap of thunder sounded in the sky. The 8 waving ash-gray tentacles were struck by lightning falling from the sky, and began to tremble as if they were convulsing. The green-clothed Taoist cried out in alarm, and retreated one after another. The surface of the 8 ash-gray tentacles flashed with blue light, and the spasming tentacles immediately recovered. They danced in front of the green-clothed Taoist, protecting him. Lu Ping and the others were planning to fight to the death, but who knew that after a burst of lightning, a 3-foot-long peachwood sword would appear in front of everyone. The sword's tip flickered with lightning, and it pointed at the green-clothed Taoist from afar. "Who is it?" the green-clothed Taoist asked in a stern voice. "Humph." A cold snort sounded, and a streak of light flashed in front of everyone. A Junling cultivator in his 30s had already appeared in front of everyone. The peachwood sword let out a light hum, and it spun happily above the newcomer's head. Lu Ping and the others were overjoyed. The newcomer was Taoist Yang Xuanmu, whom they had met on Huangli Island. "I am Yang Xuanmu, a cultivator of the Jinling Profoundwood Mansion. You must be the North Sea Demon cultivator, Taoist Zhang Bao? You actually dared to attack a blood condensation cultivator? It seems that you are disregarding our agreement," Taoist Yang Xuanmu coldly said. "What a joke," the green-clothed Taoist said sternly. "Killing a few blood condensation minor repairs is nothing. If you want to stop me today, I will kill you as well." With that said, the 8 tentacles behind the green-clothed Taoist swept towards Taoist Yang Xuanmu. The 8 tentacles moved in an orderly manner, as if forming a formation, surrounding Taoist Yang Xuanmu in the middle of the 8 tentacles. 2 majestic auras soared into the sky, scaring away the clouds in the sky. Lu Ziyuan shouted, "Retreat." Lu Ping pulled Hu Lili to his side. The other injured cultivators were also supported by Yao Yong and the others, and they quickly distanced themselves from the area where the 2 Taoists were fighting. Just as everyone retreated 100 zhang away, a deafening roar of magic came from behind them. The aftershock of the battle spread out, and the coral island that everyone had just rested on completely collapsed into the sea. The seawater was pushed by a powerful force, forming huge waves that were tens of zhang high, chasing after everyone like a tsunami. Lu Ping and the others retreated a distance of 5 li before they were able to avoid the area where the 2 Taoists were fighting. At this time, there were no traces of the 2 Taoists on the surface of the sea. Only 8 huge tentacles could be seen waving in the sky like whips. At the same time, a ball of lightning kept flashing in the middle of the tentacles. Chapter 155. This was Lu Ping's first time fighting with a core forging enlightened master. It was also the first time he saw a battle between core forging enlightened masters. The shock brought by the enlightened masters made Lu Ping realize the insurmountable gap between the blood condensation realm and the core forging realm. The battle between the 2 enlightened masters didn't last for too long. The lightning ball representing Yang Xianmu suddenly exploded, and blue lightning flashed in all directions. The 8 tentacles were hit once again, and a magnificent sword light pierced through the cage formed by the tentacles. The surface of the sword light flickered with electric sparks, and the cage was completely broken. A mournful howl resounded, and the 8 heavily wounded tentacles swung backward in unison. A green shadow flashed in the sky and disappeared, only leaving behind an unwilling roar. "Yang Xuanmu, I was defeated by you today because I haven't condensed my natal magic treasure yet. When we meet again in the future, I will definitely take revenge for this enmity." A clear voice was heard, "Take care, enlightened Master Zhang. I will be waiting for you." The aftermath of the battle dissipated, and enlightened Master Yang arrived on the sea. Lu Ping followed Lu Ziyuan and the others to greet him. After listening to Lu Ziyuan's narration, enlightened Master Yang took the jade slip in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. Everyone saw enlightened Master Yang's solemn expression and didn't dare to speak. After a while, enlightened Master Yang put away the jade slip and turned to look at Lu Ping strangely, which made Lu Ping feel puzzled. Enlightened Master Yang smiled at Lu Ziyuan and said, "It seems like it's just as our sect expected. The demon beasts in the demon territory have been behaving strangely recently. It's really Golden Jiao Island's doing behind the scenes. I already know about this. Our sect's original plan remains unchanged. Continue to hunt in the demon territory and move south at the same time. You must reach the demon territory outside Autumn Cloud Island before July. The sect will inform you of the next step of your mission." Lu Ziyuan, Du Zixing and Fang Ziyan nodded in agreement. Obviously they already knew about this. After enlightened Master Yang instructed the 3, he turned to look at Lu Ping with a strange expression and asked, "You're Lu Ping?" The mid-stage blood condensation realm alchemy grandmaster under martial uncle Lu Ziping? Lu Ping did not understand and could only answer, "This junior is Lu Ziping." Taoist Master Yang chuckled and said, "Did you kill the fourth son of the island master of Golden Flood Dragon Island?" Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the seventh layer blood condensation realm primordial crocodile he killed. The other three primordial crocodiles called it Old Four. Could this crocodile be the fourth son of the Golden Jiao Dragon Island Lord? Lu Ping didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse, but from Taoist Yang's tone, this Golden Flood Dragon Island was obviously the location of a tyrannical force. To him it was definitely not a good thing. Lu Ping hesitated for a moment before replying, "Junior killed a seventh layer blood condensation realm primordial crocodile about a year ago." Hiss. Before Lu Ping could finish his words, Yao Yong and the others had already sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Lu Ziyuan and the others had looks of disbelief on their faces. Over a year ago? This brat is only at the fifth layer of the blood condensation realm. He actually killed a seventh layer blood condensation realm primordial crocodile? One had to know that the primordial crocodile enjoyed the same status as the green sea snake in the monster race. A seventh layer blood condensation realm primordial crocodile was considered invincible among its peers. Even eighth layer blood condensation realm cultivators were no match for it. Yet, Lu Ping killed it in a one-on-one fight. Lu Ping didn't know how to react to everyone's strange gazes. Fortunately, Taoist Master Yang Xuanmu laughed and said, "It's really you," as expected of martial Uncle Lu's disciple. Immediately after, Yang Xuanmu's smile disappeared. He patted Lu Ping's shoulder and said, "Junior brother, you're in trouble." After saying that, he crushed the jade slip he obtained from the shark demon. The jade slip shattered and formed a water screen in midair. On the water screen was a portrait of a person. The portrait was extremely lifelike. Who else could it be but Lu Ping? Taoist Master Yang Xuanmu said in a serious tone, "Junior brother Lu, the Golden Jiao Island's lord has a lot of influence in the North Sea monster race. You killed his youngest son, so this portrait is your wanted poster. You'll be rewarded with an artifact. Junior brother, you'll have to face the endless pursuit of monster beasts." Lu Ziyuan saw that Lu Ping was at a loss, so he quickly asked, "Senior brother Yang, what do you think we should do?" Taoist Master Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Junior brother Lu, it's best for you to return to Huangli Island first. After all, if you're exposed, not only will you attract the monster cultivator's pursuit, I'm afraid it will also disrupt the hunting plans of our sect and the North Sea sections." Du Zixing had some friendship with Lu Ping. Years ago, Lu Ping had risked his life to help him stop the Cultivator Sharing Union's leader, Zhang Jiha, when he was only in the blood refining realm, allowing him to make a contribution to the sect. Now that he heard that Lu Ping was wanted by the monster cultivators, he also voiced out his concerns. "Taoist Master Yang, we've already been in the monster race's sea for several days. If we let junior brother Lu return now, he'll inevitably encounter monster beasts. I'm afraid the wanted poster has already spread among the monster beasts. If he runs into a monster cultivator who knows about this, wouldn't junior brother Lu be a sheep walking into a tiger's den?" Taoist Master Yang thought for a moment and said, "Fine. Here's a small item. Junior brother, take it and wear it on your face. It can change your appearance. As long as no monster cultivator uses their divine sense to examine it carefully, it should be able to conceal your appearance." Lu Ping took a mask made of unknown materials and stuck it on his face. Suddenly he turned into a red-faced man in his 40s. His facial expressions could be expressed according to Lu Ping's will. It was truly a marvelous skill. However, this mask could not conceal the divine sense. If others used their divine sense to observe carefully, they could easily discover Lu Ping's true appearance. Yao Yong was anxious. Seeing that Lu Ping had concealed his appearance, he said happily, "If that's the case, doesn't that mean junior brother Lu can continue to carry out the hunting mission with us?" In the past few days, everyone had a rough understanding of Lu Ping's strength. If Lu Ping could continue to stay with the team, he would indeed be a great help. Chen Lian and the others were also delighted. "No." Taoist Master Yang and Lu Ziyuan said almost at the same time. Yao Yong was shocked by the harsh tone of the two, but he still murmured, "Why not?" Seeing that Yao Yong was puzzled, Lu Ping quickly explained, "Senior brother, Taoist Master Yang's mask can't conceal the divine sense. What's more, there are some strange magical secret techniques among the monster beasts that can easily see through this disguise. Senior brother and the others still have to continue the mission in the demon race's sea region. The demon race's sea region is full of danger. We must not take risks. In the sky above the vast and boundless sea, a white cloud seemed to be drifting with the sea breeze. This white cloud constantly changed its shape, but it circled around the nearby sea area. Then a red-faced man stood on the cloud and slowly descended. Fortunately, there are no major changes in this sea region. The red-faced man casually made a water-repelling technique and came to the bottom of a coral reef. There was a cave here. It seemed that no monster had lived here for a long time. The red-faced man reached out and wiped his face. A mask as thin as a cicada's wing fell into his hand. The red-faced man had turned into Lu Ping. Chapter 156. This was the crab demon's lair that Lu Ping had used to hide in the demon territory for 5 years. After Lu Ping left with Lu Ziyuan and the rest, he did not return to Huangli Island. Apart from his reluctance to return, Lu Ping was also curious about Golden Jiao Island's conspiracy and the North Sea sect's purpose for this large-scale hunt. Moreover, he had Lu Qin's repeated pleas. Although the blue phoenix Lu Qin had submitted to Lu Ping and become his spirit pet mount, she was still an arrogant demon bird. Other than Lu Ping, she did not even care about the green sea snake. Only the sly De Bao could chat with her. Such an arrogant fellow suddenly begging Lu Ping again and again naturally attracted Lu Ping's attention. After a simple conversation with Lu Qin, Lu Ping understood that she wanted revenge. There was a late blood condensation red mantis bird here. It was the leader of this generation's demonic beast territory and was the 8th demon general under Taoist Jin Li of the Golden Scale Manor. This demon bird was Lu Qin's mortal enemy. After her parents passed away, Lu Qin inherited her parents' lair. There was a miniature spirit vein inside, and it was this spirit vein that allowed her to advance to the mid-blood condensation realm in just a few decades. However, news of the spirit vein in Lu Qin's lair was somehow discovered by the red mantis bird. Relying on Taoist Jin Li's influence and the fact that the red mantis bird's cultivation was higher than Lu Qin's, the red mantis bird banished Lu Qin from her territory and forcefully occupied her lair. Lu Qin relied on her slightly superior flying speed to escape from the red mantis bird's claws. After wandering around the nearby demonic beast territory, the exhausted Lu Qin fought a few times with the vengeful Lu Ping. Finally, she was captured alive by Lu Ping with a hungry beast pill and became Lu Ping's spirit beast. Lu Ping did not expect Lu Qin to have such an encounter. He recalled that when Lu Ping left this place 5 years ago, it was because Lu Ping had been killing the nearby mid-blood condensation demonic beasts that a late blood condensation demonic beast general came to investigate. Was the red mantis bird the one who came to investigate? It seemed he had no choice but to help. Lu Qin submitted to Lu Ping partly through coercion. If Lu Ping helped the blue phoenix take revenge for the red mantis bird's lair, he would be able to gain Lu Qin's complete loyalty. Not to mention, the mini-spirit vein in the nest was also something Lu Ping coveted. Just the mini-spirit vein alone was enough for him to plot against the red mantis bird. Lu Qin let out a long howl and carried Lu Ping back to his old lair. Not only had Lu Ping transformed into a burly man with a red face, but his cultivation base was also only at the 3rd layer blood condensation realm. This was the incomplete, spirit-concealing art that Lu Ping had obtained from the blood condensation realm vault. After Lu Ping obtained the incomplete secret technique, he naturally understood its value. Hence, he had been studying and cultivating it. Now, he could conceal 30% of his cultivation base without being discovered by cultivators with stronger divine senses than him. Lu Qin was in high spirits after receiving Lu Ping's promise to help her. She sang loudly along the way. This area was the territory of mid- and low-level blood condensation demonic beasts. Seeing a peak 6th layer blood condensation demonic beast flying past, no one dared to stop her. Everyone became Lu Dagui's kin. Lu Qin's lair was located on a small island a few miles away. Lu Qin's battle intent was high, and she let out a long, provocative roar that spread far and wide. Lu Ping's expression was solemn. He clapped his hands lightly and stopped Lu Qin's provocation. Lu Qin was unhappy, but she did not dare to disobey Lu Ping. The two of them approached the island silently. When Lu Qin got closer, she finally understood why Lu Ping stopped her. On the surface of the sea not far from the island, low rumbling sounds could be heard. Clearly there were people fighting there. Lu Ping thought for a moment and ordered Lu Qin to land on the island first. With Lu Qin leading the way, Lu Ping arrived at the lair with ease. As expected, the red mantis birds were no longer there. There were only a few blood condensation demonic beasts. When they saw Lu Ping and the others, they all attacked. However, Lu Qin killed them all with her claws and beaks. Lu Ping walked towards the bottom of the cave. He found that the cave was filled with twists and turns. There were many bones and fur on both sides, obviously leftovers from the red mantis bird's daily meals. Lu Qin was obviously not satisfied with her previous lair being messed up. With a flap of her wings, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew in the cave. The filth and bones were all cleared out of the cave by Lu Qin, and the smell in the cave was also cleared. Lu Ping walked along the twists and turns until he reached the bottom of the cave. Feeling the lingering spiritual qi in the cave, Lu Ping was overjoyed. There was indeed a small spirit vein here. It was only because the cave was deep and twisted that the spirit vein's spiritual qi did not leak out. In his joy, Lu Ping no longer cared about the battle outside the island. He finished setting up a traction formation around the spirit vein. At the same time, he inlaid a total of 36 mid-grade spirit stones into the recesses of the formation. This place was too far from Huangli Island. If he wanted to move this spirit vein to Lu Ping's cave, it would take a lot of effort. After setting up the teleportation array formation, Lu Ping searched the cave again. After finding nothing, he thought for a while and took out a small array disc. He placed it at the last bend at the bottom of the cave. Suddenly, the array disc surrounding shook violently and the teleportation array formation at the bottom of the cave disappeared without a trace. This was a small illusion formation plate given to Lu Ping by Hu Lili. It was personally made by Hu Lili and given to Lu Ping for self-defense. Thinking of Hu Lili, Lu Ping's focused expression suddenly became absent-minded. His hands, which were quickly arranging the formation plate, could not help but slow down. He did not know how Hu Lili was doing and where the first Sea Patrol squad was now. Presumably they had fought a lot with demonic beasts. Although this woman was quite scheming, her strength was too low. He did not want to make any mistakes. However, on second thought, Lu Ping also found it funny. The strength of the first Sea Patrol squad was not bad. It was led by Master Immortal Lu and the others. Yao Yong, Chen Lian, and the others would also take care of Hu Lili because of him. Not to mention, Lu Ping also gave Hu Lili a pair of high-grade green jade hairpins given by his fourth senior sister, Enlightened Master Wang Shenjing, for self-defense. As long as she did not encounter a core forging Enlightened Master, she should not be in any danger. Thinking back on their relationship, Lu Ping also felt that it was strange. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding. It was natural for them to get to know each other, interact with each other, help each other, protect each other, and acknowledge each other's relationship. Everything seemed so ordinary but full of tacit understanding. Sometimes Lu Ping found it funny. It turned out that things between men and women were not always spectacular. Lu Ping laughed self-deprecatingly. He knew that it was not that Hu Lili disliked romance, but that she was considerate and had never asked for such things from Lu Ping. She did not even give him a hint. Lu Ping knew that this was a kind of emotional debt. He needed to repay the debt until his death. This woman had schemed against him for his entire life. Lu Ping shook his head and left the nest. He brought Lu Qin and flew towards the battlefield. A few miles away from the island, 4 8th-level blood condensation realm demonic beasts were attacking 3 human cultivators. Even though the 3 of them were at a disadvantage, they were still defending themselves well. They would not be killed by the demonic beasts for a while. When Lu Ping got closer, he realized that it was not 3 people who were being attacked, but 2. One of them was a late blood condensation realm puppet. Its entire body was covered in a layer of grayish-black armor. Every move it made was stiff but powerful. When it fought the demonic beasts head-on, it was able to force them back. When Lu Ping looked at the other 2 cultivators, he saw that one of them was using an octagonal shield to block the demonic beast's attacks. At the same time, he was sweating profusely as he commanded the black-armored puppet to repel the demonic beasts. Clearly he had exhausted all his energy and divine sense. He did not have any spare energy to use his magic treasures to attack the demonic beasts. The other person was the exact opposite. His figure was extremely fleeting, making it difficult for people to track his position with their eyes. The 2 short swords in his hands were like ghosts, but they were also extremely fast. Every demon beast that was targeted by him had to face a series of combined attacks in a short period of time. If it weren't for the help of the other 3 demon beasts, they would have long been either dead or injured. Lu Ping was stunned when he saw the 2 cultivators being attacked. They were actually acquaintances. These 2 were the disciples that left a deep impression on Lu Ping during the apprenticeship ceremony. Yin Zichu and Ji Zixuan, the disciple of Enlightened Master Xuanhuai. The 2 of them had already noticed Lu Ping's arrival. However, Lu Ping was wearing a red mask, so they could not tell if he was a friend or foe. Lu Ping's arrival had also alerted the demonic beasts. However, one of them was only at the early stage of the blood condensation realm, while the other was at the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm. A large bird with crimson feathers cackled when it saw Lu Qin. It spoke in the human language. "Isn't this the homeless green phoenix? How did you become someone's mount? And a lowly third-layer blood condensation realm human cultivator's mount at that? You're a disgrace to us demonic cultivators." Lu Qin heard the red mantis bird's mockery, and she screeched angrily. Lu Ping leaped into the air, while the green phoenix pounced towards the red mantis bird. The red mantis bird cackled and broke away from Ji Xian and Yin Zichu. It transformed into a bird-headed, human-bodied monster and charged towards Lu Qin. "Today I'll show you the power of a half-step metamorphosis cultivator." Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu had been fighting the four demonic beasts for a long time. They did not know that this red demonic bird could actually speak the human language, and they were shocked. Their movements slowed down, and the other demonic beasts almost took advantage of the situation. Fortunately, the red mantis bird had broken away from the battle, and the pressure on the two of them was greatly reduced. The situation was getting better, but they were still surrounded by three demonic beasts. The battle between Lu Qin and the red mantis bird reached its climax. The red mantis bird opened its beak, and a red flame swept towards Lu Qin. At this moment, Lu Qin seemed to have turned into a fairy in the wind. She drew beautiful arcs in the air, and danced beautifully in the red mantis bird's unbridled flames. It flapped its wings and let out a loud and clear cry. Invisible wind blades flew towards the crimson mantis bird with a sharp cry, but the crimson mantis bird easily formed a feather wall with its feathers and the protective aura shield around its body to block the wind blades. Lu Ping looked at the battle between the two sides. It seemed like he was being ignored by everyone. Indeed, a third-layer blood condensation realm cultivator could only accept the fate of being ignored. Lu Ping shook his head and took the mask off his face. The four demonic beasts continued to ignore Lu Ping's existence, but Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu's spirits rose. At this time, Lu Qin's movements were already restricted by the red mantis bird's rain of flames. Lu Qin's flight was still ingenious, but it seemed like she was struggling. Just as Lu Qin was about to be ravaged by the red mantis bird's flames, a green flame suddenly exploded in the middle of the red mantis bird's rain of flames. Lu Qin, whose entire body was covered in green flames, was like a warrior swimming in a sea of flames. She suddenly leaped into the sky, showing off her beautiful figure. Chapter 157. This was the first time Lu Ping had seen the blue phoenix use its fire attribute ability. Although Lu Ping knew that Lu Qin was a demon bird that cultivated both fire and wind attributes, he had never seen the blue phoenix use a fire attribute spell ever since he had subdued Lu Qin. At this time, Lu Qin's entire body was wrapped in azure flames. The scarlet mockingbird's rain of fire could no longer harm Lu Qin, but Lu Ping knew that Lu Qin had reached the point where she had to use all of her strength. One by one, her feathers were burned by the azure flames and turned to ash. Every time a feather was incinerated, the azure phoenix would let out a mournful cry. It was clear that although this kind of blue flame contained great power, Lu Qin had not completely mastered this kind of natal spell. The scarlet mockingbird clearly understood Lu Qin's methods very well. It cackled and said, "Little blue phoenix, you've even used your blue phoenix flame, how much longer can you last? Once your magic power is exhausted, the azure luan flame will devour you and you will be reduced to ashes. At that time, this azure luan flame seed will belong to this demon general. Once this demon general fuses with the azure luan flame seed, I will advance to the core forging stage and become a Taoist master." The scarlet mockingbird said proudly and let out a series of cackling cackles. Hearing this, Lu Ping couldn't help but frown. This cackle was really not ordinary. Lu Ping calmly took out an ordinary short sword from his storage ring. It looked as if he was hesitating whether or not to help his spirit pet, but he was also afraid of the scarlet mockingbird's tyrannical strength. The scarlet mockingbird sensed that Lu Ping had taken out a flying sword, but it didn't take it to heart. It only glanced at Lu Ping out of instinct. It saw that the flying sword in Lu Ping's hand was only an ordinary decorative item, so it didn't pay any more attention. At this time, the blue phoenix flame was on the verge of death. Although the scarlet mockingbird's rain of fire couldn't do anything to the blue phoenix flame, Lu Qin's magic power was quickly being burned away by the blue phoenix flame. Her chance had finally come. Lu Qin's blue phoenix fire gradually weakened due to her lack of transcendence energy. Lu Qin's back had already lost the protection of the flames. The red mantis bird's eyes lit up. It spread its wings and swooped down towards Lu Qin. Its claws were aimed at Lu Qin's back, and the strong wind pressure extinguished the rain of fire that it had cast. If this claw connected, Lu Qin would be severely injured even if she didn't die. She would lose her ability to fly and be at the mercy of the red mantis bird. Seeing that the sword was about to pierce into the Cyan Phoenix's back, the red mantis bird's greedy eyes shone with pride. At this moment, a magnificent cyan sword light flashed by, piercing into the red mantis bird's greedy eyes. The murderous aura caused all of its feathers to stand on end. A long and shrill cry of fear abruptly came to an end. A huge wound appeared on the chest of the red mantis bird, and its huge body suddenly lost all of its vitality. It tumbled in the air and fell towards the sea. In the blink of an eye, the three demonic beasts surrounding Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu were stunned by the murderous sword light. In the blink of an eye, the red mantis bird was already dead. Its falling body was caught by the Cyan Phoenix in midair, and it fell towards a reef not far away. Lu Ping, who was ignored by everyone, was holding a flying sword in his hand. The cyan sword light was flickering, and it looked like a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. At this moment, Lu Ping's body was emitting a strong aura. He was no longer at the third layer of the blood condensation realm, but a cultivator that was about to step into the late blood condensation realm. At this moment, Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu, who were surrounded in the middle, suddenly erupted with power. They launched a fierce counterattack against the three demonic beasts. The three demonic beasts didn't expect that the two human cultivators, who had been surrounded by them for so long, would still have the strength to counterattack. Caught off guard, the three demonic beasts were thrown into confusion. The three demonic beasts were Taoist Jinli's demon generals, so they were naturally quick-witted. Seeing that the red mantis bird had been killed by Lu Ping, their side had lost a large portion of its combat strength. In addition, the three demonic beasts weren't able to defeat the two human cultivators in a short amount of time, not to mention the fact that Lu Ping was still eyeing them from the side. The three demonic beasts had served under Taoist Jinli for many years, so they had a tacit understanding with each other. Since they couldn't defeat the human cultivators, they would retreat first. If Taoist Jinli made a move, the human cultivators' minor repairs would naturally be a piece of cake. The three demonic beasts exchanged glances, then immediately left the battlefield and flew towards the Eastern Sea region. Unexpectedly, even though the three demonic beasts wanted to leave, the others wouldn't let them. Yin Zichu's figure was like a ghost, and he instantly caught up to a wolf demonic beast that was riding a demonic wind. He circled around the wolf demonic beast's body, dodging left and right. The pair of magic daggers in his hands rained down on the wolf demonic beast, preventing it from escaping. The armor on Ji Zixuan's puppet's back suddenly flipped, transforming into a pair of wings. Spiritual energy surged from its feet, and the puppet rapidly flew through the air in an arc, landing in front of the second fleeing eagle demonic beast. The eagle demonic beast collided with the puppet, and the puppet was sent flying into the sea. The eagle demonic beast also came to a stop, dizzy. The sharp pain from its wings caused it to regain consciousness, but it discovered that the silver light in Ji Zixuan's hands had disappeared in a flash. The eagle demonic beast's wings had already been broken in half. As soon as Lu Ping took off his mask, Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu had already guessed Lu Ping's intentions. After all, both of them recognized Lu Ping, and they knew that he was definitely not only at the third layer of the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping taking off his mask was a signal to them, a signal to prepare for a counterattack. Just as the two of them took action to stop the two monstrous beasts, the third water snake monster that had dived into the water suddenly felt two sharp gusts of cold wind penetrate into its body. The water snake monster's body, which had been flying at high speed, suddenly stiffened. Fresh red blood flowed out from the two wounds on its body. The water snake demonic beast mustered all its remaining strength and rolled its huge body continuously. The seawater around it rippled and countless waves appeared, blocking the snake demonic beast's figure. The water snake demonic beast took this opportunity to escape, but it discovered that the seawater around it suddenly became viscous. Undercurrents appeared around the water snake demonic beast, like tentacles binding it to the ground. A sword ray pierced through the seawater and accurately found the water snake demonic beast's weak point. The water snake demonic beast madly wriggled its huge body, but the huge waves it created couldn't move it any further. The water snake demonic beast, which had exhausted its last bit of life force, floated to the surface of the sea, and was put into a storage bag by Lu Ping. Lu Ping's 3 green sea snakes had also reached the 3rd layer of the blood condensation realm, and they were about to break through to the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping wasn't sure if this water snake demonic beast would be of any use to them. After Lu Ping put away the 2 high-grade flying needles, he realized that using the crystal bowl to execute the water manipulation art was twice as effective. After Lu Ping dealt with the water snake demonic beast, the other 2 demonic beasts were also heavily injured by Jining and Yin Qing. It was only a matter of time before they died. Seeing that Lu Ping had killed the water snake demonic beast, the 2 demonic beasts suddenly sped up their attacks. Clearly they were stimulated by Lu Ping's lightning-fast methods. Lu Ping wasn't stupid enough to help them. Instead, he wanted to see what Lu Qin was going to do with the red mantis bird's corpse on the reef. The red mantis bird's core space hadn't shattered. Lu Ping had concealed his cultivation and sent Lu Qin to challenge the demonic beast. This was to make it underestimate Lu Ping. Then Lu Ping would kill the red mantis bird with a single strike. With the element of surprise, the red mantis bird wouldn't be able to self-destruct its core space in time. This way the red mantis bird's condensed blood bead would be preserved. Clearly Lu Ping's plan and luck were quite good. Chapter 158. Lu Qin had already swallowed 3 of the 8 condensed blood beads. Lu Ping put away the remaining 5. This was quite a fortune. He could exchange them for a water-type condensed blood bead in the future. When Lu Ping advanced to the late stage of the blood condensation realm, he could use them to refine pills. There was a red flame the size of a bean in the crimson mantis core space. Because of the crimson mantis death, this flame seemed to be on the verge of death, but the small flame still emitted scorching energy. This was the fire seed condensed by the crimson mantis innate fire attribute. When Lu Ping saw that Lu Qin ignored the flame, he asked curiously, "This flame is useless to you? Will it improve your azure phoenix fire after merging with it?" Lu Qin arrogantly tilted her slender neck to the side, leaving Lu Ping with a big eye roll. Lu Ping rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, "Alright, it seems like your azure luan fire's grade is much higher than the crimson nightmare fire. If I merge them, it will actually lower the grade of your azure luan fire." Lu Ping took out a jade bottle, sealed the scarlet nightmare fire and put it inside. The scarlet nightmare fire naturally couldn't be compared to the heaven and earth spiritual fire, but it was still much stronger than the earth fire in Jinling Alchemy Pavilion. When Lu Ping refined pills, he naturally couldn't use the blue spiritual fire in front of others, but the scarlet nightmare fire was a good choice. Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu had already killed the demonic beast. Seeing Lu Ping put away the scarlet nightmare fire, Ji Zixuan said enviously, "Senior brother Lu is so lucky. An 8th layer blood condensation realm demonic beast's condensed blood bead and a scarlet nightmare fire are worth tens of thousands of spirit stones." Yin Zichu still had a cold expression. Lu Ping smiled. "I was just lucky." Ji Zixuan still wanted to say something, but he turned his head to look at Lu Qin. At this moment the blue phoenix's aura was fluctuating, and the entire big bird was listless. It was as if it was drunk and could pass out at any moment. Lu Ping's face lit up with joy and he put Lu Qin back into the spirit beast pouch. Ji Zixuan smiled and said, "Congratulations, senior martial brother. When this big bird wakes up, senior martial brother will have another late blood condensation helper." Lu Ping was also happy. He didn't expect Lu Qin to break through so quickly. Ji Zixuan asked Lu Ping why he was here, and Lu Ping told him everything that happened after he went out to sea. Ji Zixuan asked curiously, "No wonder senior martial brother used a mask to conceal your appearance. But senior martial brother has a secret technique to conceal your cultivation base, so you don't have to worry about the monster beast detection." "But I can't change my aura," Yin Zichu said. "The demonic spiritual Qi Qin. Lu Ping was my aura beast." "The image can't transmit your aura." Yin Zichu, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "The image can't transmit your aura." Lu Ping suddenly understood. He scolded himself for being muddle-headed. If he had said that he had a secret technique to hide his cultivation, Yang Xian and Mu Jinren wouldn't have suggested that he return to Huangli Island. The image could transmit Lu Ping's appearance and cultivation, but other than those who had fought with Lu Ping, it would be difficult for others to determine Lu Ping's identity from his aura. Ji Zixuan saw Lu Ping's annoyed expression and smiled. "Little Chu and I are on our way to the 7-star skies. Originally we felt that the 2 of us were too weak. If senior brother is free, you can come with us. Senior brother's strength is far above ours. You will definitely be a great help. The 7-Star Skies was once the dojo of 7 great beings in ancient times. Legend had it that these 7 Laozu had once listened to one of the 7th Patriarch's teachings, Jiao Daoren. In the end, 5 of the 7 had cultivated the true spirit body, and the other 2 had also reached the late Dharma stage. It was unknown why the 5 people who had cultivated the true spirit body had turned against each other. After a chaotic battle, their whereabouts were unknown. The 7-Star Skies had also turned into ruins due to the power of the 5 people, and was hidden within the layers of cracks in space. For tens of thousands of years, the 7-Star Skies had appeared irregularly throughout the North Sea. Every time it appeared, it was when the cracks in space weakened. It only lasted for 3 days, and after 3 months the 7-Star Skies would once again hide in the cracks in space. The cultivators in the 7-Star Skies would also be randomly transported to the area within 10,000 miles of where the 7-Star Skies would appear. On this day, in the sky above an empty sea, 3 streaks of light descended. Out walked a dashing young master, a cold and taciturn young man dressed in black, and a red-faced burly man. In the sky above the empty sea, a huge door was faintly discernible in the air, like a mirage. This kind of fluctuation was the work of the cracks in space. Ji Zixuan felt the aura on the sea, and his expression changed slightly. He said, "Looks like before us quite a few human and monster cultivators have already entered." The 2 people behind him did not speak. Ji Zixuan took out a jade talisman. Lu Ping recognized that this was a talisman that had been created by the Dharma stage Laozu. Only the talisman created by the Dharma stage Laozu could resist the power of the cracks in space. The jade talisman emitted a yellow light barrier, firmly enveloping Ji Zixuan and the other 2. The 3 of them walked towards the trembling door of the 7-Star Skies. The huge power of space tore the yellow light barrier emitted by the jade talisman into various shapes, but the yellow light barrier still firmly protected Ji Zixuan and the other 2. The jade talisman above their heads kept making strange noises, as if it would break at any time. The 3 of them quickened their pace. Ji Zixuan said, "Although this space passage is not easy to pass through, it limits the qualifications of cultivators to the blood condensation realm. If cultivators above the core forging enlightened master enter, they will trigger the power of space in the space passage and eventually be torn to pieces." Lu Ping was still in the appearance of the red-faced burly man. He said, "If a core forging enlightened master seals his cultivation and only shows the cultivation of the blood condensation realm, doesn't that mean he can also enter the 7-Star Skies?" Ji Zixuan smiled and said, "Naturally there is such a thing. However, in the 7-Star Skies, these enlightened masters can only use the magic power of the blood condensation realm. Once the seal is undone, they will immediately be teleported out of the 7-Star Skies." Lu Ping secretly marveled at the extraordinary magic power of the 7 Laozu who established the 7-Star Skies. At this time, a rippling scene like a water curtain appeared in front of the space passage. Ji Zixuan said solemnly, "We have reached the end of the space passage. We will be randomly teleported to different places in the 7-Star Skies. Pay attention to the spiritual talisman I gave you too. Once the 2 of you are 10 miles away from each other, the spiritual talisman will send out a warning. At that time we will try our best to meet up. This way we will have a higher chance of fighting for the treasures inside." Just as Ji Zixuan finished speaking, he heard the jade talisman above his head shatter into powder. A strange force wrapped around Lu Ping's body. After the world spun, Lu Ping's spiritual sense, which was far superior to others, allowed him to quickly break free from the dizziness. He felt a strong gust of wind accompanied by a wave of magic power hitting Lu Ping's body. Lu Ping waved his hand and a dark cloud appeared, wrapping around Lu Ping. The magic tool fell into the cloud and was about to cut Lu Ping's body, but it couldn't advance an inch. Lu Ping looked around and saw a middle-aged late-stage blood condensation realm cultivator looking at Lu Ping in surprise. A 3rd-layer blood condensation realm cultivator dares to enter the 7-Star Skies? And he can even use a top-grade magic tool? Lu Ping scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense. After confirming that there was no one within 100 zhang radius, he raised the cloudy sky above his head. The middle-aged cultivator casually took out a top-grade magic tool covered in sawteeth. Lu Ping said coldly, "Don't you think you're going too far by killing me without asking first?" The middle-aged cultivator looked at Lu Ping curiously and said, "Kid, is there anyone in the 7-Star Skies who talks about righteousness and kindness with you? This magic tool of yours is not bad." With your cultivation, after using a top-grade magic tool and blocking my attack, you won't have any magic power left in your body, right? I'll take advantage of you." After saying that, the golden wheel magic tool drew a strange trajectory in the air, and with an ear-piercing screech, it attacked Lu Ping again. Seeing that the wheel was about to hit Lu Ping, the middle-aged cultivator's lips curved into a smile, as if he was about to witness the moment of his harvest. Suddenly, a sky-vaulting magic power surged out and a smoke of essence energy shot straight up into the sky from the top of the weak-looking cultivator's head. A pair of exquisite flying swords circled around before accurately striking the central part of the spinning magic artifact. As a result, the spinning magic artifact shook in the sky for a moment before falling to the side, staggering. The middle-aged cultivator was shocked. With a hand seal, he regained control of the wheel and it flew back to him. At that moment, Lu Ping's soaring wing swords were already flying towards the middle-aged cultivator. In a panic, the middle-aged cultivator pointed at his feet. A huge flower burst out of the ground and wrapped around the cultivator. The soaring wing swords cut down 7 flower petals in a row, but the number of flower petals wrapped around the cultivator kept increasing. After the wheel magic tool flew back, it attacked the soaring wing swords from the side. Ever since Lu Ping used all his strength to cut down the shark demon's fin, the soaring wing swords had been chipped and its vitality was greatly damaged. As a result, Lu Ping rarely used the soaring wing swords to fight against other magic tools. As Lu Ping controlled the soaring wing swords to deal with the wheel, he flicked his hands and 2 small flying needles shot towards the flower bud. The first flying needle pierced through the layers of flower petals and was blocked by the middle-aged cultivator's other magic tool. Unexpectedly, the second flying needle suddenly exerted force and bypassed the magic tool's block. The protective aura around the middle-aged cultivator's body was broken by the flying needle. The middle-aged cultivator screamed in pain as a bloody hole appeared on his thigh. The middle-aged cultivator was seriously injured, causing the magic tool he was controlling to shake. Lu Ping took advantage of the situation and continued to attack. The soaring wing swords knocked the wheel away again. The 2 swords crossed and cut off 9 flower petals in a row, revealing the middle-aged cultivator who was wrapped inside. At that moment, the middle-aged cultivator finally realized that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. He wiped the blood off the wound on his thigh and muttered an incantation. The flower bud suddenly bloomed and dozens of flower petals shot towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping's 2 swords spun like a whirlpool in the middle of the ocean, sucking in and crushing the flower petals one by one. By then, the middle-aged cultivator had already turned into a bloody light and flew over 100 zhang away. Lu Ping sneered and said, "You think you can escape?" A white light flashed under his feet and he was already in pursuit of the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air. In his panic, it seemed as if he wanted to say something. However, Lu Ping's sword had already slashed down, piercing through the protective aura around his body and stabbing straight into the middle-aged cultivator's heart. Chapter 159. Lu Ping fiddled with an interspatial pouch in his hand. Inside the pouch were the belongings left behind by the middle-aged cultivator. Other than 100 mid-grade spirit stones and the high-grade mystic instrument, there was also a defensive mystic instrument that looked like a budding flower bud. It was the mystic instrument that the middle-aged cultivator used to block the soaring wing sword's attack. There were also nearly 100 500-year-old spiritual herbs and a dozen 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs that were newly collected. It seemed like there were quite a lot of spiritual herbs growing in the 7-star grotto heaven. However, these spiritual herbs were not planted on a large scale like Fei Ling Island. Most of them were wild and required cultivators to search for them one by one. There was also a jade slip that caught Lu Ping's attention. There was a map inside. Lu Ping looked at it carefully and found that there was actually a golden nut fruit tree at the location indicated on the map. It seemed like the middle-aged cultivator's ultimate goal in the 7-star grotto heaven was this golden nut fruit tree. Every time the 7-star grotto heaven opened, the geography inside would change. Therefore, there were very few maps of the 7-star grotto heaven that were passed down. However, the changes were only in the big picture. Small topography such as mountains and valleys rarely changed. The golden nut fruit tree grew at the bottom of a canyon, and its surroundings were occupied by various demon beasts and poisonous insects. The map showed the situation inside the canyon. The cultivator who left the map had only seen the golden nut fruit tree from afar and retreated in the face of overwhelming odds. Since there were still 3 months left, Lu Ping was not in a hurry. He waved his hand and released Debao. In this kind of grotto heaven, a blood condensation realm spirit-seeking mouse undoubtedly had an innate advantage. Debao had been frozen by Lu Ping for a long time. With its active personality, the moment it came out of the spiritual beast bag, it ran and jumped around Lu Ping. It was as if it was complaining that Lu Ping did not release it earlier. Amused, Lu Ping scolded, "You brat, you don't eat much every day and you're always jumping up and down. How come you're getting fatter and fatter? Those who know will say you are a mouse, but those who don't know will think that I am raising a pig." Debao squeaked as if it was protesting against Lu Ping comparing it to a pig. Lu Ping couldn't be bothered with this guy. After thinking for a while, he released the 3 green sea snakes. The 3 spirit snakes had already reached the mid-stage blood condensation realm. Lu Ping originally planned to hunt a snake monster with the flood dragon bloodline to help them advance. After talking with them, he found out that the green sea snakes were very talented. They didn't need to supplement their bloodline to advance to the mid-stage blood condensation realm. However, it would take a long time for them to advance. The 3 spirit snakes were now more than 100 feet long and as thick as a water bucket. However, the 3 spirit snakes had shrunk their bodies to about 3 feet. They stretched out their bodies and intimately danced at Lu Ping's feet. The 3 spirit snakes hatched after Lu Ping used his own magic energy to nurture them for several months. Their demonic spiritual energy was mixed with Lu Ping's aura. In their eyes, Lu Ping was like a parent. Seeing that there was no one around, Lu Ping released the water snake monster's huge carcass. The 3 spirit snakes seemed to understand Lu Ping's intentions. They coiled around the carcass as if they were cultivating. The 3 spirit snakes faced the water snake monster and opened their mouths. A strange wave of spiritual energy rippled out from the water snake monster's mouth. Lu Ping saw a stream of light green arcane energy spurt out from Lu Bai's mouth. The arcane energy entered the water snake monster's body and returned to Lu Bai's mouth. However, the green arcane energy that returned was much denser than before. It was the same for the other 2 spirit snakes. However, Lu Hai breathed in and out blue magic energy while Lu Ling breathed in and out cold white mist. The cycle repeated itself. After every cycle, the huge water snake's body shrunk a little. Lu Ping knew that the 3 spirit snakes wanted to absorb the spiritual energy essence of the water snake's body and store it for them to advance to the mid-stage blood condensation realm. However, this was still an 8th layer blood condensation realm monster. Even without the condensed blood pearl, the 3 early-stage blood condensation realm spirit snakes couldn't absorb all the spiritual energy in one go. Lu Ping took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the surrounding area. The middle-aged cultivator's map had already marked out many areas, but they weren't detailed. He entered the grotto heaven no earlier than Lu Ping by 2 days. It was obvious that he went straight for the golden core fruit tree and didn't stop at other places. With Debao's help, Lu Ping collected another 2,500-year-old spirit herbs from the areas explored by the middle-aged cultivator. According to Ji Zixuan, the last time the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven appeared was 300 years ago. Although the spiritual energy here wasn't as thick as Fei Ling Mountain, it wasn't much weaker than Tianling Mountain. Even the wild spirit herbs here had matured a lot. When Lu Ping returned, the huge water snake's body was only left with a huge snake skin. The 3 spirit snakes coiled around each other had a lazy expression on their faces, and the demonic energy on their bodies started to fluctuate. Lu Ping laughed at himself. He didn't expect the 3 spirit snakes to have an opportunity to break through. Originally, he wanted to find the canyon and use the power of the 3 spirit snakes, but now he couldn't do that. Fortunately, he could stay in the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven for 3 months, so Lu Ping still had a lot of time. In the next few days, Lu Ping moved alone in the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven. With Debao's help, he had a good harvest. Qian Zhongsu transplanted a lot of spirit herbs that Lu Ping hadn't seen before. However, in these few days, Lu Ping didn't meet a single cultivator who entered the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven, let alone meet up with Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu. On this day, Lu Ping was at the bottom of a cliff, picking a 1,000-year-old spirit herb. This was the main ingredient for refining a core forging realm pill. 1,000-year-old spirit herbs were also divided into different grades. Most of the 1,000-year-old spirit herbs could only be used as supplementary spirit herbs for refining core forging realm pills. When refining pills, even if 1 or 2 of the supplementary spirit herbs were missing, they could be replaced with other spirit herbs with similar medicinal properties. However, the main ingredient could not be replaced, just like how the golden marrow pill required the main ingredient, the golden marrow grass. Therefore, the main ingredient of every 1,000-year-old spirit herb was very precious, and its value was several times that of a normal 1,000-year-old spirit herb. Just as Lu Ping carefully picked the inconspicuous limestone grass from a crack in the cliff, his divine sense suddenly fluctuated. Lu Ping quickly put the grass into a jade box, then used the spirit concealment technique to suppress his cultivation to the third level of the blood condensation realm. Then he used the art of deception to hide himself, and he stuck a few invisibility talismans and spirit sealing talismans on his body. Just as Lu Ping hid himself, a streak of light smashed into the stone valley below the cliff. A series of coughs could be heard, and a figure staggered towards the bottom of the cliff. At the same time he used his divine sense to investigate the surroundings. Lu Ping felt a chill pass through his body. He didn't know if he was discovered by the person, but he saw that the person was in his 20s, and there was blood flowing from his mouth and nose. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. The young man looked at the situation at the bottom of the cliff. Intentionally or unintentionally, he chose to throw an array disc behind Lu Ping, then he inserted 12 array flags around him. The young man formed a few hand seals, and after the array was activated, the young man also disappeared, leaving behind only an empty scene of rubble. Chapter 160. Just as the young man hid himself, 3 streaks of light flew over from the sky and landed at the bottom of the cliff. 3 cultivators wearing Shui Yen Pavilion's robes appeared, and their cultivations were at the 8th or 9th layer of the blood condensation realm. The only man among them went forward to investigate and said to the 2 women, "Senior sisters, it seems like this kid is nearby. He suffered a blow from both of you, so he can't have gone far. I just don't know where he is hiding." The woman in white on the left snorted coldly and said, "Junior brother Chiu, don't forget that this Liao guy is an alchemist. How could he be lacking in good healing pills? Junior sister Zhang and I might have injured him, but we still have to be careful of his counterattack." Junior brother Chiu hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "Senior sister, he is right. No matter what, the heart-dissolving pill in this kid's hands, my Shui Yen Pavilion must." Junior brother Chiu had just finished speaking when he felt a cold gaze on him from the right. Junior brother Chiu immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing again and shut his mouth in embarrassment. Junior martial sister Zhang's lips twitched. Senior martial sister, he seemed to have sensed something as she looked in the direction where Lu Ping was hiding. She then said, "Since he's not here, that Liao fellow can't have gone far. Let's wait around here and investigate." Not long after the 3 of them left, there was a commotion behind Lu Ping. The young man who was hiding there had already walked over. Lu Ping cursed inwardly for being stupid. Those 3 were obviously putting on an act and couldn't have gone far. However, Lu Ping's intuition told him that he had been discovered. The 3 of them must have mistaken him for this young man. If this young man came out now, he could clarify the truth. If the 3 of them didn't want to kill him, then Lu Ping wouldn't be implicated. Obviously, this was Lu Ping's wishful thinking. Just as the young man looked in the direction where Lu Ping was hiding and hesitated whether to expose Lu Ping's whereabouts, a loud laugh rang out. The 2 women and 1 man from the Shui Yen Pavilion had returned. The young man's complexion changed and a burst of annoyance appeared on his face. He knew that he had been fooled. He hurriedly took out a small cauldron, and a flame flickered in and out of the mouth of the small cauldron. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Although the flame inside the small cauldron wasn't a world spirit fire, it was still quite extraordinary. Junior brother Chiu sneered and said, "Sure enough, it's not out of the 2 senior sisters' expectations. This brat is really hiding here. Liao Hu, you weren't a match for the 2 senior sisters in the first place, and it's even more impossible for you to escape after being heavily injured. Quickly hand over the heart-dissolving pill's medicinal formula. If you agree to be my Mistwater Pavilion's alchemist, then perhaps the 2 senior sisters might spare your life." The young man called Liao Hu sneered and said, "Chiu Liming, don't you dare assume the might of a tiger. If I were to hand over the heart-dissolving pill's medicinal formula to all of you, then all of you would probably turn hostile and kill me right away. Your Mistwater Pavilion wouldn't offend my Liao clan for the sake of a heart-dissolving pill's medicinal formula." Chiu Liming's face turned red after being scolded by Liao Hu for assuming the might of a tiger. He flipped his hand and threw out a saber with a ghost's head. The saber grew to 3 feet long in the air and he was about to slash at Liao Hu. "Senior sister," he stretched out her hand to stop Chiu Liming. She turned her head towards the direction where Lu Ping was hiding and said, "I wonder which fellow Taoist is resting here? The Mistwater Pavilions He Lee Sin and the 2 junior sisters and junior brothers are handling some miscellaneous matters here. If they have disturbed you, please forgive us. Lu Ping sighed helplessly. His concealment technique was really bad. He waved his hand to remove the talismans on his body, and Lu Ping revealed himself. He coughed and said, I originally didn't want to, so it's a third-layer blood condensation realm minor repairs. Your courage isn't bad. You dare to enter the 7 stars grotto heaven with such a low cultivation? You really don't know the meaning of death. When Qiu Liming saw that the person hiding here was actually a third-layer blood condensation realm red-faced cultivator, he immediately sneered. Lu Ping's expression changed. This Qiu Liming's mouth was really stinky. Lu Ping didn't say anything else and quietly waited for the Mistwater Pavilion to deal with the situation in front of him. Qiu Liming turned to He Lisin and said with a flattering smile, since it's just a third-layer blood condensation realm kid, why bother with him, senior sister? Just finish him off and get the heart-dissolving pill as soon as possible. He Lisin didn't express her opinion. She flicked her sleeves and 2 faint white mist gushed out from her long sleeves. One white mist turned into a goshawk, while the other turned into a cloud rabbit. The goshawk went straight for Liaohu's head, while the cloud rabbit's hind legs kicked towards Liaohu's abdomen. Clearly, it agreed with Qiu Liming's words. Just as He Lisin made her move, Qiu Liming was already walking towards Lu Ping with a sinister smile on his face. He swung his huge ghost-head saber towards Lu Ping's head. From Qiu Liming's point of view, killing a third-layer blood condensation realm minor repairs warrior was a piece of cake. Just as Qiu Liming was about to turn around and help He Lisin attack Liaohu, junior sister Jiang, who had been standing at the side without saying a word, suddenly shouted, "Careful!" Qiu Liming heard a "poochie" sound behind him. The ghost-head saber that was connected to his divine sense seemed to have sunk into mud. A violent killing intent rushed towards Qiu Liming's back. Qiu Liming turned pale with fright. He leaped forward only to hear a loud bang followed by a stabbing pain in his buttocks. When he turned around to look, he saw that a piece of fat about 2 kilograms had already flown away. Only one of his buttocks was left. Qiu Liming was howling in pain as he tried to stop the bleeding. When Lu Ping saw He Lisin attacking Liaohu, it was obvious that he agreed with Qiu Liming's words. Lu Ping was infuriated. Qiu Liming had carelessly used a high-grade saber mystic instrument to strike him once before turning around and leaving. Since Qiu Liming was so arrogant, Lu Ping naturally wouldn't be polite. After blocking the ghost-head saber with Cloudy Sky, his soaring wing sword attacked Qiu Liming's back. Fortunately, junior sister Jiang was still vigilant. As she warned Qiu Liming, she took out a bronze mirror and placed it behind Qiu Liming. Lu Ping's soaring wing sword was blocked by the bronze mirror, but the female sword went around it. However, in the blink of an eye, there was no time to adjust and it could only cut off a large piece of Qiu Liming's fat. Qiu Liming temporarily stabilized the wound on his buttocks, but the waves of excruciating pain made him grimace. He remembered that he had lost half of his buttocks and that he would be a laughingstock in the future. Qiu Liming was so ashamed that he howled like a ghost and rushed forward, slashing at Lu Ping like a storm. Junior sister Jiang frowned when she saw Qiu Liming blocking her own attack. She looked at the red-faced 6th-layer blood condensation cultivator in front of her. She thought that she only managed to injure Qiu Liming by surprise. Qiu Liming obviously wouldn't make the same mistake again. Hence, she turned around and ran towards the battle between He Lisin and Liaohu. Liaohu had obviously eaten some medicinal pills that increased his arcane energy, temporarily suppressing his injury. The small cauldron hovered above his head, emitting a greenish-red barrier of light, blocking all of He Lisin's attacks. At the same time, a flame spewed out from the small cauldron, and under Liaohu's control, it clashed with He Lisin's eagle and cloud rabbit. Seeing that junior sister Jiang was about to launch a pincer attack, Liaohu's expression changed. He turned to Lu Ping and shouted, "Big brother, I'm sorry for implicating you today. Big brother, if you have the chance, run away as soon as possible. I'll try my best to delay these 3 for a while." Qiu Liming shouted, "Run? Where do you think you're going? Today all of you will die here." He Lisin and junior sister Jiang, who were attacking Liaohu from both sides, also increased their attacks. Liaohu suddenly felt powerless. Lu Ping snorted coldly. His soaring wings dual swords forced the demon-headed broadsword into a corner. Suddenly, a magnificent sword light flashed from Lu Ping's hand, and 64 sword lights rushed towards Qiu Liming one after another. Qiu Liming cried out in fear. The high-grade defensive magic tool in front of him was torn apart like a piece of paper. This guy was worthy of being a disciple of a major North Sea sect. At this critical moment, he slapped 2 talismans on his protective aura shield, which turned golden and weakened most of the sword lights. Qiu Liming quickly retreated, but Lu Ping's Qinghan sword still left 3 wounds on his chest and abdomen. Qiu Liming was already like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he retreated towards He Lisin and junior sister Zhang. Lu Ping's killing intent rose. He flicked his finger and 2 divine needles of jade blood silently flew towards Qiu Liming. Qiu Liming fled hastily, and when he noticed something unusual behind him, the 2 divine needles of jade blood had already pierced through Qiu Liming's body one after the other. Lu Ping's sudden and ruthless killing of Qiu Liming caused the 2 young women of the Mistwater Pavilion to be shocked, and the 2 of them broke away from the battle with Liao Hu and retreated to the side. Liao Hu was slightly at a loss for what to do from Lu Ping's swift actions, and after a short moment he still stood by Lu Ping's side and said, "Big brother, little brother has offended you earlier. But this Mistwater Pavilion's woman surnamed he is one of the 18 North Sea generals, and her ability is rather extraordinary. If it wasn't for her being worried that little brother has a few abilities that can take me down with him, little brother would have become a ghost under her blade since long ago." Lu Ping noticed that even though Liao Hu was standing by his side, Liao Hu still maintained a considerable distance. Obviously, Liao Hu wasn't sure if Lu Ping was a friend or foe. Lu Ping paid no attention to Liao Hu and instead said to the 2 young women of the Mistwater Pavilion, "Do you still want to silence him?" When He Lisin heard Lu Ping's tone, it was obviously Qiu Liming's words from before that had infuriated him, and she cursed Qiu Liming in her heart for being unable to accomplish anything but good at spoiling things, and he deserved to die. Yet she'd forgotten that it was precisely because she'd made the first move that was equivalent to tacitly approving of Qiu Liming's words. He Lisin knew that it was already impossible to kill Liao Hu now. Even though she had a few trump cards in her possession, and she felt that she would surely be able to kill the 2 of them once she utilized them, but the 7-star skies was filled with danger, and she still had other assignments to complete. So these few trump cards were only used to save her life in the end. Moreover, He Lisin didn't dare guarantee that the 2 people before her didn't have any trump cards in their possession. He Lisin moved forward and said, "Since you've interfered, then the matter today will end here. May I know how I address you? My sex junior brother Qiu perished at your hands, and when we meet in the future, my Mistwater Pavilion will surely take revenge." Lu Ping sneered and said, "Mistwater Pavilion, what a great reputation." He Lisin didn't hope that Lu Ping would be able to leave behind his name, and when she saw Lu Ping didn't continue speaking, she put away Qiu Liming's corpse before leaving with junior sister Zhang. Liao Hu couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw the 2 young women of the Mistwater Pavilion leave, and he was just about to say something when he saw Lu Ping's expression was still grim, and Lu Ping turned around and said, "Leave quickly." The auspicious cloud beneath his feet swelled up, and he didn't dare fly up into the sky and just swiftly left while sticking close to the ground. Liao Hu took a step into the auspicious cloud as well, and Lu Ping frowned as he glanced at Liao Hu. Lu Ping seemed to have understood something and didn't refuse. Chapter 161. 3 days later, beside a river in the valley, Liao Hu's weakness caused by consuming the spiritual explosion pill had recovered. Only his internal injuries still needed some time to heal. Liao Hu took out a strange jade bottle from his storage pouch and poured out a milky white pill. After swallowing it, he began to cultivate. After a while, his pale face finally began to improve. Liao Hu opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ping, who was meditating at the side. He said, "Thank you for your help, brother Lu Qi. I was able to overcome the weakness caused by consuming the spiritual explosion pill in 3 days. It seems that brother Lu Qi is also an alchemist, right?" Lu Ping still had the appearance of a red-faced burly man. He smiled and said, "As expected of the Liao clan of Golden Orange Island that is famous for their alchemy." Liao Hu waved his hand and said, "Although my Liao clan makes a living by alchemy, it is far from being famous in the North Sea. Even my father is only the only alchemist in the Liao clan. The strength of the Liao clan is still far from the strength of the alchemy pavilions of the major sects in the North Sea." Lu Ping did not argue on this issue. Instead he asked, "I've long heard that the Liao clan has a kind of miraculous pill called the heart-dissolving pill. After consuming it, a blood condensation realm cultivator can increase their cultivation by 1 level. I wonder if it is true?" Liao Hu smiled and said, "Brother Lu Qi, don't tell me that you are also interested in my heart-dissolving pill like the Shui Yen pavilion?" Lu Ping said, "It would be a lie to say that I am not interested. However, according to the rules of alchemy, this kind of unique pill will never be passed down. It is mostly passed down by word of mouth. Therefore, even if the Shui Yen Pavilion kills Brother Liao, they will not be able to obtain the pill's recipe. Looks like Brother Lu Qi really is an alchemist. That's right, the pill recipe for the dissolving heart pill is indeed not passed down. It's all recorded here. Liao Hu pointed at his own head and continued, also, alchemists have many secret arts that can prevent secret arts like soul searching and soul reading. Lu Ping nodded, indicating that he understood and said, I would like to ask for a heart-dissolving pill. Is that possible? Liao Hu smiled and said, Brother Lu Qi has saved my life, so it's only right for me to repay you with a heart-dissolving pill. However, this pill has always been in short supply in my Liao clan. The most important reason for this is that the spirit herbs required to refine the blood-dissolving pill are extremely rare and only grow in a few places like the seven-star skies. Thus, it takes a very long time to gather the spirit herbs required to refine a batch of pills. This is also the reason why I entered the seven-star skies. Lu Ping nodded as if he understood something and said, Why did Brother Liao go against the cultivators from the Misty Water Pavilion again? Although the Misty Water Pavilion is a large sect in the North Sea, the Golden Orange Islands Liao clan is also a reputable force in the North Sea. Isn't the Misty Water Pavilion afraid of being criticized by the sects in the North Sea for being so overbearing? Liao Hu smiled unnaturally and said, I don't know where the Misty Water Pavilion got the news from, but they said that other than the blood-dissolving pill, our Liao clan also has a secret heart-dissolving pill that has a similar effect as the heart-dissolving pill. It can increase one's cultivation by 1 level, but the target is a core forging realm enlightened master. Lu Ping took a deep breath and said, If this news is true, then your clan will be in trouble. The heart-dissolving pill was only a blood condensation realm medicinal pill after all. If there really was a medicinal pill that could increase the cultivation of a core forging realm enlightened master out of thin air, it could be imagined that the Liao clan's Golden Orange Island would be trampled by the core forging realm enlightened masters of the North Sea in a short period of time. This kind of medicinal pill that could break the balance of power in the North Sea absolutely couldn't appear in a single force, let alone a small force. Liao Hu smiled bitterly and said, Isn't that so? This time, I entered the 7-star celestial palace alone and was surrounded by He Li Sin from the Misty Water Pavilion. She asked me about the heart-dissolving pill's recipe, and I naturally denied it with all my strength. However, those 3 people would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Left with no choice, I could only fight with them and escape with heavy injuries. Brother Lu knows what happened after that. Lu Ping knew that there were many things that Liao Hu didn't explain clearly. There were many flaws and loopholes in the story, and Liao Hu was obviously hiding something. Lu Ping didn't expose him and asked, Brother Liao, what do you plan to do next? Are you going to continue gathering spiritual herbs for the heart-dissolving pill? Liao Hu nodded helplessly and said, Yes. This time, there are also a few cultivators from my Liao clan who entered the 7-star celestial palace. I have to meet up with them as soon as possible. I'm worried that they will encounter the same situation as me. Liao Hu adjusted his breathing and took out a jade tablet from his storage pouch. One side was engraved with the word Golden Orange, and the other side was engraved with the word Liao. He handed it to Lu Ping and said, Brother Lu, please accept this jade tablet. After Brother Lu leaves the 7-star celestial palace, you can use this jade tablet to go to the Golden Orange Islands Liao clan and obtain a heart-dissolving pill. However, after taking the heart-dissolving pill, Brother Lu will need to go into seclusion for a period of time to completely absorb and calm down the medicinal effects of the pill. This way your cultivation won't skyrocket and cause your foundation to become unstable. Lu Ping accepted the jade tablet and thanked Liao Hu. Liao Hu was worried about the other disciples of the Liao clan who entered the 7-star celestial palace, so he took his leave. After talking with Liao Hu for the past few days, Lu Ping found out that after the opening of the 7-star celestial palace, the number of human and demon cultivators who entered the 7-star celestial palace far exceeded the previous times. Although there were many spiritual herbs in the 7-star celestial palace, and the cultivators who died in the 7-star celestial palace in the past also left behind many treasures, there shouldn't be so many cultivators in the 7-star celestial palace. After all, in order to pass through the 7-star celestial palace, one must have a talisman made by the Dharma adept Laozu, and each talisman could only protect 3 to 5 people passing through the 7-star celestial palace. Unless it was necessary, why would Laozu's talismans be given to blood condensation juniors? Those were treasures that even enlightened masters coveted. On this day, Lu Ping had just climbed over a huge mountain when suddenly, a powerful aura surged from the opposite side of the mountain. The spiritual energy in the surroundings gathered towards the middle of the mountain, and the weather within a radius of a mile suddenly changed. First, a strong wind blew, snapping all kinds of vegetation. Then, the surrounding water vapor gathered towards the middle of the mountain, forming a thick dark cloud. Not long after, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Hail and heavy rain poured down, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blizzard. The rainwater on the ground turned the entire mountain into an ice mountain, shining brightly. An invisible force pressed towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping was very familiar with this kind of aura. It was the divine sense of a core-forging enlightened master that could cause such an effect. Ah! After cultivating for more than 200 years, I finally formed a golden core. The middle of the mountain suddenly burst open, revealing a big hole. An old man in his 50s with a long beard floated in the air, looking up to the sky and laughing. He looked at Lu Ping, who was standing on the opposite side of the mountain, as if he wanted to say something, but a white light had already surrounded the old man. After the white light burst, the old man's figure disappeared from the air. Lu Ping knew that after the old man broke through to the core forging stage, his magic power had skyrocketed and exceeded the limit of the 7-star sky, so he was teleported out of the 7-star sky. Only a moment had passed since the old man broke through to the core forging stage. Lu Ping suddenly thought of something and quickly ran towards the cave where the old man had gone into seclusion. Chapter 162. The density of the spiritual energy in the 7-star skies was equivalent to a large spirit vein. However, in the past tens of thousands of years, no one had been able to find the spirit vein in the 7-star skies. However, every time the 7-star skies opened, it was a rare opportunity for itinerant cultivators who were at the peak of the blood condensation realm and about to step into the core forging realm, as well as cultivators from the smaller forces in the North Sea. Unfortunately, the 7-star skies only opened for 3 months each time. Even so, it still attracted a large number of cultivators. Therefore, every time the 7-star skies closed, a new batch of core forging enlightened masters would be born in the North Sea. Lu Ping didn't expect to witness the birth of a core forging enlightened master. What made Lu Ping even happier was that this also brought him an opportunity. Every time a cultivator had a breakthrough in their cultivation, the spiritual energy whirlpool produced by the breakthrough would often gather a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. This spiritual energy was not only used to support the cultivator's breakthrough, but it was also used to strengthen the cultivator's foundation after the breakthrough. However, the special condition of the 7-star skies was that the moment the cultivator broke through to the core forging realm, they would be teleported back to the North Sea. This caused the spiritual energy gathered to be useless and could only slowly dissipate. Lu Ping wanted to make use of this period of time before the spiritual energy dissipated to cultivate. Lu Ping went to the cave on the opposite side of the mountain. He took out an array disc and placed it in the middle of the cave. Then he placed 8 small flags on the ground according to their positions. He condensed a technique and the cave on the mountainside disappeared. Lu Ping opened the spirit beast pouch and saw that the blue phoenix and the green sea snake were still asleep. Fortunately, the blue phoenix's aura had stabilized, so it should wake up soon. Without a choice, Lu Ping could only bring Debao and Dagui out again and warn them to guard the cave. Lu Ping sat on the high-grade spirit gathering praying mat and swallowed a mid-blood condensation blood spirit pellet. Then, he held a mid-grade spirit stone in each hand and circulated the North Sea wave listening scripture, with all his might. Lu Ping's blood flowed according to the North Sea wave listening technique. It was like the waves of the sea rising and falling in Lu Ping's body. A psychic jade pendant on Lu Ping's waist emitted a cloud of purple mist that enveloped Lu Ping. The spiritual energy in the cave was as dense as a giant spirit vein, like a moth flying into a flame. It gathered towards Lu Ping and was absorbed bit by Lu Ping. Along with his blood, the spiritual energy returned to his heart and gathered into the 6 condensed blood pearls. After all, Lu Ping wasn't a core forging enlightened master. He couldn't prevent the spiritual energy from dispersing and convert it all into cultivation. 3 days later, the spiritual energy in the cave finally became the same as the outside world. Lu Ping woke up from his cultivation and felt the rich arcane energy in his body seeping into his flesh and blood. After cleansing his flesh and blood, the remaining arcane energy dispersed from all parts of his body, causing Lu Ping's entire body to be enveloped by essence Qi wolf smoke. This was the true peak of the sixth layer of the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping took out a jade crystal box from his storage ring. There were 7 large condensed blood pearls inside. These were the pearls Lu Ping had obtained after killing the primordial crocodile. Lu Ping had originally planned to break through to the 7th layer of the blood condensation realm in one go. However, De Bao had already warned Lu Ping twice that this place had already attracted the attention of others. In the past 3 days, De Bao had seen more than 3 groups of human and demonic cultivators roaming the area. Lu Ping's expression was solemn. After putting De Bao into the spirit beast pouch, he used his powerful divine sense to scan the surroundings of the cave. After confirming that no one was watching, he abruptly opened the sealed cave and destroyed the illusion array. The magic cloud flew close to the ground and flew in a certain direction. Lu Ping's sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of the nearby cultivators who had rushed over to investigate. A group of 5 cultivators, led by the water mist pavilion's He Lisin, who Lu Ping had met before, chased after Lu Ping. Another group of cultivators which Lu Ping couldn't identify, was about 7 or 8 people. They rushed over from the direction Lu Ping was running in, intending to intercept Lu Ping halfway. The third group of cultivators was the closest to Lu Ping, and they had the opportunity to stop Lu Ping. However, the leader of the group was a young man dressed in a golden brocade robe. He watched with interest as Lu Ping escaped from their side. He didn't make a move to stop Lu Ping. When Lu Ping flew past them, he discovered that the 7 or 8 cultivators behind the young man were all late blood condensation realm demonic cultivators who were half-step into the blood condensation realm. However, there wasn't a single trace of demonic cultivator on the young man's body. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Ping knew that the 7-star sky didn't accept core forging realm cultivators, Lu Ping would definitely think that the young man was a core forging realm demonic cultivator. Lu Ping's hair stood on end when he saw the young man's deep gaze. He didn't dare to stop for even a second. He controlled the magic cloud circle with all his might. Just as he was about to shake off the 2 groups of people chasing after him, the young man suddenly waved his hand. A sword light flashed and chased after Lu Ping. The moment the sword light shot out, it transformed. One sword light split into 2, then 4, then 8. By the time the total number of sword lights reached 128, the sword light had already surpassed the cultivators from Shui Yen Pavilion and the other 2 groups of cultivators chasing after Lu Ping. When there were 512 sword lights, the sword light finally stopped increasing. However, more than 500 sword lights had already caught up to Lu Ping. At this moment, Lu Ping felt as though he had fallen into a sea of swords and encountered a torrential rain of swords. Complex sword practice. This was an expert who had reached the sword intent realm. Lu Ping bellowed. On the brink of life and death, Lu Ping erupted with all his strength to fight for his life. The soaring wing swords danced in unison, each sending out 64 sword rays to form 2 sword light mirrors in front of Lu Ping. Then a series of metallic clanging noises rang out. The soaring wing swords wailed in pain and shattered into dozens of pieces that fell to the ground. Lu Ping had refined the soaring wing sword for the longest time. When the soaring wing sword was shattered, Lu Ping felt a sharp pain in his divine sense. His chest felt as though it had received a heavy blow. The magic power in his body was insufficient. There was a sweet taste in his throat that was forcefully suppressed by Lu Ping. Lu Ping did not have the time to check his wounds. He swung the azure sword and another 64 cyan-colored sword lights spread out. In the face of this casual attack from the young master in embroidered garments, the incomparably majestic azure sword became like a firefly within the bright moon. In the blink of an eye, it was engulfed by the sea of swords. Thankfully, the azure sword was a top-grade magic artifact and it was not damaged. A wave of water surged forward to collide against the sea of swords. Lu Ping directed the crystal bowl to create 3 huge waves in a row. However, they were all suppressed by the sea of swords. The sea of swords did not give Lu Ping any more time. The whistling sword rain dispersed the cloudy sky above Lu Ping's head and cut the clothes on Lu Ping's body, revealing the golden yellow inner armor. The surface of the inner armor was immediately covered with starry marks. However, in the end it did not penetrate the last layer of protection. However, how could a swordsmanship at the level of sword intent be so easily blocked? Lu Ping could no longer endure the mouthful of blood. The auspicious cloud was immediately dyed blood red. Lu Ping relied on the impact of the sea of swords to turn this mouthful of blood into the blood escape technique. The auspicious cloud drew a bright red blood light in the sky and disappeared among the mountains. The young master in embroidered garments exclaimed, "You can actually take a sword from this young master and not die. It's rare." A burly man with a long nose behind him said in a low and muffled voice, "Young master, do you want your subordinates to chase after him and end him?" The young master in embroidered garments shook his head and said, "No need. We still have important matters to attend to. This person is rather interesting. Leave him for this young master to practice his swordsmanship in the future." The people of the Water Mist Pavilion had seen that Lu Ping had been seriously injured by the young master in embroidered garments. They were originally afraid of the strength of the young master in embroidered garments. However, they saw that the young master in embroidered garments had turned around and swaggered away with a group of demon cultivators. Elisen was overjoyed. She secretly thought that Lu Ping had already been seriously injured by the young master in embroidered garments. Even if he used the blood escape technique to escape, he wouldn't have any spare strength to escape after he landed. As long as she could capture this person, not only would she be able to take revenge for her junior brother Chiu Liming, but she might also be able to find out the whereabouts of that silly boy from the Liao clan. In this way she would have the opportunity to obtain the recipe of the heart-dissolving pill. Once she presented the recipe to the sect, she would certainly receive a step more attention from the sect. Advancing to the core forging stage would be a cinch. He Lisin and the others quickly found the spot where Lu Ping had landed after using the blood escape technique. The 5 of them spread out and searched for traces of Lu Ping. After a short while, when the 5 of them gathered together again, no one had found any traces of Lu Ping. The 5 of them looked at each other in dismay. He Lisin sighed and said, "Forget it. That red-faced cultivator is very strange. He was able to kill junior brother Chiu Liming with his 6th layer blood condensation realm cultivation. Who knows if he has some kind of life-saving secret technique. Currently the 7-star skies is a chaotic place. Not only did Xianling sect and Jinling sect send their experts to fight for the few treasures that were left behind in the 7-star skies, but the overflowing ocean sect is also eager to see the world plunged into chaos. The war between the demon race and the human race is on the verge of breaking out. We should first complete the few missions that our sect has assigned to us." The other 4 nodded in agreement. Junior sister Zhang asked, "Senior sister, do you know what treasure Jinling and Xianling sect are fighting for? Is our Shuiyan pavilion just going to sit back and watch them fight?" He Lisin replied, "Of course not. In fact, our sect's seniors have told us that we can choose the right time to intervene in the battle between the 2 sects and reap the benefits. However, our priority right now is to find that Liao family brat and get our hands on the heart-dissolving pill. The other Liao family disciples that entered the 7-star skies are mostly collateral relatives. It's impossible for them to obtain this pill recipe." Junior sister Zhang thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, why don't we head straight to the Golden Fallen Canyon? According to our sect's information, every time the 7-star skies opens, the Liao family's cultivators will go to the Golden Fallen Canyon to collect spiritual herbs. I think it's because there are rare spiritual herbs that can be used to refine the heart-dissolving pill there." Elisin nodded. "That's right. However, the Golden Fallen Canyon doesn't have any sentient demonic beasts or poisonous beasts. Rumor has it that 300 years ago the Liao family's patriarch, Liao whose grandfather alchemy grandmaster Liao Ding, suppressed his core forging stage cultivation and went deep into the Golden Fallen Canyon. However, he didn't even have time to break the seal before he fell into the canyon. This almost caused the Liao family to decline. Therefore we must be extremely careful when we enter the Golden Fallen Canyon." When everyone heard that even a core forging enlightened master had fallen in the canyon, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Seeing everyone's fear, He Lisin smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? The Golden Fallen Canyon isn't the only dangerous place in the 7-star skies. Since the opening of the 7-star skies, many enlightened masters have gone missing and died in different places. Otherwise, where would the treasures that Jinling and Xianling sect fight for come from?" Chapter 163. After He Lisin and the rest left, the ground where the people from Shuiyan Pavilion were standing suddenly surged upwards. Lu Ping emerged from the ground riding a fat rat covered in dust. Lu Ping cast the dust sweep spell to clear away the dust on his body. Then he patted Debeo, who had exhausted all his arcane energy and was lying on his back. "Debeo, is this earth escape spell your innate skill after entering the blood condensation realm? Not bad, you've done a great service this time. When we get back I'll concoct a batch of pills for you as a reward." Debao couldn't even use the technique to shrink his body anymore. If it wasn't for Lu Ping using his own energy to help Debao use the Earth Escape technique, Debao wouldn't have been able to bring Lu Ping into the ground. Lu Ping tossed a spiritual energy replenishing medicinal pellet to Debao and kept it in the spirit beast pouch to recuperate. Then, he chose a direction and arrived at the foot of an inconspicuous hill a few dozen miles away. Using the Qinghan sword, he opened up a secret chamber in the belly of the hill. After setting up the defenses, he released Lu Dagui from the chamber and eagerly began his recuperation. This experience was a huge blow to Lu Ping. Ever since Lu Ping entered the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm, he had never lost a single battle against late-stage blood condensation realm cultivators. Even if he didn't win, he could still retreat easily. Although Lu Ping knew that the late-stage blood condensation realm cultivators he defeated were weak compared to other cultivators in the same realm, like Lu Ziyuan, who was one of the 18 generals of the North Sea, Lu Ping didn't think he was a match for them. But Lu Ping was used to winning, so he slowly turned the mentality of winning against late-stage blood condensation realm cultivators into a mentality of absolute victory. That was why Lu Ping never thought that he would be defeated by a late-stage blood condensation realm cultivator in one move. It wasn't until the luxuriously dressed young master's sword attack that Lu Ping's confidence finally shattered. Whether it was his cultivation base or his swordsmanship, Lu Ping was not on the same level as the luxuriously dressed young master. Lu Ping finally realized that he was still far from reaching the peak of the blood condensation realm. In the past, Lu Ping only understood this principle, but he didn't understand the root of it. But now Lu Ping understood. Lu Ping's luck wasn't bad. The young master only struck once. Lu Ping's foundation was strong, and he used all his skills to weaken the Sword Ocean's power. In the end, although he coughed up blood, his foundation wasn't damaged. With the nourishment from the Seven Stars Grotto Heaven's rich spiritual energy and the consumption of high-quality essence rejuvenating pellets and spirit recovering pellets, Lu Ping fully recovered in just 5 days. These few days, whenever Lu Ping calmed down, his mind would be filled with the young master's casual sword strike. That sword strike was like a bolt of lightning, showing Lu Ping a realm that he was about to reach, but he didn't know where to start. Lu Ping felt that he was only one step away from entering the realm of intent, but he couldn't break through this thin layer of window paper. Lu Ping knew that he was missing an opportunity. For the next few days, Lu Ping stayed in the belly of the mountain to polish his spiritual energy. At the same time, he tried to figure out his swordsmanship, hoping to encounter that moment of inspiration. One day, Lu Ping finally remembered that he still had things to do in the Seven-Star Grotto Heaven. Besides the golden nut fruit tree, he also promised Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu to help him. At the same time, the sect also sent cultivators into the Seven-Star Grotto Heaven. It was obvious that there was a mission. As a disciple who had been trained by Zhenling since he was young, how could he just stand by and watch? Lu Ping woke up and started refining the condensed blood beads of the primordial giant crocodile. After refining the 7 condensed blood beads, 7 days had passed. Lu Ping faintly felt that the 7 condensed blood beads weren't enough for him to break through to the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Fortunately, a few days ago, Lu Ping used the spiritual energy gathered from breaking through to the core forging realm. Not only did he raise his cultivation to the peak of the 6th layer of the blood condensation realm, he also compressed some of the excess spiritual energy into his flesh and blood. Now was the time to put it to good use. Lu Ping directly consumed 2 late-stage blood condensation realm medicinal pills to assist him. At the same time, he stimulated the hidden potential in his flesh and blood. Wisps of essence qi gathered on the surface of Lu Ping's body and did not dissipate. When the essence qi gathered to a certain extent, it finally condensed and formed a layer of blue protective qi around his body. This layer of protective qi had a name, Sky Pillar Water Curtain. Lu Ping felt the strength of the protective qi. It was actually comparable to a high-grade defensive magic artifact. This made Lu Ping very satisfied. In the past, when Lu Ping fought with late-stage blood condensation cultivators, he could easily tear through their protective qi with the high-grade soaring wing sword. This made Lu Ping not interested in the protective qi of late-stage blood condensation cultivators. Now that Lu Ping discovered that the protective qi of the Sky Pillar Water Curtain was not weaker than the inner armor, he was elated. The space in his heart core expanded once again. However, it didn't feel empty inside because there was another condensed blood bead. The previous 6 condensed blood beads had increased by a third. Lu Ping had finally reached the late stage of blood condensation. Lu Ping was finally back on the same starting line as his good friend. Overjoyed, Lu Ping took out the Qinghan sword and started practicing the 12 true arts of the North Sea. He started with the raging waves crashing on the shore, and water control art, then moved on to the stone-piercing sword, and wave-treading art, then to the azure dragon disturbing the sea, and sea deception art, all the way to the great river flowing east, and art of moving clouds and summoning rain, that allowed Lu Ping to reach greater success in force. The more Lu Ping practiced, the more excited he became. Subconsciously, Lu Ping felt that he was getting closer and closer to the moment of enlightenment. His arcane energy gradually flowed through the Qinghan sword, and the hand seals formed by his hands became faster and faster. Lu Ping became more and more engrossed in practicing the 12 true arts of the North Sea, and the art of traversing clouds and summoning rain. Suddenly, a sudden clap of thunder flashed through Lu Ping's mind. Amidst the rain of swords and the boundless sea of swords, a white wave formed by sword flashes suddenly surged. Lu Ping had an epiphany. The sword technique in his hands changed. Lu Ping began practicing an unfamiliar sword technique, the 1,000 snow pile sword of the 12 true arts of the North Sea. The Qinghan sword floated out, and 81 sword flashes formed a white wave that surged up from the great river and the sea. It was like layers upon layers of flawless white snowflakes piled up, carrying an indomitable intent within the ethereal air. The small hill finally couldn't withstand the enormous sword intent in the belly of the mountain and collapsed with a rumble. It looked like Lu Ping was about to be buried. Lu Ping didn't care in the slightest. His left hand formed 9 hand seals in succession. As his arcane energy pulsed, the small hill that had been sliced and pulverized by the sword flashes containing sword intent suddenly surged with a yellow wave of earth on the dark green grassland as Lu Ping struck out his hand seals. The wave of earth rose and fell as it moved forward on the grassland. Below the wave of earth, Lu Ping seemed to be single-handedly controlling a yellow river as the waves surged past the green grassland. Art of the blue tide, of the 12 true arts of the North Sea. Lu Ping let out a long howl towards the sky, his voice shaking the grassland. Chapter 164. In the depths of an unknown mountain forest, there was a place filled with flowers. In this sea of flowers, a swarm of fist-sized bees were hovering up and down in the sea of flowers. The buzzing sound could be heard from miles away. In the forest not far from the sea of flowers, a few cultivators from the Sea of Flame sect were hiding. The middle-aged man leading the group asked a cultivator beside him, "Is everything ready?" After getting the answer, the middle-aged cultivator sent a signal into the distance. On the other side of the Sea of Flowers, a few beastly roars were heard. A few huge bear demons had been lured there. The bear demons hadn't eaten for a long time. As soon as they came to the Sea of Flowers, they smelled a mystical honey fragrance. Relying on the bear demon's intuition, the 5 early blood condensation and blood refining realm bear demons charged through the Sea of Flowers, heading towards the towering trees in the depths of the Sea of Flowers. After a while, miserable cries of bears could be heard from the depths of the Sea of Flowers. The cries returned and ran towards the Sea of Flowers. 5 bear demons covered their heads and fled like rats. A wung-wung sound that made one's scalp tingle could be heard. Looking from afar, each bear demon was followed by a purple crystal cloud. The cloud changed into different shapes and attacked the bear demons. The bear demons fled blindly. In a short while, they escaped into the forest and disappeared with the swarm of bees. Seeing that the swarm of bees had been lured away, the middle-aged cultivator hurriedly called out to the cultivators behind him. The cultivators from the Sea of Flame sect quickly and silently moved towards the depths of the Sea of Flowers. In the depths of the Sea of Flowers, the amethyst bees had built 7 huge strange-looking hives on 7 towering trees. At this time, most of the amethyst bees in the hives had been lured away by the bear demons. When the remaining amethyst bees saw the cultivators from the Sea of Flame sect rushing towards the hives, they let out a strange buzzing sound and formed a wall of bees, swarming towards the cultivators from the Sea of Flame sect. The middle-aged cultivator gave the order and the 5 cultivators on the periphery formed a simple magic array. They brought out their magic artifacts and 5 high-grade magic artifacts created 5 barriers. At the same time, the 5 of them channeled their astral energy through the magic array to link up with the 5 magic artifacts' defensive barriers to form a flaming barrier to protect the cultivators from Ocean Flame sect. The swarm of bees surrounded the shield and attacked wildly. For a moment, the tiny wind blades emitted by the purple crystal bee's wings and the stinger shot out caused the Ocean Flame sect's shield to ring. The flames on the surface of the shield also rose and fell, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When the middle-aged cultivator saw that the barrier had temporarily blocked the attacks of the swarm of bees, he hurriedly said, "Quickly, the swarm of bees that stayed behind have already sent out a signal. It won't be long before the swarm of bees that chased the bear demons return." The middle-aged cultivator and the other two cultivators each wielded an exquisite top-grade magic tool. With a swipe at the beehive, sparks flew and the amethyst honey flowed out. A fragrance that was several times thicker than before immediately wafted out. The three cultivators each took out a jade crystal bottle and formed hand seals to collect the flowing purple crystal honey into the bottle. One of the cultivators looked up at the beehive and said, "Will the quality of the purple crystal honey in the beehive be higher? It would be great if there was the legendary purple crystal royal jelly." After saying that, he used the exquisite top-grade magic artifact in his hand to cut the top of the beehive. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly shouted, "No!" However, it was too late. The cultivator's magic artifact had already cut the top of the beehive. A purple honey that was thicker and sweeter than the honey from before flowed out of the beehive. The middle-aged cultivator looked anxious and said to the cultivators around him, "Run!" After saying that, he ignored the baffled expressions of the surrounding cultivators and took the lead to run into the forest. Finally, some cultivators realized that something was wrong. By the time they were ready to retreat, it was already too late. After the cultivator used his magic artifact to cut the beehive, the besieging beehive slowed down and retreated to the top of the beehive. Then, as if they had received some kind of order, the purple crystal bees rushed towards the sea flame sect cultivators who were still in a daze. This time it was no longer a spell or stinger attack. Instead, fist-sized purple crystal bees rammed into the sea flame sect's barrier. The moment they collided with the barrier, the purple crystal bees suddenly exploded, causing the barrier to flicker. Each purple crystal bee was only at the early blood refining realm, so the power of their self-destruction wasn't too great. However, when hundreds of purple crystal bees self-destructed at the same time, the power was not as simple as adding up. The remaining 7 sea flame sect cultivators had just retreated a few meters away when the flame barrier created by 5 late blood condensation cultivators, 5 high-grade magic artifacts, and the cultivator's own protective aura collapsed under the self-destruction of thousands of purple crystal bees. The 7 cultivators could only let out a few miserable screams before they were interrupted by the buzzing sound of the swarm of bees. Just as the sea flame sect cultivators were drowned by the swarm of bees, a thin veil was lifted in the air above the swarm. A thin figure jumped out from the veil and landed on the top of the beehive that was cut open by the sea flame sect cultivators. The thin minor repairs cultivator raised both his hands and stirred the broken beehive with 6 magic artifacts, causing the hole to widen. The cultivator took out a jade bottle and kept the overflowing beehive. At the same time, he reached out his right hand, which was wearing a magic artifact glove, and touched the beehive, as if he had grabbed something. The thin minor repairs cultivator was overjoyed. He quickly put the thing he grabbed into a jade box. Suddenly, dozens of wind blades flew out from the top of the beehive. The wind blades were all at the blood condensation realm, and 2 of them were even at the mid-blood condensation realm. The thin minor repairs cultivator was shocked. He quickly put away the jade bottle and flew into the forest. A strange chirp was heard. The swarm of bees turned around and chased in the direction that the thin minor repairs cultivator came from. They chased all the way out of the forest, but they lost track of the thin minor repairs cultivator. The swarm circled back and forth a few times, then turned back. After the swarm of amethyst bees retreated, a thin veil several meters long appeared in the bushes of a big tree, revealing the thin minor repairs cultivator wrapped inside. The thin minor repairs cultivator patted his chest and muttered to himself, "Thank goodness. Thank goodness I got this green veil tent from Big Brother. Otherwise I would be in deep trouble." Is that so? Your Excellency is really good at scheming. My ocean flame sect lured away the swarm of bees, and you took advantage of the situation and obtained the most precious royal jelly of the purple crystal bees. Unfortunately, my junior brothers died a violent death. A gloomy voice came. The thin minor repairs cultivator's expression changed. He cast the 6 magic tools in the air to protect himself. He turned around and asked sternly, "Who is it?" The middle-aged cultivator from Hai Yen sect suddenly appeared from behind a huge tree. The thin minor repairs cultivator said sternly, "It's you. You abandoned your junior brothers and escaped alone. Do you still have the face to say that?" The middle-aged cultivator sneered, "I already warned them in advance, but they were still greedy. Besides, I already gave them a warning when I escaped. They can only blame themselves for being too slow. The thin miner repairs cultivator sneered. You are one of the North Sea's 18 generals. How can you say such words? How disrespectful. The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed. Arcane energy surged from his body. He said in a sinister voice, You know me? The thin miner repairs cultivator was on guard. He replied, Hai Yin Sex Ping Changqing, 9th layer blood condensation realm, one of the North Sea's 18 generals. As soon as the thin miner repairs cultivator finished his sentence, Peng Changqing's 3 flame blades were already flying towards the thin miner repairs cultivator. He said fiercely, Then I can't let you live. The thin miner repairs cultivator's 6 magic tools suddenly combined into a sword, a shield and a pair of scissors. They blocked the 3 flame blades and flew away from the thicket. Unexpectedly, the 3 flame blades suddenly dodged the miner repairs cultivator's 3 magic tools and chased after the thin miner repairs cultivator. Then they suddenly exploded. The petite cultivator was caught off guard and was nearly seriously injured. Even so, his face was deathly pale and he felt a lingering fear. Only now did he realize that Peng Changqing's reputation as one of the North Sea's 18 generals was not without reason. His methods were decisive and ruthless. Fortunately, the thin miner repairs cultivator was at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. He was also from a famous family and had the reputation of being a genius cultivator. Although he was at a disadvantage against Peng Changqing couldn't do anything to him in a short period of time. The thin miner repairs cultivator knew that he wasn't Peng Changqing's opponent. He tried to find an opportunity to escape. Unexpectedly, Peng Changqing sneered, Want to run? Not so easy. Peng Changqing raised his hands. 36 flame blades surrounded the thin miner repairs cultivator from all directions. Peng Changqing opened his mouth and blew. The 36 flame blades' flames instantly expanded, forming a huge fireball that enveloped the thin miner repairs cultivator. The thin miner repairs cultivator's face paled. He crushed a jade talisman in his hand and a whirlwind swept out, scattering the fireball. Peng Changqing chuckled and said, There's actually a talisman made by a core forging enlightened master. However, a talisman won't be able to save your life. After saying that, Peng Changqing clasped his hands together. 4 fireballs appeared around him. The 4 fireballs had different colors and different temperatures. Clearly they were the 4 types of fire seeds that Peng Changqing had condensed. The 4 fire seeds spat out a stream of flames in response to Peng Changqing's arcane energy. The flames intertwined in the air and formed a 4-colored flame rope that flew towards the thin miner repairs cultivator. The thin miner repairs cultivator tried his best to dodge, but the flame rope chased after him relentlessly. It looked like it was about to wrap around the thin miner repairs cultivator and kill him. Just as the thin miner repairs cultivator closed his eyes and waited for his death, a blue rope suddenly shot out from outside the woods. This rope was actually a slender water column that wound around Peng Changqing's flame rope. After all, the water rope was not as powerful as Peng Changqing's 4 types of life source fire seeds. However, the blue water rope was inexhaustible. At the same time, a vigorous arcane energy was hidden in the water rope. It collided with the flame rope with a loud bang. Peng Changqing felt as if he was in the middle of an erupting volcano at the bottom of the sea. Although the volcano was extremely powerful, it would eventually be conquered by the sea. The 2 ropes intertwined and died. Peng Changqing shouted towards the outside of the woods, Who is outside the woods? Peng Changqing of the Ocean Flame sect greets you. The person outside the woods did not speak. After a long time a hesitant voice came in, Is that brother Ai Shu Tao inside? Chapter 165. Is that brother Ai Shu Tao inside? A voice came from outside the forest. The short miner repairs cultivator's face lit up and he shouted, Yes, is it brother Lu outside? A series of footsteps came from outside the forest. A red-faced man appeared beside Peng Changqing, forming a pincer attack with Ai Shu Tao. When Ai Shu Tao saw that it wasn't the person he expected, he was startled. Peng Changqing saw this and suddenly shot a fire seed at Ai Shu Tao. The red-faced cultivator shouted, Careful! A blue sword light cut into Peng Changqing's flame shield like a waterfall. Ai Shu Tao reacted as soon as the red-faced cultivator shouted. However, in his haste, he only had enough time to throw a small bell in the air. The fire seed collided with the bell and exploded, sending it flying away. Ai Shu Tao was pushed back by a scorching hot force, smashing through two large trees that were several feet thick. Only when the astral energy protecting his body collapsed did he stop. The red-faced cultivator's sword light cut into the flame barrier, but it was blocked by a magic tool. Peng Changqing himself was pushed back a few feet by the red-faced cultivator's sword. The flame shield was extinguished, revealing a surprised Peng Changqing. At this time, the 4 fire seeds surrounding Peng Changqing were each enveloped by a lantern. The yellow lantern in front of Peng Changqing was densely cut with dozens of cracks. The red-faced cultivator scanned the lantern with his divine sense and looked at Lu Ping with a serious expression. 81 cracks. You're only at the 7th layer of the blood condensation realm, but you've comprehended sword refinement and reached the realm of sword intent. The red-faced cultivator didn't think that a sword technique at the sword intent realm would be so powerful. With a single strike, it was able to leave a top-grade defensive magic treasure that was comparable to the Qinghan sword riddled with holes. Looking at the sword marks on the lantern, the red-faced cultivator sighed. After all, he had just comprehended the realm of sword intent. If his sword light was more powerful than 81 strikes, he would have been able to cut this top-grade magic tool into pieces. If his sword intent realm went one step further and reached the realm of sword refinement as one, not only would the lantern disintegrate, but the fire seeds inside would also be extinguished. The red-faced cultivator ignored Peng Changqing's words and looked at AI Shutao, who was sent flying. "Brother AI, how are you?" AI Shutao lay on the ground and groaned. He slowly got up and said, "I'm fine, I can still fight." As soon as AI Shutao's voice fell, the 6 celestial artifacts had already flown up. In midair, the 6 celestial artifacts combined to form a huge trident. Its power was no less than that of a top-grade celestial artifact. It stabbed towards Peng Changqing. The 4 lanterns floated around Peng Changqing and the fire seeds within them danced about, blocking the trident. Just as Peng Changqing was about to draw out the 4 flames, which transformed into 4 fire serpents, the red-faced cultivator brought out a crystal bowl. 4 pillars of water in the air transformed into 4 fish eagles, which flew towards the fire serpents. Peng Changqing knew that since AI Shutao and the red-faced cultivator had joined forces, he had lost the chance to kill AI Shutao. That was especially true of the red-faced cultivator, who gave him the feeling that he had yet to go all out. The red-faced cultivator was only in the 7th layer of the blood condensation realm. The aura around him was still fluctuating. Clearly, he had just broken through with the help of the dense spiritual energy in the 7-star sky. Peng Changqing exchanged several blows with the 2 cultivators. AI Shutao had been the main attacker while the red-faced cultivator had been supporting him from the side. Every time Peng Changqing was about to gain the upper hand, the red-faced cultivator would unleash a perfectly timed attack to suppress Peng Changqing. Peng Changqing suddenly realized that the red-faced cultivator was using him as a practice target to hone his sword skills and spells. Peng Changqing was even more afraid of the red-faced cultivator. He took out 4 lanterns and blocked the 2's attacks. The fire seeds in the lanterns suddenly sprayed out a rain of fire, covering an area of tens of feet around Peng Changqing. The red-faced cultivator shouted, "He's trying to escape." With that said, a blue protective astral energy fused with the water curtain in the crystal bowl. When the rain of fire hit the water curtain, it only produced a puff of green smoke. At the same time, a green sword light stabbed towards the direction Peng Changqing was running. The 81 sword lights contained the intent that the red-faced cultivator had comprehended from the intent. Like a white wave, it chased after Peng Changqing. A white mist rose from AI Shutao's hand and rolled towards the escaping Peng Changqing. Lu Ping looked at the jade talisman in AI Shutao's hand. This guy actually used a talisman treasure. Peng Changqing used all 4 lanterns to block behind him. Lu Ping's sword light struck the lanterns again. The lantern that was heavily damaged by Lu Ping finally couldn't withstand the 1000 snow sword art and shattered into a pile of fragments. Immediately after, the white mist blew on the exposed fire seed and completely extinguished it. The remaining mist blew on the other 3 lanterns, causing a layer of crystal-clear frost to form on the outside of the lanterns. The fire seed in the lanterns also flickered, looking like it was on the verge of death. One of Peng Changqing's natal fire seeds was extinguished, and the other 3 were also heavily injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and disappeared into the forest, not daring to stay. When the red-faced cultivator saw Peng Changqing escape, he took off a mask from his face and said, "This Peng Changqing is really powerful. Even with our combined strength, we still couldn't stop him." When AI Shu Tao saw that the person who took off the mask was indeed Lu Ping, his face lit up with joy. That Peng Changqing is as famous as my brother, one of the North Sea's 18 generals. Naturally, he has many tricks up his sleeves. Today the two of us work together to seriously injure him. It's already not easy. Lu Ping didn't comment. Instead he asked, Brother AI, how did you come to the 7-star sky? I haven't seen you for a few years and you've already reached the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. Amazing. AI Shu Tao heard Lu Ping's praise and said proudly, Of course I'm the family's genius. This time, I secretly followed Big Brother here because I wanted to broaden my horizons in the demon territory. Then, as if remembering something, he said gloomily, Big Brother Lu is still so powerful. Just now, that Peng Changqing escaped mainly because Big Brother suppressed him to the point where he couldn't fight back. I didn't expect Big Brother to have already comprehended intent. Lu Ping smiled. I was just lucky. Oh right, I heard that your brother is also one of the North Sea's 18 generals. So your brother is West Hill Island's AI Buotao? Seeing AI Shu Tao nod with a proud expression, Lu Ping asked, How did you get into a fight with Peng Changqing? That guy is quite valued in the Sea Flame sect. I'm afraid he'll harm you in the future. AI Shu Tao told Lu Ping about what happened in the Amethyst Hive. He was so excited that he wanted to share half of the large bottle of Amethyst Royal Jelly with Lu Ping. He didn't care about the Sea Flame sect's possible revenge at all. Amethyst Royal Jelly had a wide range of uses for cultivators. Drinking it with spirit spring water could increase a cultivator's cultivation and spiritual energy recovery speed. Could also be used to treat injuries. Of course, this was the most wasteful way to consume it. As an alchemist, Lu Ping knew that Amethyst Royal Jelly's effects were comparable to the main ingredients of thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. It was used to concoct many blood condensation and core forging realm pills. It could increase the effectiveness of pills and increase the success rate of pills. It could be said to be a panacea for alchemists. Chapter 166. The purple crystal royal jelly was so precious, and AI Shu Tao took the risk to get it. Lu Ping was naturally embarrassed to take it for free, so he took out a jade crystal bottle and said, Brother AI, the purple crystal royal jelly is indeed of great use to me, but I'm embarrassed to take it for free. This bottle of face-retaining pill is refined by me. After taking it, it can keep your appearance unchanged for 300 years. If Brother AI has a Tao companion in the future, you can give it to your future sister-in-law. AI Shu Tao wanted to refuse, but when he heard it was face-retaining pill, he immediately changed his mind. He took the jade crystal bottle from Lu Ping's hand with a look of novelty and joy. Looking at the pills inside, he didn't care what Lu Ping was saying. Lu Ping shook his head in boredom. He didn't expect a male cultivator like AI Shu Tao to be so interested in face-retaining pill. After a long time, AI Shu Tao calmed down from the joy of getting the face-retaining pill. Lu Ping joked, It seems that Brother AI already has a Tao companion. You actually value the face-retaining pill so much. AI Shu Tao's face reddened as he said, Big Brother Lu, this is the 3rd time you've saved my life. I originally wanted to give the Amethyst Royal Jelly to you, but I didn't expect you to exchange it for the face-retaining pill. This makes me reluctant to part with it, but I also found some good things in the Amethyst Bee's nest. I want to give them to you as a thank you gift. Lu Ping was about to refuse, but he saw AI Shu Tao take out a jade box and said, Brother Lu, don't refuse. Compared with Brother's life-saving grace, these are really nothing. If Brother doesn't want it, it means you look down on me. Lu Ping was helpless and could only watch AI Shu Tao open the jade box. Lu Ping looked at the things in the box and said in surprise, Are these the eggs of the purple crystal bee? AI Shu Tao smiled proudly and said, Yes. I took advantage of the fact that the Haiyan sect cultivators lured the bees away to get the royal jelly and hundreds of purple crystal bee eggs from the top of the hive. Most purple crystal bees were at the early stage of the blood refining realm. Only the queen bee and the drones could advance to the blood condensation realm. However, purple crystal bees usually had a large colony. Once they were ambushed, they would turn out in full force. If the enemy was strong, the swarm of bees would self-destruct. Even a core forging enlightened master would have to avoid the explosion of hundreds or thousands of bees. Therefore, very few cultivators would provoke the purple crystal bees. But if it was the purple crystal bees' eggs, Lu Ping could use them to cultivate. Once they grew into a swarm and gave birth to a queen, not only could they be used to brew purple crystal honey and royal jelly, but they would also be greatly beneficial to Lu Ping's spirit herb garden. Other than that, the purple crystal bees also had another important function. AI Shu Tao wanted to give away all the eggs, but Lu Ping insisted on only half. He also told AI Shu Tao to incubate them well. If they were cultivated into Dao soldiers in the future, it would be of great help. But looking at AI Shu Tao's absent-minded look, he probably didn't have much patience for cultivating Dao soldiers. Just at this moment, a jade pendant on AI Shu Tao's waist suddenly flashed with light from time to time. AI Shu Tao looked around in panic and said, "Oh no, my brother is looking for me. Let's go quickly." Lu Ping asked curiously, "Why are you running when your brother is looking for you? This seven-star sky is full of danger. Isn't it better to stay by your brother's side?" Just as AI Shu Tao was about to say something, a voice rang out. "Well said, Brother Lu Qi. Third brother, if something were to happen to you in the seven-star skies, the elders in the family would eat me alive." When Lu Ping turned around, he saw AI Buatao walking over with a gloomy expression with a few people. Among them were cultivators Lu Ping was familiar with, Cheng and Huang. AI Buatao obviously recognized Lu Ping. He laughed and said, "Brother Lu, I didn't expect to meet you here today after fighting with the primordial giant crocodile." Lu Ping said seriously, "I don't dare to lie to Brother AI. I am Lu Ping, a disciple of Jinling Lu Xianling. Back then I was in the Demon Sea region, so I didn't dare to tell you my real name. I hope Brother AI, Brother Cheng and Brother Huang can forgive me." Lu Ping apologized to AI Buatao, Cheng and Huang. At this time, AI Shu Tao also briefly told AI Buatao about the two of them. AI Buatao waved his hand and said, "It's not Brother Lu's fault. The Demon Sea region is full of danger. Brother Lu is alone outside, so it's normal for him to be cautious. However, I didn't expect that the Jinling Lu Ping who saved his life twice on Failing Island was you." Lu Ping replied humbly, "It's nothing much, not worth mentioning." After AI Buatao finished his greetings, he said seriously, "Brother Lu, what are your plans next? Are you going to meet up with your disciples or continue to explore alone?" Lu Ping heard between the lines and asked, "Brother AI, do you have any news about me, Jinling?" AI Buatao said, "This time your sect is led by Qi Zitsai, one of the North Sea 18 generals. Currently there are more than 20 people in your sect. They have already clashed with Xianling sect, demon race and several other forces. Although there are victories and losses, it is said that your sect has obtained several top-grade spiritual materials, rare 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and 2 Dharma treasures." Speaking of Dharma treasures, AI Buatao was also envious. When Lu Ping heard that his sect didn't suffer any losses, he asked, "Brother AI, do you know where my people are now?" AI Buatao shook his head and said, "All forces will not stay in one place for too long. Otherwise they may be besieged by other forces. So, I don't know where your sect is now." Seeing that Lu Ping was a little disappointed, AI Buatao said, "Little brother, you don't need to worry about your sect. Your sect is strong. That Qi Zitsai killed the leader of a demon race head-on and obtained a Dharma treasure. Your sect also has 2 7th-layer blood condensation cultivators. One of them controls 2 late blood condensation puppets, and the other wields 2 top-grade short swords. Their movements are like phantoms, and the 2 of them work together to force Miao Weidong, one of Xianling sect's 18 generals of the North Sea, to retreat and snatch the second magic treasure from him. Right now, the names of these 2 cultivators have spread throughout the 7-star skies. I'm sure that after the 7-star skies closes, these 2 cultivators will be famous throughout the North Sea." When Lu Ping heard AI Buatao's description, he knew that he was talking about Ji Zishuan and Yin Zichu. He didn't expect them to have already met up with his sect's cultivators. When AI Shu Tao heard his big brother praising Jinling's other cultivators, he snorted and said, "What's so great about them? Big brother Lu and I just joined forces and injured Hai Yen sect's Peng Changqing." When AI Buatao and the others heard this, they looked at the 2 of them in surprise. AI Buatao knew that although his third brother was a genius in cultivation, he didn't have much experience in fighting. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Peng Changqing, who had been in the 9th-layer blood condensation realm for many years. Therefore, it was obvious that Peng Changqing was injured and escaped because of this Jinling's disciple. Lu Ping felt a little awkward under the strange gaze of the West Hill Island cultivator. AI Buatao laughed and said, "Brother Lu is really amazing. I wonder what Brother Lu plans to do next. If you don't mind, you can stay with me for the time being. We can take care of each other and the other forces won't dare to provoke us." Lu Ping thought for a moment and declined, "No, I'd better return to my sect as soon as possible. From what Brother AI said, It's obvious that our sect is in a fierce competition with Xianling's sect and the monster race. I have to do my best. Besides, I still need to go to the Golden Fallen Canyon to collect some rare spiritual herbs. Ai Buatao's eyes lit up and said, Brother Lu is also an alchemist? Could it be that the Ajarasia pill in third brother's hand was refined by Brother Lu? Lu Ping nodded and said, I'm not talented, but I just got the qualification to be our sect's alchemist. Ai Buatao was surprised and said, I've long heard that your sect has a new alchemist who can refine the Chiman Ajarasia pill. I didn't expect it to be Brother Lu. Not only is Brother Lu's cultivation level high, but you also have a good alchemy skill. It's really admirable. However, Ai Buatao's tone changed and he said in a serious tone, the Golden Fallen Canyon that Brother Lu is going to is a famous dangerous place in the seven-star sky. Although there are many rare spiritual herbs, there are fierce beasts and poisonous creatures that even a core forging stage perfected master is quite afraid of. As soon as Ai Buatao's voice fell, Ai Shutao on the side muttered in a rather unhappy voice, What's so great about it? Isn't the Amethyst Flower Sea also a dangerous place? Didn't you let me get the Amethyst Royal Jelly? Ai Buatao glanced at Ai Shutao and said in a deep voice, The Golden Fallen Canyon has even devoured several core forging stage perfected masters who sealed their cultivation. Compared with the Golden Fallen Canyon, the Amethyst Flower Sea is really not a dangerous place. Ai Buatao saw that Lu Ping had made up his mind, so he could only say, Only the Golden Orange Island is in the Golden Fallen Canyon. The Liao family goes there every time the seven-star sky opens, but they only dare to move in the periphery. The rest are some adventurous alchemists and individual cultivators. However, I heard that this time He Lisin of the Shui-Yen Pavilion is against the Liao family for some reason. Now she is gathering a group of Shui-Yen Pavilion cultivators to go to the Golden Fallen Canyon to find trouble with the Liao family. Brother Lu should be careful when going to the Golden Fallen Canyon. Lu Ping went all the way to the northwest. With Ai Buatao's guidance, Lu Ping knew that the Golden Fallen Canyon was located in the northwest of the Grotto Heaven when the seven-star sky opened, but Ai Buatao didn't know the specific location. Looking from a distance, the Golden Valley looked like the ground of the seven-star sky had suddenly sunk in, forming a huge scar. However, this scar appeared to be golden from a distance, and did not have the miasma of poisonous beasts and ferocious beasts running amok. The seven-star sky had already opened for more than a month. When Lu Ping arrived at the canyon, not only was the spirit-seeking mouse Debeo leading the way, the three green sea snakes had also awakened, and their cultivation had reached the fourth layer of the blood condensation realm. A beautiful big bird was hovering above Lu Ping's head. It was the blue phoenix, Lu Qin, who had reached the late blood condensation realm. Lu Dague's walking speed was slow, so Lu Ping didn't let him out. Moreover, Lu Dague didn't like to travel long distances. Compared to Lu Ping's other spiritual pets, Lu Dague liked to stay in the spirit beast bag and sleep the most. Chapter 167. The Golden Luo Valley was huge and there were many entrances. Lu Ping summoned Qing Wan down from the sky. The bird flapped its wings a few times and in the blink of an eye, it had shrunk from its original size of 5 feet to a petite bird about a foot long. It landed on Lu Ping's shoulder. This was the ability Lu Qin gained after advancing to the late blood condensation realm. She could shrink her body size at will. The three green sea snakes already had this ability when they first entered the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping also planned to concoct some form transformation pills and bone-dissolving pills. When demonic beasts advanced to the late blood condensation realm, they could use the form transformation pills to gain the half-step transformation ability. It would help the demonic beasts improve their cultivation. However, Lu Qin was unwilling to use the form transformation pills. The reason was that the half-step transformation was too ugly. She would rather slow down her cultivation speed and complete the transformation when she reached the core forging realm. This reason made Lu Ping dumbfounded. After Lu Ping helped her kill the red mantis bird, Lu Qin had completely submitted to Lu Ping. This was the only thing she was stubborn about. Fortunately, Lu Ping didn't have the pill recipe for the form transformation pills, so he could only let her be. As for the bone-dissolving pellets recipe, Lu Ping bought it from the alchemy pavilion. After consuming the bone-dissolving pellet, the monster would be able to refine the transverse bone in its throat, granting it the ability to speak. Both of these medicinal pellets were unique medicinal pellets between the blood condensation and core forging realm. After Debeo entered the Golden Luan Canyon, the dangerous aura around him made him tremble. Fortunately, the 3 green sea snakes were at the front, so the danger wouldn't find him immediately. After Lu Ping stepped into the Golden Yuan Canyon, his divine sense expanded to more than 100 feet. Soon he found many hidden dangerous auras around him. There were animals and plants. These creatures were shrouded in poisonous fog of various colors, ready to kill at any time. This was also the reason why Lu Ping waited for the 3 green sea snakes to wake up before entering the Golden Yuan Canyon. Green sea snakes were highly poisonous creatures, so they were immune to most poisons. The Golden Yuan Canyon was a dangerous place in the eyes of other human and demonic cultivators, but it was a paradise in the eyes of the green sea snakes. As the green sea snakes moved forward, the surrounding poisonous creatures were afraid of the pressure of the green sea snake's high-grade bloodline, but they were even more afraid of the poisonous aura emitted by the 3 spiritual snakes. After communicating with the 3 spiritual snakes, Lu Ping learned that Lu Bai was good at invisible poison, also known as wind poison, which could make the enemy inadvertently fall for it. Lu Hai was good at corrosive poison. When its venom stuck to the enemy's body, even a middle-grade magic weapon would rot, not to mention the physical body. Lu Ling was good at cold poison, which could wear down the enemy's magic power and Zhen Yuan and damage their foundation. With the green sea snakes leading the way, Lu Ping made smooth progress in the periphery of the canyon. Even if there were some poisonous creatures and fierce beasts that jumped out to attack, they were all killed by the spiritual snakes. Along the way, Lu Ping also met a few cultivators who were collecting herbs on the periphery. However, because they were in a dangerous place, they restrained themselves and often avoided each other after glancing at each other. On the side, Debao was using his talent as a spirit-seeking mouse. Together with Lu Ping's vast divine sense, they managed to find quite a few 500-year-old spirit herbs. There were even some 1,000-year-old spirit herbs that were extremely rare in the outside world. This surprised Lu Ping. On this day, Lu Ping found himself at the border between the periphery and the inside of the Golden Valley according to the mark of the golden nut fruit tree. The inside of the Golden Valley was shrouded in a faint golden mist, which was also the origin of the name of the Golden Valley. It was said that this thin layer of mist was formed by the poisonous gas emitted by various high-level poisonous creatures in the Golden Valley. The deeper one went, the thicker the golden mist, the more poisonous it was, and the more tyrannical the strength of the ferocious creatures hidden in it. The blue phoenix standing on Lu Ping's shoulder looked back and chirped a few times in Lu Ping's ear. Its voice was quite pleasant to the ear. Lu Ping glanced back and said, "A few scoundrels have been following us for 2 days, there's nothing to worry about." After saying that, he put the blue phoenix back into the spirit beast bag and took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. He threw a poison avoidance pill to Debao and ate one himself. Then he put Debao on his shoulder and released his protective aura. Then he followed behind the spirit snake and walked into the golden mist. Not long after Lu Ping entered the Golden Valley, 6 figures carefully walked over from the periphery to the place where Lu Ping was standing. A cultivator in black said, "This guy is really reckless. He actually dared to enter the Golden Valley. Even those core forging enlightened masters with their cultivation seal don't dare to enter casually. This person is only at the 7th layer of the blood condensation realm, obviously not an enlightened master with his cultivation sealed." The taller cultivator on the other side was also in black. He said, "This person must have something to rely on if he dares to enter the Golden Valley. I think the 3 demonic snakes are quite extraordinary. Maybe he really can find some treasures inside." The others looked at the leading cultivator. The leading cultivator pondered for a while and said, "Our task is to monitor the battle between the Shui Yen Pavilion and the Liao family and cooperate with our brothers to ambush the cultivators of the 2 families." However, this person was able to pass through the periphery of the Golden Valley so quickly and directly enter the Golden Valley. Obviously, he is after the treasures inside and has a way to avoid the golden poison fog. We can't miss this opportunity. Seeing that his words were approved by everyone, the leading cultivator ordered, "Junior Marshal Brother Qi, stay here with Junior Marshal Brother Yang and Junior Marshal Brother Wang. If that person survives the golden poison fog, be sure to kill him and take his treasures." Of the 3 Junior Marshal brothers, one is an 8th layer blood condensation realm cultivator and 2 7th layer blood condensation realm cultivators. Dealing with a 7th layer blood condensation realm cultivator like minor repairs shouldn't be a problem. The tall cultivator who spoke earlier nodded and stayed with the 2 black-clothed cultivators. The leading cultivator brought the remaining 2 cultivators and sped towards the periphery. After Lu Ping entered the golden fog, he discovered that the golden poisonous fog was slowly corroding Lu Ping's protective astral energy. However, Lu Ping didn't care. As Lu Ping went deeper, the golden fog became thicker and thicker, and the corrosion on his protective astral energy was also slowly increasing. Although it was not worth mentioning to Lu Ping's strong magic power, Lu Ping still dissolved 2 poison avoidance pills into liquid and fused them with his protective astral energy. Only then did the corrosion of the poisonous fog lessen. Compared to Lu Ping's caution, the 3 snakes were like fish in water after entering the poisonous fog. Chapter 168. When the 3 spirit snakes were wrapped by the golden poison, Lu Ping found that the spirits of the 3 spirit snakes were shaken. The golden mist formed a small vortex around the 3 spirit snakes. An invisible airflow, a blue profound chi and a white cold mist respectively swallowed and spat out from the mouths of the 3 spirit snakes, absorbing the poison contained in the golden mist. Lu Ping knew that in order to strengthen the innate ability of monster cultivators, they must absorb the same kind of things that were more powerful than their own innate ability. The Cyan Luan didn't care about the life source fire of the red mantis bird. For the same reason, the 3 spirit snakes swallowed and spat out the golden mist, indicating that the mist contained a poison that was more powerful than the life source venom of the spirit snakes. This made Lu Ping vigilant. The venom of the green sea snake was already one of the most violent poisons in the world. What kind of poison was more violent than the green sea snake? After entering the Golden Valley under the guidance of Debao, a 1,000-year-old spirit grass was quickly captured by Lu Ping's divine sense. At the same time, there was a violent aura guarding in front of the spirit grass. Lu Ping didn't hesitate to command the spirit snakes to move forward. With a roar, a monster beast that looked like a cow and a deer rushed towards Lu Ping with heavy steps. Every time the monster beast touched the ground, it would produce a strange force, making Lu Ping feel unsteady. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body seemed to begin to fluctuate uncontrollably. The 3 spirit snakes didn't panic. They twisted their tails together and instantly stabilized their swaying bodies. When the monster beast rushed over, the spirit snakes suddenly dodged to the sides. At the same time, they swept their tails horizontally. The rushing monster beast was tripped by the feet of the spirit snakes. Its huge body suddenly fell forward and rolled all the way, smashing the ground and causing another tremor. The monster beast woke up from the dizziness and quickly stood up. Its body had been hit by the 3 spirit snakes with their tails, leaving a dozen bloody wounds. The monster beast became angry and roared. It opened its mouth and sprayed a gray poisonous gas at the spirit snakes. Unexpectedly, the 3 spirit snakes didn't care about the poisonous gas. They directly passed through the gas and bit the monster beast's face, neck and thigh. The monster beast suddenly lost its balance and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching. Debao, who was standing on Lu Ping's shoulder, saw the monster beast die. He shivered as he looked at the 3 spirit snakes. When he played with Samling, Samling would often wrap his body around Debao. If Samling randomly bit Debao, Debao would immediately lose his balance and fall off Lu Ping's shoulder. Lu Ping didn't care about Debao's fear. He looked at the monster beast in front of him that was around the 6th layer of the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping was very satisfied with Samling's performance. However, it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to obtain any spiritual materials from this monster beast. In just a few moments, the monster beast's bones had already started to soften. The surface of its body had started to rot, and a thin layer of ice had formed on the other side. This was the result of Samling's 3 poisons. Lu Ping walked up to the spirit herb and discovered that it was a fallen spirit herb. It was the main ingredient used to concoct the fallen spirit pellet, a core forging realm medicinal pellet. This medicinal pellet could purify the cultivator's true yuan and strengthen their foundation. It was also beneficial to the cultivator's ability to fuse with natural spirit items. It was a rare medicinal pellet for the core forging realm. Lu Ping carefully plucked the meteorite spirit herb and placed it in a separate jade box. A 1,000-year-old spirit grass that could grow in the golden poison mist either had a strong resistance to poison, or it was a highly toxic spirit grass. Regardless of which type it was a rare and precious spirit grass that was far more valuable than ordinary 1,000-year-old spirit grass. It was the main ingredient for refining some core forging realm special pills and top-grade cultivation pills. During the time that Lu Ping entered the Golden Valley with the help of Samling and Debao, Lu Ping had already collected more than 20 types of rare 1,000-year-old spirit grass. In addition, there were hundreds of 500-year-old spirit grass. At the same time, Lu Ping also collected the seeds of each matured spirit grass. He was going to try to grow them when he returned. However, the growth of these spirit grass was closely related to the poisonous environment of the Golden Valley. Unless Lu Ping could create a similar environment, it would be difficult for Lu Ping to fulfill his wish. However, Lu Ping had encountered danger many times. As Lu Ping ventured deeper into the Golden Valley, the poisonous beasts he encountered became stronger and stronger. Samling's strength was only equivalent to an ordinary 7th-layer blood condensation realm beast. Moreover, the toxicity of poisonous beasts was proportional to their cultivation. Although Samling's venom was of high quality, it was not as toxic as a late-stage blood condensation realm poisonous beast. Therefore, Samling could no longer deal with the poisonous beast's attacks. Lu Ping also began to attack more frequently. However, after discovering a 2,000-year-old night patrol grass, they were chased by a group of poisonous cloud ants. Fortunately, Lu Ping was prepared in advance. He asked Debao to sneak underground. While the poisonous cloud ants were chasing after Lu Ping's group, Debao lured them away and plucked the precious night patrol grass. Without the protection of Lu Ping's earth energy, even if Debao ate a poison avoidance pill, he was still poisoned when he met up with Lu Ping. Fortunately, the toxicity was not strong. Lu Ling mischievously bit Debao's ear and pulled out the poison. However, this scared Debao half to death. Lu Ping gradually found that as he went deeper and deeper into the inner layer of the Golden Canyon, the golden mist around him became thicker and thicker, and the corrosion of his earth energy became more and more serious. His divine sense seemed to be hindered, and he could only explore within a radius of 100 feet. If he tried to explore outside, his divine sense would feel a burning pain as if it was burning. In order to be safe, Lu Ping always held a middle-grade spirit stone in his hand and maintained a state of cultivation, so as not to consume too much spiritual power. His divine sense also always paid attention to the surrounding 100 feet, and no longer explored outside. Along the way, Lu Ping encountered the remains of several cultivators who had fallen in the Golden Canyon. However, most of the storage bags carried by the cultivators had been corroded by the golden poisonous mist for a long time. The items inside were also the same, which made Lu Ping feel quite regretful. On this day, Lu Ping encountered the remains of another cultivator. At first, Lu Ping didn't take it seriously, but when he got closer, he found that the remains had traces of being turned over, and fresh soil was exposed underneath. Lu Ping's expression was solemn. This was the first time Lu Ping had encountered a cultivator exploring the inner layer of the Golden Canyon. The mist was getting thicker and thicker. Even if the cultivator had excellent eyesight, he couldn't see far and could only use his divine sense to look around. A vigilant figure suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's divine sense. Lu Ping took a few steps forward and asked in surprise, "Is that Brother Liao Hu in front?" When the vigilant cultivator in front heard Lu Ping's question, his cautious aura suddenly relaxed and immediately became chaotic. Lu Ping walked over and saw Liao Hu sitting cross-legged on the ground. He took out a pill from a jade bottle and couldn't wait to swallow it. At the same time, his whole body's spiritual power surged, and his face alternated between green, black, and gold. Lu Ping's expression changed. He quickly walked forward and slapped Liao Hu's back. A stream of spiritual power flowed into Liao Hu's body like a clear stream, and together with Liao Hu's own spiritual power, it cleansed the poison that had invaded his body. Liao Hu spat out a mouthful of golden blood and "Thanks to Brother Lu, otherwise even if I don't die, I would have lost a layer of skin." Lu Ping said with a dignified expression, "Brother Liao's family should often go in and out of the inner layer of the Golden Valley. How did you get poisoned by the golden mist?" Liao Hu's eyes were a little evasive as he said, "Of course I wanted to collect more spirit herbs. The deeper I went, the more rare spirit herbs there would be. Maybe I could even pick the 3,000-year-old spirit herb that Fa Xiang Laozu used for alchemy." Unexpectedly, the golden mist suddenly became stronger, and the antidote pill prepared by the family was no longer effective. My protective Gang Qi was also rapidly corroded, and I didn't have time to replenish my spiritual power. If I hadn't escaped quickly, my life would have been over. Lu Ping knew that he must be hiding something, so he didn't probe further and asked, "Is the poisonous mist really that powerful?" Liao Hu nodded and said, "If you go further in, the ground will completely turn golden. The golden poisonous mist is so thick that it seems to have turned into liquid. Walking in it will feel sticky. That should be the core area of the Golden Valley." Lu Ping thought for a moment and asked, "Brother Liao, what plans do you have in the future?" Liao Hu looked back with lingering fear and hurriedly advised, I know Brother Lu plans to go in, but I advise Brother Lu not to go in. It is too dangerous inside. Even if Brother Lu's spiritual power far surpasses other cultivators in the same realm, it won't be enough to support your protective gang chi for too long. Although little brother didn't die this time, the poison entered your body and damaged your vitality. You can't stay in the inner layer of the Golden Valley any longer. You have to get out of the range of the Golden Mist as soon as possible. Lu Ping felt that Liao Hu's advice was a little too hasty, as if he was afraid that he would enter the core area. So Lu Ping nodded and said, since Brother Liao said that, little brother doesn't dare to go in. Brother Liao is only at the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm and can't withstand it, let alone little brother. However, it wasn't easy for little brother to come here, so I want to look around the inner layer while I still have some spiritual power left. I want to see if I can find more spiritual herbs. When Liao Hu heard that Lu Ping had given up on exploring the core area, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, in that case, little brother will leave first. Lu Ping said, Brother Liao, be careful on your way back. It's best if you find another exit. I heard that Shui Yin Pavilion's He Lisin is also in the Golden Valley and is preparing to deal with the Liao family cultivators. After bidding farewell to Liao Hu, Lu Ping looked at the core area of the Golden Valley with a playful expression and muttered, Core area, huh? I really have to go in for the golden nut fruit tree. When he reached the edge of the core area, it was just as Liao Hu had said. The black soil and the golden soil formed a clear dividing line. When Samling reached the dividing line, he seemed to sense danger and refused to enter the golden area no matter what. However, the fervent look in Samling's eyes told Lu Ping that it wasn't that they didn't want to go in, but that they were too weak and didn't have the qualifications to enter. After Lu Ping took another antidote pill, he dissolved 3 pills into liquid and sprinkled them into the water curtain skyflower. Then he stepped into the golden area with 1 foot. A sizzling sound could be heard, and the protective aura around Lu Ping's body began to corrode at a speed far faster than before. Green smoke rose from the water curtain skyflower, and the spiritual power in Lu Ping's body began to evaporate like a pot of boiling water. Chapter 169. Lu Ping quickly retreated from the golden zone. Judging from the current situation, it was just as Liao Hu said, Lu Ping could only stay in the golden zone for an hour at most, and this didn't include the possibility of being attacked by the poisonous beasts. Lu Ping rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. He put Samling into the range of his earth energy, then let Samling inject his own demon spiritual energy into the water curtain heaven flower. Samling was very familiar with Lu Ping's Fa Li, so it was easy for Lu Ping and Samling's Fa Li to fuse into the earth energy. Lu Ping stepped into the golden area again and found that the golden mist was still corroding Lu Ping's earth energy. But at the same time, the mist that came into contact with the earth energy was also weakened. At this time, 3 demon spiritual energies appeared in Lu Ping's earth energy and wrapped the weakened mist into Samling's mouth, which was then absorbed by Samling. In this way, Lu Ping's Fa Li consumption was greatly reduced. Lu Ping felt that he could last for 8 hours in the golden area. Lu Ping confidently entered the golden area. Just as he advanced a few dozen feet, he saw a skeleton lying on the ground. The skeleton had been turned over by someone. It seemed that Liao Hu had gotten here before him. The skeletons found in the inner layer had already been corroded by the poisonous mist. But this skeleton had been corroded by far more poisonous mist than the inner layer, yet it was still intact. Obviously, this was the skeleton of a core forging master. It seemed that Liao Hu had obtained some kind of treasure. Lu Ping continued forward and collected 24 rare 1,000-year spirit herbs in a row. This made Lu Ping very excited, but at the same time he wondered why he didn't encounter any poisonous beasts guarding the spirit herbs. Lu Ping secretly became vigilant. He held the talisman that his teacher, Lu Xianling, gave him tightly in his hand. Lu Ping followed the directions on the map in the jade slip and found the golden nut fruit tree on the other side of the golden area. No wonder someone could find this fruit tree. It turned out that it was on the other side of the core area. Presumably, the person who found it couldn't enter the core area. Strictly speaking, the golden nut was not a spiritual herb that could increase one's cultivation. The biggest use of the golden nut was to increase the strength of one's bones. A cultivator's magic power was carried by their bloodline, but the bloodline was carried by the cultivator's fleshly body. When a cultivator absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would also cleanse the cultivator's fleshly body, making it stronger and able to carry even more magic power. It could be said that a tyrannical body was an important aspect for a cultivator to consolidate their foundation. It played an important role in helping a cultivator to break through realms and progress further on the path of cultivation. Legend had it that Lao Tzu, who was in the Dharma phase, placed great importance on the strengthening of his physical body. As for the exact reason, Lu Ping did not know. In order to strengthen the fleshly body, cultivators in the world of cultivation came up with all kinds of training methods. However, most of the methods could not compare to the natural cleansing and strengthening of the body after the spiritual energy entered the body. Cultivators could only work on elixirs, but there were very few elixirs that could strengthen the fleshly body. However, the golden nut was one of the few spiritual fruits that could strengthen the fleshly body. If it was combined with dozens of 500-year-old spiritual herbs and 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs to refine the golden nut pill, the effect would be even stronger. The golden nut fruit tree was only 3 feet tall. There were 36 golden nuts on it. This kind of fruit usually matured once every 100 years. However, the golden nut tree would only start bearing fruit when it reached 3,000 years of age. Lu Ping plucked 20 of the matured golden nuts. Then he used the Qinghan sword to cut open the ground within a radius of 10 meters from the root of the tree. He then opened the 1,000-bell millet magic tool and transplanted the entire golden nut tree into the magic tool. Fortunately, the golden nut tree was only resistant to poison and did not need such a toxic environment. Otherwise, Lu Ping would really have a headache. After taking care of the golden nut tree, Lu Ping let out a long sigh. His main mission in the Golden Fallen Canyon was completed. What was left was to take advantage of the time when his protective aura could still last and harvest as many spiritual herbs as possible in the core area. Lu Ping's excitement only slowly calmed down when he saw a skeleton lying in front of a spiritual herb. From the posture of the skeleton, this person should have been harvesting the spiritual herb in front of him when he was alive. Lu Ping had never seen this spiritual herb before, but from the aura it emitted, this spiritual herb should be more than 3,000 years old. A spiritual herb that was 3,000 years old was used to refine the elixir that Lao Tzu of the Dharma phase used to cultivate. There were a total of 8 spiritual herbs like this behind this one. Lu Ping forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. This skeleton was obviously the body of a core forging enlightened master. The skeletons that Lu Ping had encountered before were mostly in a running and fighting posture. Only this skeleton died suddenly without any resistance. What caused this enlightened master to suddenly die while harvesting spiritual herbs? Lu Ping carefully turned the skeleton over with the Qinghan sword and found a silver storage bracelet on the left wrist of the skeleton. Lu Ping's face lit up with joy. He used his magic power to draw the bracelet over. When he held it in his hand, he saw a big Liao character carved on it. It was exactly the same as the Liao character on the jade token that Liao Hu gave to Lu Ping. Lu Ping remembered Liao Hu's expression. Could it be that Liao Hu went deep into the core area to find this skeleton? Lu Ping used his divine sense to explore the storage bracelet, but found that the bracelet was sealed with divine sense. Although the owner of the bracelet was dead, it would still take Lu Ping a lot of time to erase the seal formed by the divine sense. After all, divine sense and divine sense were not on the same level. The former was a talent that only enlightened masters had. Lu Ping looked at the 9 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs in front of him, but he did not dare to pick them. Lu Ping thought for a long time. Suddenly he patted his head and took out a puppet monkey from his storage ring. This was the gift that 7th senior sister Fan Zihua had given him in Chonghua Mansion. Lu Ping pressed a middle-grade spirit stone on the forehead of the monkey. At the same time he connected a trace of divine sense with the monkey. The monkey suddenly moved in a crooked manner. Lu Ping manipulated the monkey to familiarize himself with it. Then he slowly commanded the monkey to move towards the unknown spiritual herbs. When the monkey arrived in front of the spiritual herbs, it began to dig the soil at the roots of the spiritual herbs under Lu Ping's command. Suddenly, a black fog rose from behind a rock behind the 9 spiritual herbs. It silently floated around the monkey's body. A small poochie sound was heard. Countless small holes appeared on the monkey's body. A burst of black smoke quickly rose from the monkey's body. In a short moment, the monkey puppet was corroded, leaving only a wreckage. Lu Ping looked at the black fog that returned to behind the rock. There was a pondering expression on his face. After a while, he seemed to think of something and exclaimed in a low voice, "Blood-melting mosquitoes. Blood-melting mosquitoes." Is there a 10,000 poison liquid behind the rock? The expression on Lu Ping's face was complicated. It was difficult to distinguish between fear and surprise. Chapter 170. Lu Ping looked at the black mist behind the rock and finally remembered that it was a strange species called the blood-melting mosquito. The reason why this species could survive was because of the myriad poison serum. The blood-melting mosquito could only move within 100 feet of the myriad poison serum, otherwise, it would be difficult for it to survive. The blood-melting mosquito had a special ability: it could not be detected by a cultivator's divine sense. Living in the myriad poison serum all year round, the blood-melting mosquito carried a strong poison on its body. When the divine sense wrapped around them, the poison would silently melt the divine sense. This species could fly without making a sound. Most cultivators' earth energy could not stop the penetration of the blood-melting mosquito, even core forging enlightened masters could not. This should be the reason why this cultivator died here when he was picking the spirit grass. Since he knew it was the blood-melting mosquito, it was easy to deal with. The blood-melting mosquito looked terrifying and could silently kill an enlightened master, but if it was exposed, it would not necessarily be that powerful. Lu Ping held a jade talisman in his hand and threw a mid-grade spirit stone in the direction of the spirit grass. The spirit stone fell on the stem of the spirit grass, causing it to shake. A black mist suddenly rose from behind the rock and swept towards the direction of the spirit stone. When the black mist flew above the spirit grass, the jade talisman in Lu Ping's hand suddenly rushed out 7 water waves. The water waves gradually rose higher and higher, forming 7 water vortexes. The vortexes spun faster and faster until they turned into 7 rotating water columns that were dozens of feet high and surged towards the black mist. This was a talisman treasure created by Lu Xianling when he was at the 7th layer of the core forging realm, Water Tornado. The huge amount of black mist seemed to be inexplicably attracted by the water tornado, like moths flying into a flame. The light blue water tornado was gradually covered with a layer of black. The effect of the water tornado lasted for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, and the entire black mist was sifted into black powder, densely covering the golden ground. The remaining mosquitoes that escaped the net rushed towards Lu Ping, but a red flame appeared in Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping's hands changed to seal and the flame suddenly exploded, turning into a wave of fire that slowly burned the remaining mosquitoes to ashes. Lu Ping looked at the crimson nirvana fire in his hand. Its power was far inferior to the indigo spirit fire. Even a small swarm of blood-dissolving mosquitoes had taken such a long time to burn. If it was the indigo spirit fire, the mosquitoes would have been incinerated into nothingness in an instant. Lu Ping didn't know why the mosquitoes were guarding the spirit grass, but out of caution, Lu Ping took out a mid-grade spirit stone and threw it at the spirit grass. Seeing that there were no mosquitoes flying out, Lu Ping boldly plucked the 9 unknown spirit grass that were at least 3,000 years old. It had been 6 hours since Lu Ping entered the core area of the Golden Valley. There was still an hour left. Lu Ping saw that the samling was already struggling to breathe, but the myriad poison liquid behind the rocks still attracted Lu Ping's attention. Lu Ping carefully walked around the rocks in front of him. A strange fragrance entered Lu Ping's nose. Lu Ping nervously felt for a moment, and after confirming that there was no poison, he breathed in with relief. He took a few more steps forward, and a golden pool with a circumference of 30 feet appeared in front of him. Lu Ping took a deep breath. There was actually such a large pool of myriad poison liquid, and Lu Ping had never heard of this kind of golden myriad poison liquid. Clouds of golden mist slowly rose from the golden liquid of the myriad poison liquid and spread into the air. Lu Ping suddenly knew where the golden mist in the Golden Valley came from. The myriad poison liquid was a special kind of spiritual liquid that could only be formed by the convergence of countless kinds of highly toxic substances. Rather than calling it a spiritual liquid, it would be better to say that it was the condensation of the myriad poison evil chi. And this kind of evil chi had a name, it was called the myriad poison meteor evil chi. This kind of evil chi was very easy to collect. Generally, it could be collected by gathering dozens of kinds of poisonous things. However, to collect pure myriad poison falling evil chi, thousands of kinds of poisonous things must be gathered, and after dozens of years, a small pool of myriad poison liquid could be formed. However, for such a large pool of myriad poison liquid to be formed in the Golden Valley of the 7-star celestial sect, and it was golden in color, it could only be brewed in an environment like the Golden Valley of the 7-star celestial sect for tens of thousands of years. This kind of pure evil chi was a necessary condition for the cultivation of a magical power in the North Sea wave listening spell. Lu Ping wondered how he could take away such a large pool of myriad poison liquid. Lu Ping put a jade crystal bottle on the ground and displayed the water manipulation spell. He took a ball of myriad poison liquid from the pool and put it into the jade crystal bottle. Unexpectedly, as soon as the myriad poison liquid was picked up, it dripped down. Lu Ping's magical power was corroded by the myriad poison liquid and was riddled with holes. Lu Ping hurriedly increased the input of magical power. Finally, the speed of the magical power transmission was faster than the speed of the myriad poison liquid's corrosion. With great difficulty he put the myriad poison liquid into the jade crystal bottle. However, the jade crystal bottle was like a bottle made of ice filled with boiling water. In an instant, it turned into a cloud of green smoke. The myriad poison liquid spilled on the ground, and a thick golden fog rose and dispersed in the air. Lu Ping looked at the scene helplessly. He wanted to cast the water curtain heaven's splendor, here and absorb the meteorite essence of myriad poisons to cultivate that innate skill. However, the cultivation of innate skills wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. He still needed to make many preparations, and 2 hours was obviously not enough. Just as Lu Ping was at his wit's end, he suddenly discovered that there were many large blue stones in this small pool of myriad poison liquid. This made Lu Ping quite surprised. Lu Ping casually picked up a large blue stone in his hand and carefully examined it with his divine sense. He discovered that this blue stone was an ordinary stone used by mortals to build houses. Lu Ping hollowed out a blue stone and made it into a blue stone bottle. Then he used his magical power to absorb a cloud of myriad poison liquid into the blue stone bottle. He found that the myriad poison liquid did not corrode the bottle wall, but it slowly turned into a golden fog and evaporated. Lu Ping made a bluestone lid and firmly sealed the mouth of the bottle. Then he made 9 huge bluestone bottles, all of which were filled with myriad poison liquid. Lu Ping estimated that this amount of myriad poison liquid was enough for him to cultivate his magical power. Only then did he stop. 1/5 of the myriad poison liquid in the small pool had already been taken away. Just as Lu Ping was about to leave, a fist-sized colorless liquid suddenly surged from the bottom of the myriad poison liquid. It rolled back and forth above the surface of the myriad poison liquid, but it did not melt with the myriad poison liquid. When the colorless liquid appeared, the dense golden fog above the small pool actually had a tendency to converge towards the small pool. At the same time, Lu Ping's divine sense also discovered that there was an invisible evil chi constantly converging towards the small pool from all directions of the golden fallen valley. Lu Ping was very clear that this evil chi was the myriad poison meteorite evil chi. However, this evil chi was obviously very thin and not pure enough. But when all the evil chi converged above the small pool, it actually formed a golden cloud. Then golden raindrops fell sparsely and fell into the small pool. If these golden raindrops were not myriad poison liquid, then what were they? The golden raindrops only dropped a few dozen drops before they stopped. The amount of myriad poison liquid that increased was only about half of what was in Lu Ping's bluestone bottle. It seemed that this was the self-recovery function of the myriad poison liquid, but obviously, this process could not be completed in a short period of time. However, Lu Ping looked at the colorless liquid on the surface of the myriad poison liquid and became ecstatic. It was born in a highly poisonous object, and it was full of spirituality rolling on the surface of the myriad poison liquid, automatically adjusting the amount of myriad poison liquid. This was definitely a kind of spirit water of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was hidden in this rare golden myriad poison liquid, so its level was definitely not too low. Lu Ping slowly displayed the water control technique to hold this spirit water of heaven and earth. However, he faintly found that the spirit water was resisting Lu Ping's control. Sure enough, it had spirituality. Lu Ping was even more delighted. He increased the control of his magic power, intending to completely absorb this spirit water of heaven and earth. However, he found that this spirit water of heaven and earth had suddenly divided into 2 parts. One part was only 1/3 the size of the original spirit water of heaven and earth, and it was controlled by Lu Ping's water control technique, to fly over. Lu Ping put this small ball of spirit water into a bluestone bottle and mixed it with the myriad poison liquid inside. He found that the spirit water of heaven and earth seemed to have reduced a lot of spirituality, and it looked listless. However, the myriad poison liquid in the bluestone bottle no longer turned into a golden mist and evaporated, even though Lu Ping did not seal the bottle. Lu Ping seemed to understand something. Looking at the big blue stone that had originally blocked the small pool, Lu Ping used the Qinghan sword to cut a few times, and opened up a huge space in the blue stone. Then he poured all 10 bottles of myriad poison liquid into the blue stone vat. The small ball of spirit water of heaven and earth rolled in the blue stone vat, and it recovered some vitality. Lu Ping did not have to worry about the myriad poison liquid evaporating. When Lu Ping looked at the other ball of spirit water, he found that the bigger ball of spirit water had sunk to the bottom of the pool of myriad poison liquid. Lu Ping found that the surrounding golden mist had become a lot lighter, and the corrosion of the water curtain heaven flower had also weakened. Lu Ping secretly thought that this spirit water of heaven and earth and myriad poison liquid had a mutually reinforcing and restraining relationship. The myriad poison liquid nourished the spirit water of heaven and earth, and the spirit water of heaven and earth helped the myriad poison liquid gather the myriad poison meteorite evil chi, and at the same time restrained the myriad poison meteorite evil chi from spreading outside the golden fallen canyon. Lu Ping quickly walked around the core area and found a few skeletons, obviously belonging to the core forging stage Taoist masters, but many of the skeletons had traces of being turned over, but these traces were obviously not the same time, and there was no new layer of soil on the ground. It seemed that there were many cultivators who could enter the core area. However, the age of these skeletons was obviously too long, and even if there were treasures such as magic weapons, they had all been corroded by the golden meteorite evil chi. Fortunately, he found a few rare 1,000-year-old spirit grasses. Lu Ping wanted to continue looking for more spirit grasses, but Samling had reached his limit, and his own magic power was also consumed, so he had to quickly leave the core area. As soon as Lu Ping left the golden core area, Samling fainted. Lu Ping carefully examined him, but his magic power had been consumed too much, and he estimated that it would take dozens of days to recover. It was probably impossible for him to enter the core area again, unless he used the myriad poison meteorite evil chi to condense the advanced spell of water curtain heaven flower. However, this was not something that could be done overnight, so Lu Ping had no choice but to walk out of the golden fallen canyon. Although Samling had consumed a lot of vitality, he had breathed in a large amount of golden poisonous mist, which contained pure poisonous gas of the myriad poison meteorite evil chi. If all of it was refined, Samling's magic power would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced, and it could be said that he would benefit greatly. What was the situation outside the golden fallen canyon at this time? Chapter 171. Lu Ping had used up a lot of magic power in the past few days in the golden fallen canyon. At the same time, he had swallowed a lot of pills to recover his spiritual power, causing the medicinal effects to accumulate in his body. If he didn't refine them in time, it would affect his future cultivation. Therefore, after Lu Ping came out of the golden core area, he didn't stay in the inner area of the golden fallen canyon for long. Instead, he chose a different direction and went straight out of the canyon. Lu Ping guessed that the original entrance to the golden fallen canyon was already being watched. Right now, Lu Ping's strength wasn't at its peak, so he chose to avoid the original path. However, it wasn't easy for Lu Ping to avoid trouble. Just as Lu Ping walked out of the golden mist, he found himself surrounded. TSK, a level 7 blood condensation realm cultivator actually dared to enter the golden fallen canyon alone. How daring! A guy walked in front of Lu Ping with a sarcastic expression. As he spoke, 4 cultivators slowly revealed themselves and surrounded Lu Ping. Kid, looking at your cultivation, you won't be able to last long in the golden fallen canyon. However, you should have gained something, right? Take it out and show us. If we like it, we'll trade it with you. How about it? The one who spoke was the same cultivator from before. Oh, then what's the price? Lu Ping remained calm and secretly circulated his magic power. At the same time, he scanned his surroundings and the cultivation of the cultivators who robbed him. The price is absolutely fair. A 500-year-old spirit herb costs 1 low-grade spirit stone, and a 1,000-year-old spirit herb costs 2. The cultivator in front of him shook his head with a mocking expression. This group of cultivators should be a small group formed by rogue cultivators. They specialized in robbing lone cultivators. The nameless cultivator was at the level 7 or 8 blood condensation realm, so he wasn't weak. Lu Ping took out a mid-grade mystic instrument that he obtained from an unlucky bastard. He waved it around and said solemnly, "It's too cheap. If it was a 500-year-old spirit herb for a top-grade spirit stone, I might consider it." "That's too cheap. The cultivator in front of him looked at the mid-grade magic artifact in Lu Ping's hand and a look of disdain flashed across his face. When he heard Lu Ping's words he sneered and said, "You are courting death. You can't blame others. Everyone attack together. Kill this fellow first and then divide his items." Lu Ping's mana was greatly depleted, he did not want to be entangled with them any longer. Just as the 5 of them were about to take out their magic artifacts, they saw a wave of sword light shooting towards them in all directions. The sword light flickered erratically and was clearly extremely powerful. This was not the power of a mid-grade magic artifact. The 5 of them immediately realized that this cultivator in front of them was not simple. They quickly used their own defensive methods. The cultivator in front of Lu Ping immediately realized something was wrong when Lu Ping launched the first attack. Just as he was about to defend himself, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Unbeknownst to him, a few streams of water had tied him up, and his cultivation base was also restrained. Just as he was about to call for help, a clear sound rang out. A gust of wind carrying a surging arcane energy rushed into his mouth, forcefully interrupting his call for help. Immediately after, the cultivator's shoulders tightened. A pair of iron claws had already pierced into his shoulders. The cultivator wanted to cry out in pain, but he couldn't make a sound. Then his feet left the ground and he flew out of the valley. On a nameless hill far away from the Golden Valley, Lu Ping looked at the cultivator who was like a lump of mud in front of him and asked, "You've got guts. A few rogue cultivators dare to occupy one of the exits of the Golden Valley to rob. Aren't you afraid of encountering cultivators from other sects and sects?" The cultivator had a sad expression on his face. Obviously he had been tortured by Lu Ping. Hearing this he hurriedly said, "I'm as blind as a bat. These days, most of the cultivators in the 7 Stars Heaven have rushed to the 7 Stars Temple. The rest are some rogue cultivators and lone cultivators. That's why I dared to rob outside the Golden Valley with a few friends." "I didn't know." Lu Ping waved his hand to interrupt him and asked, "What kind of place is the 7 Stars Temple?" The cultivator looked at Lu Ping in surprise, but he still answered obediently, "The 7 Stars Temple is the place where the 7 Laozu, who founded the 7 Stars Heaven, opened the altar and preached. It is located in the center of the 7 Stars Heaven. Every time the 7 Stars Heaven appears, the restrictions in the 7 Stars Temple will weaken, and some treasures will always be spat out of the temple. Everyone is waiting for the opportunity there. When the time comes to fight for the treasures, a chaotic battle is inevitable." Lu Ping asked curiously, "The 7 Stars Heaven has been opened dozens of times in the past 10,000 years. How many treasures are there in the 7 Stars Temple to spit out?" The 7 cultivators shook their heads and said, "How would I know?" But when the 5 Laozu who had surpassed the Dharma phase went their separate ways, a great battle almost destroyed the 7 Stars Heaven. One of the Laozu once said that the 7 Stars Temple collected some treasures that the 7 Laozu had collected when they were young. For them at that time, it was already nothing in their eyes. It was just an opportunity given to the cultivators of the North Sea later on. The 7 Laozu were famous in the North Sea. Whether it was the human cultivators or the demon cultivators, they had received a lot of kindness from them. Out of respect, the cultivators of the North Sea would also give some gifts every time they paid a visit. Therefore, no one knows how many treasures there are in the 7 Stars Temple, but every time the 7 Stars Heaven opens, the treasures that the 7 Stars Temple spat out are definitely not small. Lu Ping knew very little about these things, but now that he was listening to the guy in front of him talk about it, he was quite interested. Looking at the hopeful face of the cultivator, Lu Ping chuckled and said, "Tell me about the situation in the 7 Stars Heaven in the past few days. If you tell me well, I'll let you go. If not..." Lu Ping had a "you understand" expression on his face. The cultivator was like a drowning man who had grabbed onto a piece of driftwood. He hurriedly told Lu Ping everything that had happened recently, regardless of whether it was big or small, real or fake, for fear of missing out on anything. 2 days later, Lu Ping, who had recovered all of his magic power and adjusted his state, returned the storage bag that originally belonged to the captured cultivator to him. The cultivator opened it and saw that there were no spirit herbs, spirit materials, or spirit stones left. There were only 2 magic tools, one offensive and one defensive, and a few bottles of pills to restore spirit energy. Lu Ping ignored the cultivator who wanted to cry but had no tears. He directly left the cave and walked in the direction of the 7 Stars Heaven. It seemed that many exciting stories had happened in the past few days in the Golden Fallen Canyon. Liao, who had received his warning, but after leaving the Golden Fallen Canyon, he was still ambushed by the Mistwater Pavilion cultivators led by He Lisin. After a great battle, the Liao clan cultivators were all dead and only Liao who escaped with serious injuries. However, the Mistwater Pavilion didn't get any benefits either. Not only did they not get the heart-dissolving pill recipe, but they were also caught off guard by the cultivators from the Overflowing Ocean sect who followed them. A third of their cultivators were killed or injured, and they lost a lot of their harvest in the Seven Stars Heaven. After that, the Ocean Flame sect's Peng Changqing, one of the famous Northern Sea's 18 generals, was killed by Xianling sect's genius cultivator Ouyang Weijian. Rumors spread that after the Seven Stars Heaven closed, Xianling sect would have 3 spots in the Northern Sea's 18 generals, surpassing Jinling in one fell swoop. After that, the Western Tomb Islands AI clan spread news that before Peng Changqing was killed, he was severely injured by a cultivator from the AI clan and Jinling Lu Ping. However, everyone was skeptical of this news. After all, many people had witnessed Ouyang Weijian killing Peng Changqing, but the AI clan cultivators had never seen Lu Ping and AI Shu Tao injure Peng Changqing. Chapter 172. The news that Lu Ping and AI Shu Tao had joined forces to severely injure Peng Changqing did not attract much attention. Instead, one of the 2 cultivators from Jinling who had joined forces to repel Miao Weidong, one of the 18 generals of the North Sea from Xianling sect, a cultivator named Yin Zichu confronted Ouyang Weijian. The 2 fought fiercely and in the end Ouyang Weijian, whose cultivation was 1 level higher than Yin Zichu, won. Yin Zichu was injured and retreated. Ouyang Weijian wanted to chase after him, but he encountered another cultivator from Jinling, Ji Zishuan, who had come to Yin Zichu's aid. The 3 fought again, but halfway through, they were interrupted by cultivators from both sections. Lu Ping did not expect that the cold-looking Yin Zichu would be so hot-blooded. This Ouyang Weijian reminded Lu Ping of the pale-faced cultivator from Xianling sect who attacked him from behind during his battle with the primordial giant crocodile. There was also a lot of news from the demon race. In addition to the battles between human and demon cultivators, the most famous one was a demon cultivator known as Jin Young Master. This person had defeated Qi Zicai of Jinling and Miao Weidong of Xianling sect, but for some reason he did not kill them. During the encounter with the cultivators of Feiyu School, a hidden core forging stage Taoist master of Feiyu School was forced to expose the Zhen Yuan of his core forging stage by Jina Young Master's sword, and was then sent out of the 7-star sky. The cultivators of Failing School who had lost the deterrence of a core forging stage Taoist master, were slaughtered by the demon cultivators who followed Jina Young Master. Only a few cultivators of Failing School who were quick enough to escape. After the incident with the Feiyu sect, the rumor that Jin Gongzi had mastered the sword technique, in 10th realm, began to spread. Many cultivators began to speculate that the cultivators of the various sects were like the Feiyu sect, hiding enlightened masters with their cultivation sealed. This was also the reason why the various sects were able to maintain a great deal of restraint. After all, enlightened masters would be teleported out of the 7-star sky when they broke the seal. However, they could still launch an attack before being teleported. A full-powered attack from a core forging enlightened master was a disaster for any blood condensation realm cultivator, even if they were only at the early core forging realm. There was another thing that caught Lu Ping's attention. Amidst the many killings and conflicts, Lu Ping had discovered the figures of the Overturned Seas gang several times. They were like ghosts hiding in the dark. The cultivators of the Overturned Seas gang split up and roamed around the 7-star skies, sowing discord, taking advantage of others' misfortune, assassinating and launching sneak attacks. All sorts of methods emerged one after another. Although there were conflicts between the other human cultivator factions, when faced with the Yao race cultivators, they could at least work together to fight against the common enemy. However, the Overturned Seas gang had no principles and killed indiscriminately. They were also exceptionally cunning. The various factions within the 7-star skies were constantly in conflict because of them. Many powers had reached a tacit agreement to join forces to deal with the Overturned Seas gang. However, they could not find the Overturned Seas gang's base. Even if they did find the cultivators of the Overturned Seas gang, they would only be small fries. This caused the Overturned Seas gang to be more vigilant and hide even deeper. Lu Ping was still wearing the red mask, but he no longer concealed his cultivation. Hiding his cultivation in the 7-star sky would only attract the attention of many cultivators with ulterior motives. It was very difficult to kill a cultivator of the same level in a one-on-one fight. In order to surround and kill a cultivator of the same level, 3 cultivators of the same level had to make all sorts of arrangements beforehand to prevent the opponent from escaping. After all, cultivators like Lu Ping who could challenge those of a higher level were few and far between. The Seven Stars Temple was located in the center of the Seven-Star Sky. In the past, when the 5 Laozu of the Seven-Star Sky fought, the center of the battle was the center of the Seven-Star Sky. However, after the battle, the Seven-Star Sky was completely destroyed while the Seven Stars Temple remained unscathed. One could not help but marvel at the shocking methods of the Laozu. In the center of the Seven-Star Sky, there was a huge pit that spread out in all directions. It was said that during the battle between the 5 Laozu of the Seven-Star Sky, this was the result of the overflowing magic power. This huge pit had flattened everything in the Seven-Star Sky except for the Seven Stars Temple. Now, all that was left were the weeds and trees that had grown after the battle, along with the occasional spirit herb and spirit material. Along the way, with the cooperation of Debao and Lu Qin, Lu Ping naturally plowed through all the spirit herbs and spirit materials that he came across. However, it was clear that the harvest in these places could not be compared to the harvest in the Golden Fallen Canyon. In the past few days, Lu Ping had broken the Divine Sense seal on the storage bracelet obtained from the Golden Fallen Canyon. Thanks to Lu Ping's divine sense that was far stronger than ordinary people, otherwise, it would have taken him twice the time. However, the items in the storage bracelet made Lu Ping somewhat disappointed. After all, this was the first space item of a core forging master that Lu Ping had obtained, but it was not the dazzling variety of treasures that Lu Ping had imagined. Fortunately, after all, it was the collection of a core forging master. There were not many items, but the quality was more or less guaranteed. Lu Ping was too lazy to count the spirit stones. It added up to no more than 100,000. Lu Ping's own spirit stones were far more than this number. This was also the reason why Lu Ping was quite disappointed at first. However, the 5 or 6 high-grade spirit stones inside made Lu Ping's eyes light up. After all, spirit stones had reached high grade, and they had many more uses. Even Lu Ping had only collected 4 or 5 high-grade spirit stones so far, and he had been reluctant to use them. There were many jade boxes containing spirit herbs. Lu Ping checked the nearly 100 rare 1,000-year-old spirit herbs sealed inside. Obviously, they were picked in the inner layer of the Golden Fallen Canyon. The medicinal properties inside were preserved very well, and not much had been lost. It could be seen that the person who picked them was quite experienced. There were few medicinal pills left, which made Lu Ping wonder if the owner of this storage bracelet engraved with the word Liao was a cultivator of the Golden Orange Islands Liao family, which was famous for alchemy. Fortunately, there was an answer to this question: a pill recipe for the heart-dissolving pill. Lu Ping did not know why such a precious pill recipe would be recorded in a jade slip, but Lu Ping carefully checked the contents of the pill recipe and found that there was no mistake. This was indeed the pill recipe for the heart-dissolving pill. Then, this core forging realm cultivator who fell in the Golden Fallen Canyon was indeed a member of the Golden Orange Islands Liao family. Subsequently, it was further confirmed that this cultivator was not only a cultivator of the Liao family, but also Liao whose grandfather, Taoist Master Liao Ding, who had gone missing in the Seven-Star Sky 300 years ago. The jade slip recorded in detail the various spirit herbs that Taoist Master Liao Ding had seen, as well as their medicinal properties, growing environment and growing place. Lu Ping felt as if he had obtained a treasure. Although this jade slip was not the inheritance jade slip of an alchemist, it was a jade slip that every alchemist must have. An alchemist must record all kinds of information related to alchemy at any time and anywhere. This was an important accumulation for an alchemist, second only to the inheritance of an alchemist. Lu Ping did not have time to check the details of the jade slip, so he copied the contents of the entire jade slip into his own jade slip. On the trip to the Golden Fallen Canyon, Lu Ping had harvested a lot of unknown rare 1,000-year-old spirit herbs, as well as the 9 spirit herbs that were obviously more than 3,000 years old. Lu Ping was worried about not knowing the situation of these spirit herbs, but now a pillow was sent to him just as he was about to doze off. Lu Ping held a medicinal pestle in his hand and felt a faint sense of resistance. Lu Ping used his spiritual sense to investigate, but found that there was no restriction formed in the medicinal pestle, but a more mysterious and complex restriction was contained. Lu Ping was delighted in his heart. Was this a magic weapon? Could it be that the strange restriction inside was the treasure restriction that Qinlian had told him about in order to refine magic weapons? Under the joy, Lu Ping penetrated his spiritual sense into the treasure restriction, and at the same time his spiritual power poured into the medicinal pestle, intending to refine this magic weapon. This was the first magic weapon that Lu Ping had obtained. At this moment, the medicinal pestle suddenly began to frantically devour Lu Ping's spiritual power and spiritual sense. The medicinal pestle was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled. Fortunately, Lu Ping could still control his arcane energy and divine sense. He let out a long sigh of relief and slowly wrapped his divine sense around the two identical enchantment seals on the mystic treasure. At the same time, he also used his arcane energy to infuse the mystic treasure layer by layer. Only then could the mystic treasure familiarize itself with its master's arcane energy and aura, allowing the mystic treasure to unleash its greatest power in battle. This was what cultivators often referred to as mystic treasure refinement and mystic treasure recognition. Of course, this situation was under the circumstance that the original owner, Liao Ding, had died. That was why Lu Ping could so easily refine the medicinal pestle. With Lu Ping's spiritual power and spiritual sense, refining the medicinal pestle consumed almost half of his spiritual power and spiritual sense. In other words, Lu Ping could barely use this magic weapon twice before he ran out of spiritual power and was at the mercy of others. This was also because the spiritual power and spiritual sense of a blood condensation cultivator were too weak. If a cultivator reached the core forging stage, their spiritual power would condense into spiritual essence, and their spiritual sense would transform into spiritual sense, which would make it much easier for them to control magic weapons. Lu Ping found a secluded place and hid to recover his spiritual power and spiritual sense. At the same time, he took out the last item in the storage bracelet. Lu Ping was quite dispirited as he threw the jade slip into his own storage bracelet. It was actually another jade slip sealed with spiritual sense. Lu Ping currently had 2 jade slips sealed with spiritual sense. One was from the cave of a late core forging enlightened master on Fei Ling Island, and the other was from Liao Ding's remains in the Golden Fallen Canyon. Lu Ping could only patiently wait until he reached the core forging stage. Once his spiritual sense transformed into spiritual sense, he would be able to uncover the secrets inside. In addition to the amethyst royal jelly, amethyst wasp eggs, and the rare 1,000-year-old and 3,000-year-old spirit herbs and golden core fruit trees, Lu Ping could be said to have a great harvest. These harvests could even make a core forging enlightened master go crazy. However, these were not the most important. The most important thing was the vat of myriad poison origin aura that Lu Ping brought out from the golden core area. The myriad poison origin aura was transformed from the myriad poison origin aura, and the small ball of heaven and earth spirit water that was definitely higher than profound level. Of these 2 items, the myriad poison origin aura was related to the advancement of Lu Ping's water curtain heaven flower, and the heaven and earth spirit water was the key to whether or not Lu Ping could make a breakthrough after he reached the core forging stage. Even now, Lu Ping still didn't know what kind of heaven and earth spirit water he obtained. Chapter 173. After recovering his magic power, Lu Ping was getting closer and closer to Seven Stars Temple. On this day, Lu Ping saw a forest in the distance. Suddenly, the jade slip that Ji Zishuang gave him vibrated. Lu Ping was overjoyed. It seemed like he would be able to meet up with the cultivators of his sect soon. Lu Ping hurriedly ran towards the forest. It wasn't that Lu Ping didn't want to sit on Lu Qin's back. It was just that flying mounts were too conspicuous. In a place like Seven Stars Temple where danger lurked everywhere, it was extremely easy to become a target. When he neared the forest, Lu Ping frowned. Ji Zishuan and Yin Zichu should have known about his arrival. However, Lu Ping had already walked out of the forest, and the 2 didn't come out to greet him. Lu Ping looked at the quiet forest. After thinking for a moment, he spread out his divine sense and quietly snuck into the forest. The 2 of you must be the true spirit duo that joined forces to repel Xianling sect's Miao Weidong? In the forest, the leader of the 5 men in black who were facing off against Ji Zishuan and Yin Zichu, sneered and asked, "Cowardly rats who hide their heads and show their tails. You must be the rats that the overflowing sea gang detests, right? Why don't you find a hole in Seven Stars Temple to hide in? Aren't you afraid of being exposed to the light?" Lu Ping didn't expect the usually gentle and refined Ji Zishuan to have such a sharp tongue. The overflowing sea gang's leader's face flashed with anger. Ignoring Ji Zishuan's mockery, he continued, 10 days ago, my overflowing sea gang gathered more than 20 cultivators and fought a group of cultivators called AI Buatao. I fought with AI Buatao for more than 10 rounds without a clear winner. I don't know if the two of you will be able to survive under the combined attacks of the 5 of us. Yin Zichu directly held 2 top-grade short swords in his hands and said coldly, "Why don't you try and find out?" The leading cultivator from the Overturned Seas clan was about to say something when Yin Zichu suddenly disappeared in a flash to the right. The leading cultivator was startled and shouted to the cultivator on his left, "Watch out!" With a flick of his left hand, the leading cultivator's sleeve suddenly elongated, transforming into a cloth barrier. He intended to wrap up the leftmost cultivator. However, the cloth barrier had only extended for a distance of 3 zhang when a wooden monkey jumped over from the side and smashed into the cloth barrier. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. A cultivator from the Overturned Seas gang who was furthest away had been heavily injured by Yin Zichu's sneak attack. One of his arms was sent flying into the sky. "Bastard! Surround them and attack with everything you've got. Don't leave any survivors." The leading cultivator was furious. He didn't expect that one of them would be seriously injured the moment they arrived. The leading cultivator took the lead and shot out his flying cloud sleeve, blocking Yin Zichu who was about to kill him. The 2 cultivators on the left and right stepped forward to support him, causing the heavily injured cultivator from the Overturned Seas clan to retreat. The leading Overturned Seas gang cultivator made a grabbing motion in the air. A 9-edged 3 feet long crystal mace appeared in his hand, and he swung it at Ji Zixuan. Ji Zixuan saw that Yin Zichu was being held up by the other 3 Overturned Seas gang members. Although Yin Zichu's movements were extremely fast and he was fighting with the 3, trying his best not to fall into their encirclement, the 3 Overturned Seas gang members had clearly thought of a way to restrain the 2 of them. Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu had grown up together. Their minds were connected, and they had a tacit understanding of each other. When the 2 of them worked together, they weren't just 2 7th-layer blood condensation cultivators. Although the 3 Overturned Seas gang members couldn't keep up with Yin Zichu's speed and sharp swordsmanship, they could coordinate with each other to prevent Yin Zichu from getting close to Ji Zixuan. Ji Zixuan had no choice but to release 2 late blood condensation puppets. One of them was an iron-armored warrior puppet. It swung a large sword and clashed with the incoming crystal mace. The crystal mace was sent flying, but the iron-armored warrior was forced back a few steps. A large crack appeared on the surface of the sword, and its arms creaked as if they were about to fall off from the impact of the crystal mace. The corner of Ji Zixuan's eyes twitched and his heart ached. This iron-armored puppet was his proudest creation. Ji Zixuan hurriedly commanded the black-armored puppet that Lu Ping had seen before to help him. Ji Zixuan, who was already controlling 2 puppets, didn't have any more magic power or divine sense to participate in the battle. He could only take out the octagonal shield to protect himself. At this moment, Lu Ping was hiding about 100 feet away from the battle. This was a place where the divine sense of both sides couldn't reach. Lu Ping could clearly grasp the situation of the battle in the forest. Lu Ping's invisibility technique was too lousy. He would be easily discovered if he was within the range of the divine sense of others. The leading cultivator from the Overturned Sea gang was clearly not weak. If Lu Ping was discovered, he would lose the element of surprise. At this moment, Ji Zixuan was in a precarious situation. Yin Zichu was also entangled by 3 cultivators from the Overturned Sea gang who had higher cultivation than him. He couldn't even take care of himself. The leading cultivator felt that he had the situation under control. He said proudly, "Are the 2 of you still going to fight like trapped beasts?" If you know what's good for you, take out the magic treasures you obtained last time and let us have a look. Who knows, once you use your magic treasures we might lose to you too. Lu Ping used the invisibility technique and advanced another 20 to 30 feet. Fortunately, the Overturned Sea gang had the upper hand and their guard was down. Lu Ping was not discovered. Yin Zichu's 2 swords danced in the air, sending out 128 sword lights towards the 3 cultivators from the Overturned Sea gang. He was actually only 1 step away from the Force Realm. The 3 did not expect Yin Zichu to suddenly erupt, and they quickly defended themselves. Yin Zichu suddenly shook off the 3 of them, and sped towards the direction where Lu Ping was hiding. Not good, he's trying to escape. Abandoning his companions, Junling is nothing more than this. Can he escape? He must have expended a lot of transcendence energy in those 2 swords. He won't be able to get far before his transcendence energy runs out. The three cultivators from the overturned sea gang chased after him as they cursed. Inzichu ran for a few dozen feet and as expected, his speed slowed down. It was as if he really had run out of energy. The three of them were overjoyed. They shouted as they raised their magic treasures and smashed them towards Inzichu's back. Inzichu had no choice but to turn around and use his two swords to defend himself. However, he could only barely block two of the magic treasures. Seeing that the third magic treasure was about to shatter Inzichu's protective chi barrier and severely injure him, the cultivators from the overturned sea gang were overjoyed. However, they did not notice the mocking expression in Inzichu's eyes. A cyan-colored sword beam suddenly shot out from behind a large tree behind Inzichu to knock the third magic artifact flying. Next, the sword beam, which had yet to dissipate its power, continued charging towards one of the cultivators. The cultivator was suddenly ambushed and he cried out in alarm. He hurriedly raised his protective magic treasure in front of him, but a series of metallic clangs struck the high-grade magic treasure in an instant, shattering it into pieces. The cultivator's two magic treasures were heavily damaged, and his chest felt heavy. He could not care less about spitting out the blood in his mouth, and hurriedly retreated in the direction of the other two cultivators, intending to seek support. However, it was too late. The cultivator suddenly felt a chill on his chest. When he looked down, he saw that there were two needle holes in the front of his shirt, and 2 drops of bright red were expanding on his shirt. Chapter 174. With the cooperation of Inzichu, Lu Ping caught them off guard and killed one of the cultivators from the overturned seas gang. The other two shouted angrily, "Not good, there's an ambush. Be careful, this person's sword technique is strange." The cultivator who had just broken the sword of Ji Zixuan's armored puppet heard his subordinates shout and immediately looked back. He saw a red-faced cultivator wielding a green flying sword in his hand, creating a dense layer of sword light in the air. It was as if a white wave had surged out of nowhere, encircling one of the remaining 2 cultivators. The leading cultivator was shocked. "Be careful, this is sword intent. This person's swordsmanship has already reached the intent realm." What responded to him was an arm that soared into the sky and a blood-curdling scream. The leading cultivator's eyes were bloodshot as he attacked Ji Zixuan with all his might, intending to take down Ji Zixuan and then support the other 2. According to the information obtained by the leading cultivator, the magic treasure that Ji Zixuan and Inzichu obtained should be on the puppet cultivator in front of him. As long as he obtained this magic treasure, this mission would be considered complete. The leading cultivator used his flying cloud sleeve to roll the black armored puppet and took the opportunity to use the jade-shattering heavenly spirit, shattering the left arm of the armored puppet. Just as he was about to further expand the battle, 2 cold sword chi had already rushed towards the back of the leading cultivator's head. The leading cultivator dodged to the side, the crystal jian in his hand also slowed down. Ji Zixuan, who had commanded the armored puppet to avoid the disaster, had already regrouped with Inzichu. The leading cultivator cursed under his breath and turned to look to the side, only to see the red-faced cultivator using a flying sword to suppress his 2 subordinates to the point where they were unable to fight back. Moreover, the red-faced cultivator still had an expression of ease. The leading cultivator knew that today's matter was difficult to accomplish, so he turned to retreat. Ji Zixuan and Inzichu had almost suffered a big loss, so how could they be willing to give up? The black armored puppet's armor transformed into a pair of wings, and instantly blocked in front of them. Inzichu had already brandished his 2 swords and chased after them. Ji Zixuan put away the armored puppet that had lost its weapon and 1 arm. With a wave of his hand, 9 different kinds of carving knives stabbed at different parts of the leading cultivator, as if he wanted to carve him into something. Ji Zixuan came from the puppet hall and usually used the puppets he made to fight with others. Now that he was suddenly like the other cultivators, using his Dharma artifacts to attack, it caused Lu Ping, who was watching them fight, to feel a sense of amazement. Only now did Lu Ping realize that Ji Zixuan was a cultivator after all. Other than using puppets, he could also control magic tools to fight with the enemy like other cultivators. Ji Zixuan's attack method was very special. The 9 carving knives did not attack vital parts, but some unimportant parts of the body. These parts were often the parts that cultivators paid the least attention to and did not care about defending, making it very easy for Ji Zixuan's attack to succeed. This was an attack method that accumulated a small amount of power to achieve a great result. However, it had very high requirements for the cultivator who used this attack method. Eyesight, movement, coordination, patience, courage, perseverance, and so on, all of these auxiliary conditions were indispensable. Lu Ping quickly attacked with the Qinghan sword twice. The two people who were surrounded by Lu Ping's sword technique resisted with all their strength. Unfortunately, one of them was missing an arm, so they were unable to form an effective cooperation. Lu Ping flicked out 2 jade blood needles and killed the 2 cultivators from the Overturned Seas gang who were stubbornly resisting. The leading cultivator was worthy of being a figure who was on par with the 18 generals of the North Sea. He wrapped the black armored puppet with his flying cloud sleeve and smashed the crystal mace over. In Zichu did not dare to take it head-on and retreated. Then the long mace swept horizontally and knocked away 6 of Ji Zixuan's 9 carving knives. The other 3 knives only left 2 bloody marks on his legs and shoulders. One of the knives stabbed into his abdomen, but it did not break through his protective aura. At this time, Lu Ping had already killed 2 people and was rushing over here. The leading cultivator saw that things were not going well, so he turned into a silver light and fled out of the forest. Just as the cultivator was about to escape from the forest, there was suddenly a clear cry above his head. A green flame suddenly sprayed towards the cultivator who had arrived at the entrance of the forest. The cultivator turned pale with fright. This was the demonic beast's natal true fire. Moreover, the true fire's level was not low. If he were to crash into it, even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. With such a delay, Lu Ping's 1000 snow pile sword art surged over and engulfed the cultivator in the raging waves. Ji and Yin Zichuan turned into ocean killers hiding under the waves, waiting for an opportunity to strike when the cultivator had no time to pay attention to anything else. The 3 of them put away their magic tools. The cultivator was already deader than dead. Lu Ping shook his head and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Ji, the way you kill people is really special." Ji Zixuan giggled and said, "Who told him to break my puppet? Otherwise I wouldn't have to personally go into battle." "That's right, Senior Marshal Brother Lu has been in the 7 Stars Heaven these days. Why did I only see you after 2 months? Lu Ping roughly recounted what had happened to him these past few days. Naturally, he hid what he shouldn't say. Ji Zixuan's eyes lit up and he said, "Senior Marshal Brother actually went to the Golden Fallen Canyon? That's really admirable. There's also the Purple Crystal Royal Jelly. This time, after leaving the 7 Stars Heaven, I have to give Junior Marshal Brother some. Soaking it in water can increase your cultivation." Lu Ping slapped his forehead and said helplessly, "You're simply wasting natural resources. This is royal jelly, not purple crystal honey. I don't even have enough to refine pills and you still want to soak it in water? Not a chance." Ji Zixuan had a mischievous look on his face and started to clamor for Lu Ping to help him refine the royal jelly pill. He would pay for the spirit herbs himself. Lu Ping was being pestered until his head was dizzy and he could only agree. Yin Zichu walked over and brought over 5 storage pouches. He said, "There's still one who was unconscious after being severely injured by me. I've already restrained his cultivation. How should we deal with him?" There were very few items related to the Overturned Seas gang in the 5 storage pouches. This was very similar to the Overturned Seas gang cultivators that Lu Ping had killed before. However, there were quite a few other miscellaneous items. It was obvious that they hadn't had time to organize them. Presumably, they were obtained from robbing other cultivators in the 7 Stars Heaven. Lu Ping took all the spirit herbs from within. The 2 knew that Lu Ping was an alchemist, so they naturally wouldn't stop him. There were still quite a few good items left. There were 2 top-grade magic tools which Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu divided equally. Ji Zixuan asked for the crystal mace, saying that he wanted to give it to his iron-armored warrior. Lu Ping found a hexagonal jade tablet in the storage pouch of the leading cultivator. It was exactly the same as the one he had obtained from Yuan Shikong. On one side there was a sparkling palace, while on the other side there was a seal character, Ping, held up by surging waves. Could this person be the hall master of the Overturned Seas gang's Calm Seas Hall? Lu Ping kept the jade tablet. Ji Zixuan said with a covetous expression, "Looks like robbing is the way to go." After saying that, he clicked his tongue, his face full of envy. Yin Zichu also had a look of agreement on the side. It was rare for his face to have some expression. Lu Ping looked at the 2 of them, speechless. It was one thing for Yin Zichu to be like this, but this Ji Zixuan was usually gentle and refined, looking like a gentleman. Why did he suddenly look like a money grubber? Lu Ping looked at the unconscious Overturned Seas gang cultivator on the ground and said, It would be great if there was some kind of soul-searching secret technique. Maybe we could get some information about the Overturned Seas gang. Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu looked at each other and said, maybe senior sister Qi has a way. Lu Ping followed the two of them to Zhenling's encampment. Lu Ping asked, I heard that the two of you defeated Xianling sect's Miao Weidong and obtained a magic tool? Ji Zixuan suddenly became excited and said, Senior brother Lu, you heard about this too? Looks like the two of us are really going to be famous this time. Lu Ping looked helplessly at Ji Zixuan, who was gloating at the side. Yin Zichu still didn't say a word at the side. Lu Ping asked, you were beaten so badly just now, why didn't you use a magic tool? If you used it, how could the Overturned Seas gang be so arrogant? Ji Zixuan's face fell when he heard that. He said, don't mention it. Once I got the magic tool, I wanted to blood bond with it. Unexpectedly, my arcane energy and divine sense were almost sucked dry by that magic tool. I only managed to blood bond with half of it. In that case, it can't be used to fight the enemy. Senior sister Qi took it and gave it to a 9th layer blood condensation senior brother to strengthen the sect's strength in the 7-star skies. After we leave the 7-star skies, she will return it to me. Lu Ping nodded and didn't say anything. He thought to himself, it looks like the Overturned Seas gang also calculated that Ji Zixuan wouldn't be able to successfully blood bond with the magic tool. That's why they dared to make a move. However, they didn't expect that the magic tool wasn't even on Ji Zixuan. Fortunately, my arcane energy is deep enough that I barely managed to blood bond with it. If I let someone else blood bond with it before using it, just expelling the other person's arcane energy would take a long time, unless the person who first refined it died. Unlike Lu Ziyuan, who was also one of the 18 generals of the North Sea, Qi Zixai was a rather capable and experienced female cultivator in her 30s. She was tall and skinny and wore a tight-fitting outfit. She had a shrewd face and a strong aura, giving off an aggressive feeling. It was no wonder that she could become the leader of this trip to the 7-star skies. After Qi Zixai finished listening to Ji Zixuan's story, she glanced at the masked Lu Ping and turned to one of the two middle-aged men behind her. She said politely, Senior Brother Chao, I'll have to trouble you with this thief from the Overturned Seas gang. Senior Brother Chao stepped forward expressionlessly, picked up the Overturned Seas gang cultivator from the ground and walked away. Lu Ping had long noticed the two middle-aged 9th layer blood condensation cultivators behind Qi Zixai. Although they were both 9th layer blood condensation cultivators, their auras were obscure, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Just as Lu Ping was quietly observing the two with his divine sense, Senior Brother Chao suddenly turned to look at Lu Ping and chuckled. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat, as if his plan had been seen through by Senior Brother Chao. When he turned to look again, he saw Qi Zixai and the other middle-aged cultivator looking at Lu Ping with smiles on their faces. Lu Ping knew that his little trick had been seen through and smiled awkwardly. Qi Zixai giggled and said, a few days ago, I met Brother Ai Buotao from West Tomb Island. He told me that Junior Brother Ai Buotao and Brother Ai Buotao's third brother worked together to heavily injure Hai Yen sect's Peng Changqing. That was how Xianling sect's Ouyang Weijin got the upper hand. The fact that Junior Brother Lu was able to return to the sect before the 7 Stars Temple opened has greatly increased our sect's strength. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.